Hello, people. Is that my thing telling me? Whatever. Holy crap. There's a lot of you guys in here already. Okay, sweet. Good afternoon. Okay, yes, because you guys are, Bear, you're 3 hours ahead of me. So where are we at? I think there's enough of you guys. 1 a.m. in the UK. So yes, I know there's a bunch of you guys. I appreciate everybody from the UK. We got out west. We got out east. Everybody's in here. So I know everybody's been waiting for this since you guys did kind of needle me a little bit to try and see if I could get my next guest on. And we accomplished that. So that is awesome. 24 people. Okay, we're close enough. We're going to do it. I don't want to leave them off in the green room for too long. But if you guys don't know who Robo is or what the Fwoosh is, then you might be in the wrong chat, maybe the live stream. But I think it's a go-to for a lot of us collectors to get some of the news out there, some different lines. Plunderlings were a big thing that were introduced because of him as well. So I'm just going to bring Robo out. We're going to have a chat. Hopefully I'll get to some of your guys' questions. If not, I got a few little things that I've written down that I'd like to ask, and we'll just kind of hang out like we usually do. So I think that's going to do it. So everybody say hello to Robo. Boom. And
I was going to do the whole, I'm asleep because I've been waiting.
No, well, the green room is very comfortable, or the blue room is very comfortable.
That's right. My display room.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, I keep thinking I should get a green screen, but then it takes away from the I've finally been able to expand my collection. I used to have a small little 4-shelf bookshelf that I would just cram the figures into and cross my fingers that the cat wouldn't knock the corner, and then 100 guys would go down. So we had to do some renovations early spring last year. So we're like, let's redo the basement, and maybe I can finally have a space to go with the rest. So
I would love to have a basement. Right now, I have taken over the main bedroom of the house, much to my, my wife loves it. I was like, I need the biggest room with the biggest closet, my review space, here, lights. Because for a long time, we kept the bed in here, and I would have to tear down the camera, the lights, and then half the time the bedroom was, well, you can imagine what it looked like with cameras all over. So,
yep.
She was like, nope. We had a kid move out, got old enough, took over their room. But now I'm getting hints of, I sure would like to have the big bedroom back. And I'm like, I'm going to have to build something. Yeah.
Yes. Now, does she what's the easiest? Okay. Does she understand the collecting? Like, is it like for myself? I will definitely say it's a passion. It's a hobby. It's something I didn't know existed. Again, like I was saying with you earlier, that I didn't understand this community existed even up to 3 years ago. That like I would bring my son. He's 14 and a half. So when we actually went looking for things, it was Lego. It was Fisher-Price Little People. So you never went over to the slightly older people section of the toys. And I didn't know there was a thing of Marvel Legends and Star Wars The Black Series and, another version of Transfer. Like, it's just insane. But my wife just every once in a while, she'd be like, all right, because she's very practical. So she's not a collector of anything whatsoever, but she kind of pulls back a little bit and gives me a little bit of space.
Practicality and this crazy collecting game does not go hand in hand, especially with the money you're going to spend on all the toys. But my wife knew what she was getting into originally, because when did Power of the Force 2 come out? 95, 96, somewhere in there?
Yeah, mid-90s, yes.
We weren't even dating. She was working at Walmart. She hid me, and I hadn't started collecting, but I had been eyeballing those cards and figures, and Star Wars was coming back, and the movies were back in the theater, and that's what I had when I was a kid. That was my main just playtime thing, and she hid me the Power of the Force 2 C-3PO. I bought that, and then it's just been, uphill. It's been uphill since. So 25 years later, it's still going strong. But now that I'm doing all of this stuff and earning a little money at it, she's kind of, it's easier to steal the main bedroom to turn into a studio.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Definitely. Yes. Well, that's the thing. When my wife and I, it was music was our thing, going to concerts. That was, oh, so-and-so's coming. We got to catch them, or they're on my bucket list, or, or whichever. And I went through a couple of surgeries the last few years, so I haven't been as mobile. I had both my hips replaced in the last 2 years, I think it is now. So I had a lot of downtime, which meant a lot of either binge watching series that I just never had the time for, or, getting into some new stuff or whatever have you. And then, like I said, my son kind of got me hooked onto some YouTube. I hit, and he's in the chat.
Yeah, I saw Mike.
So, and Mike was the one who introduced me to the whole thing. He's the one who actually named me the Canadian Santa Claus. And I just kind of took it and went with it, and we're just like, yeah, this is this is really, really good. And like I said, so many people have helped me out to fill in gaps in my collection, and I've been able to pay it forward and help a few other people out, because I'm generally never thinking about what do I need. It's like, oh, so and so mentioned in that last stream that they didn't have, or they're collecting whatever, or my Beef Boss figure that some guy with a big luscious beard was talking about, that I'm like, I need accessories to go with him now. So
yeah, and you were the one that found me the weapons for the Fortnite line that I would have never seen or had otherwise.
No, it was, and again, it was through some guy posted and said it was one of the Sunrise Records, which apparently have a toy section. Like, so they're like, oh, they're blowing out all the Fortnite stuff, and I was like, a record store selling Fortnite stuff. Okay, all right, whatever. And then we went down, and of course there was nothing left. Peelies were cleared off the shelves and what have you, but the accessories, there was just a boatload of them. So I'm like, yeah, we'll just grab a few of those. And you know what? I bet Robo would really like to have a few. So why not? So yeah, no, without a doubt.
Yeah, they were just hitting your area, really. I mean, I think they hit UK and other places, but jeez, I don't know. And now who knows where that line's going? It's crazy.
Yeah, now Hasbro's got, so I don't know. I'd be all in if they had more food guys, for sure. I mean, I love Beef Boss, without a doubt, is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. And I'd say that the brat, the brat, he's okay. Yeah. The mouth bit kind of throws me off a smidge. I love the sunglasses on him, but yeah, more food guys. That's where I think that the Fortnite, because again, like you, I've only ever played the game one time, and I still don't understand what goes on with the game. But
no idea, and I can't play it. If I had actually run into players knew what they were doing, I would have not made it as long as I did.
Yes. Well, here we go. There, that ties into it. So, are you all in on the Fortnite figures, or are you starting to be selective?
As in, have all the ones that have come out through Jazzwares, or when Hasbro supposedly takes over?
Yeah. Well, I would say the only thing I think with the Jazzwares that I don't like is that hinge on the four.
Yeah. That's everybody's big gripe.
Because I tend to glue it shut.
Yeah. And I think Preternia on Twitter.
Thank you for that. So.
I think Preternia on Twitter's been swapping the hands out with Marvel Legends.
Ooh, dang. Now I'm gonna have to look for some color coordinating because I don't custom. I've never tried to really customize anything. One, just because there's not an abundance of customizing fodder up in the stores, unless I wanted like a Yavin Luke or a Janna. Yeah. I'm not going to find anything that I really want to work on to go, I think so. I've had some custom pieces. I do have to show this one. So,
customizing
the chat. But see, you have a Gus, and the minute they announced those stupid holiday colored things, because of being the Canadian Santa Claus, so I had a guy work me up and make me in a 6-inch form, Mr. B. And he even hollowed out the helmet too, so I can
put it on.
Yeah, like I guess having no hair, there's nothing there to cushion the blow, so to speak. So,
and that's usually my problem with helmets is the hair. getting in the way.
Yes.
So that works perfect.
Oh, completely. Yeah. I just put it out there as kind of a joke. I'm like, oh, I'd love to have myself as a Star Wars character and a Canadian Santa Claus. And they've taken yeah, that's what I want. So, yep. So one of the guys managed to do it. There's Mr. B. He's in there. Hello. We'll get him to wave. So, and he's been great. He's done some custom. He sent me, I've got like a 3D printed blurg on the shelf now and some other
full size 6-inch scale.
Yeah. I think he's the first version. I think they say he is. So, but yeah. He's got the little bit there. Yeah.
I'm going to find one of those.
Yes. Well, it's where I'm starting to get into. Like, I'd love to have some more, like watching your play days and seeing all the customs that people are taking upon themselves because the big people aren't putting out what we want them to, or that we would easily give them money for, but they still don't want our cash. I don't really know, but like I've said all along, they should have done a blurg. They could have done it the exact same way as the Tauntaun or the Dewback or whichever. And we would have eaten these. Like I would have bought a couple of those, no problem. So, but like the 3D printing stuff is just incredible. So let's see.
There we go.
Boom. Oh,
pop back.
Have you got any custom creatures?
Not full creatures that I know of. I've got a Rancor head, full size.
Ooh.
That I need to sand down and paint.
Now, how much time? So is this a full-time thing for you, or do you still do like a 40-hour work week? And
this is full-time thing.
Nice.
But the Fwoosh also has toy line, website.
Yes.
Other behind the scenes type things that I still work on during the day.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, because I was going back the last week or so, and I was starting and watching a lot of your guys' stuff from 6-7 years ago.
Yeah,
and seeing the so that would be something actually that I was curious. What made you decide to go in front of the camera?
Dude, after not wanting to do it at all at first, because when we originally started the website 2002, it was just forums. That was it. We just wanted to talk about toys with each other. And then about 2005, somewhere in there, we set up the front page for reviews and news because we wanted to get into San Diego Comic-Con for free for the press pass, you know?
Okay, all right.
So that went, but then we actually turned into a news site that would report and reviews. And then when we finally kicked into the YouTube thing, it was kind of a short straw. Who was going to do it? I don't want to do it because nobody wants to hear this or look at this. And then it turned out that my job at the metal shop afforded me the most time, and I was the one that wanted to most get out of the job I was in for 20 years, you know?
Sure. Yep.
So I jumped on YouTube, started talking, but then it was Dan Larson on Toy Galaxy. Being in front of the camera and stuff. And I was like, oh man, it's nice having reactions or eye contact.
Yes. Yep.
But so I started doing it, no background, crappy camera, and just went from there. The more I learned about editing and green screen or blue screen and everything else, the more fun it became. So and the more I loosened up. If I have never done that, I would still be kind of stiff and reserved, and nobody wants to hear an accent. Yes, this is like I was at first.
Oh, so yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Now, do you ever go back and kind of watch some of your older stuff and just go like, oh, good God, no.
I never go back and watch anything old, because even when it was old, I would go back and watch it the next day, and I'd be like, oh, I could have done this. Why am I saying this over and over? What's that space there? I'm too much of my own worst critic.
Well, and I honestly, like, I so appreciate, and sometimes when I have people that'll comment, because I'm a one take guy. And if that means I'm going to drop ums and ahs and be as Canadian as a moose drinking maple syrup, then that's just how it comes off all the time. And everybody says to me, they're like, we prefer it like that because it feels like we're just sitting there having a beer or a coffee or whatever. And it's just a natural conversation. And I'm like, yeah, but still, because this whole thing was never supposed to be about me ever. My kids bothered me for years. We want to start and I'm like, no, you're not old enough. No, you're not old enough. Then Mike comes into my life, and then I'm like, well, maybe we can do. So we started doing a little bit of stuff. The kids did like the Bean Boozled challenge and some other weird things, and I would drop the odd video down. But then Copa happened, and then I was like, oh, guys, I hate to do this, but I think I need to take you off of the channel. I guess it's my channel now. Am I doing this? And then the next thing I know, I'm like, 200 or 300 videos later, and stop blaming. I will blame you till the day I stop doing this. But yeah, it was just, I enjoy it. Like, I took a bit of a break around November, just a lot of personal things going on. And the support was, man, Toy Chase and Darth Rock, thank you so much, guys. That is insane. So, but it's really pulled me out of my, I would say out of my shell, because I would not normally be like this and go, oh yeah, I got to get this and I got to talk to that guy about this stuff or whatever. When there were still toy shows, when that was a thing, I only had maybe 300 subscribers, and somebody recognized me at a local toy show, and they're like, is that? And I was like, get lost. I'm like, seriously, you actually watched one of my videos? So I just, wow. So just, it's insane, man. I can't think of myself doing anything. Like, I love it as a secondary. I'd love it as a full-time gig, but it's fine. I like, especially when there's no new Black Series stuff to put out right now. There's a lull. There's a gap right now. So it's just like, well, we'll live stream. We'll fill it with whatever, but yeah, I don't know. It's an incredible feeling, I guess. So
it's really hard to turn a hobby into a job of some kind, because then it becomes work, and you start to, you have this feeling like, oh, if it turns into work, then I'm not going to like it as much. But it hasn't. This is the one thing that I've ever worked at ever that hasn't turned into, oh my God, I do not want to do this today. Every day it's like, oh, I need to, let's review, let's live stream, let's do the weekly, because that's the most fun I have during the week.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I can't, like, some of the stuff that you've like, I'm starting to deep dive on some things, and I just have to kind of like, damn, the exchange rate, the shipping just makes it not affordable. Like, I'd love to do more Mythic Legions, and seeing those Masters of the Universe inspired figures that they've done a few others of, but it's just like, honestly, it comes to Canadian, it works out to almost about $80-$85 per figure, and they're definitely a gorgeous figure, but I just don't know price point if that's worth that much to me to have that. A $30 piece of plastic. It's still a lot to swallow, but it's still, I'm like, that's kind of my bread and butter, I guess.
Exactly.
So,
yes. Because if it came down to anything, Star Wars would be my, if I had to cut everything else away, it'd be Star Wars.
There we go. I can cross that one off my list, because that was on there. So you always talk about, especially Star Wars. If there's no Star Wars news, or somehow to be able to cram just a little bit of Star Wars nuggets in the weekly or what have you.
Because I just got it. Because when it comes to Star Wars, I don't hate doing it, but the whole don't know thing, I talk about stuff I don't know about, but when it comes to Star Wars, I can go hours, or I know some things when it comes to that franchise.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, there's still a lot of stuff that now that they've either retconned or non-conned, or this is how we're gonna spin this back in to make it more relevant. I'm just, okay, you know what? I'll just stick to the original trilogy, acknowledge that the prequels exist, and kind of put my head down a little bit for the sequels. But the cartoon stuff is amazing. The Mandalorian has definitely rekindled that Star Wars spark that I wouldn't say it was out, but it was probably just smoldering just a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
and
it freaks some people out when I talk about it, and some people just cannot accept it. But when it comes to Star Wars stuff, I watch all the movies, and if I don't like something, I'll wait for the part I like and the figures I like from those parts I like, and it's just I can pick and choose probably more from the original trilogy, but even the sequels and stuff, I pick and choose stuff I like. I like this. Okay. I didn't like this. It doesn't exist in Roboland.
I wish I could get to that stage because I just kind of my first 3 Black Series, which led me into being a figure completionist, was Jyn Erso, good old Jyn Erso.
Got a few
the Cassian Andor and the Flame Trooper. Those were the first 3 figures I ever bought because Walmart had them on clearance for $5 each. So I was like, I'll take a look, see what everybody's talking about. And then that led to, whatever, like hunting down, having guys send me some of the SDCC exclusives because I'm like, well, I'll get the regular line, but I can't afford to go, to the 2013 Boba Fett with the carbonized Han Solo because that's way out of my price range, or the Heroes of Endor, which turned out to be like a $200 Canadian set, from EB Games. And I was like, sure, okay, here you go. Third, fourth job, here we come. So
just to get a pot blue.
Yeah, well, and he's never come out because I don't open my. Those are the only things I don't open are the convention sets. So he's never breathed a life. So
wow. I cracked my I finally opened mine. Well, for me, it stays in the package until I can find some space for it or review it. And if I don't review, I've got a bunch of stuff that I bought. It missed the review schedule, and so it's still in a box. I need to I just need to open it at some point.
No, I do if I know that that Hasbro's gonna milk us a couple of times and they're gonna give us a box set and then a single. I won't touch because again, I've got the Thrawn set. I've got the Snake Eyes 00, the Boba Fett with Han Solo and Carbonites up there. So I have a Boba Fett loose, and then when Han Solo and Carbonite got released by itself, I'm like, that I'll open up as well. And it's like the Toto 360. I really want to take out, but I've got a guy working on doing a 3D print version, so I don't have to take the legit one out of the box. So
I've seen those I've seen several places with the. Yes. So really, what it comes down to is we haven't seen Salacious. Is the only one that would be. Oh, and Papu, I guess, would be.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because that's right. So I finally got a Salacious Crumb, a 3D again. Lovely gentleman 3D printed me one of those guys and painted them all up. Because I've got and another subscriber of mine, he did me a custom job, a throne pad right here. But now I've got Boba Fett's. I got that throne from the end of season 2.
Yeah. Oh, it's not over here. It's in there.
So mine's mine's sitting right over here right now. That's where Supreme Cobra Commander is going to go here. So I was doing some shuffling around a little bit. So, but I tell you, those damn GI Joes, the Zartan is. I just got him the other day, and I think I've got the regular infantry trooper on the way this week, I believe, from another subscriber. But they're great figures if you could get your hands on. And we haven't even seen. People are still battling it right now out for the first wave of the Cobra Island figures at Toys R Us right now because they're finding the odd beachhead roadblock, that extra roadblock. You can find him a dime a dozen right now, but the beachheads are going crazy up here. Like I've seen them on average. There's people are going $80 to $100 Canadian.
Yeah.
For one, it's just like, so.
And I got to think he'll pop up in the main line at some point, or at least I'm hoping.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
With a camo paint job or.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Mikey. I don't know if Robo will give you a live ultimates. I don't know. Have you got an ultimates in you?
Ultimates. Yeah,
There you go, Mike.
It's not as good with the shaking camera. And
It's not,
yeah.
I know there's something there that you need a little bit extra for sure.
And I drop it down some octaves in the editing program.
Yes. Oh, Mike, that's right. The Hawthorne solo from the Echo Bass 2-pack. He wasn't a single release as well. There we go. That's right. That's right. That's and I have that set open because the little glass, that frosted look, it just got all busted up. So I just cut it all apart, and I'm like, I'll save the main box and maybe use it for some pictures, which I've still never done because I'm still learning. I'm waiting for my nephew to come up to kind of give me a crash course on how to actually be a YouTuber, how to actually edit stuff and make pretty decent because I just been winging it, and I think I've been holding my own ish a little bit, but he keeps saying, I'll get up there, we'll set up a second monitor for you because I got a newer computer finally. And again, I record everything on my iPhone because I'm like, might as well go with what I have, and then if things really start to progress, then maybe start to upgrade a few bits here and there.
Everyone's got to start somewhere. I started on my phone. I started in my bathroom with a little space on a table. So echoey too. It was terrible. It was just like,
it's always been for me. Like my basement used to be a very bright orange color, and it was the previous owner. So again, having that renovation done and bringing the softer earth tones to the basement, I was like, okay, I don't feel so stressed down here now. I can. I'll just let it come off of me and we can start talking about some stuff or whatever. But it's just, you just need a cool space. I do want to definitely work on my picture taking is abysmal. And I'd like to get either like either a photo box or something, but like a decent enough size that I'm not fighting trying to shove a 6-inch figure in there and then try to get my big hands in with the,
and it takes some time to key everything in, especially to your own space. You have to get used to working around a camera in front of it, stay in the frame.
I can't. That part I still can't get it. I try to do an over just a figure, and I'm like, how do these guys? I don't get it. I like to hold, but again, it's the thing is when you're like, here's the guy, here he looks like this, here he looks like that, he can do. And then, but of course, everybody's like, you don't hold it long enough. It's like, look at the pictures. Okay, fine. Again, it's a work in like, trust me, it's for some guy who never thought I'd be talking about bigger Star Wars figures to other adult men and women about this stuff, or what I'm just like, holy jumping. So like,
it's a crazy thing to even think about. It's a crazy thing to explain to your parents. What do you do?
My mom actually quite enjoys it. So they live about 40 minutes away, but and again with the quarantine and stuff, they're not in my bubble, and I work in the school field, so I'm around a few hundred kids 5 days a week with the teachers. My wife's a teacher, so she's in her own school. So it's like we better just keep things a little tighter and whatever. So if that's one way for my parents to kind of interact with me, so to speak, a little, my mom bought me a ring light for Christmas this year. So I can use that. Give me that for sure. So I don't totally appreciate it. So yeah.
My parents definitely get it now. But at the time, whenever I said, well, I'm quitting my job and I'm going to be doing this, it's like, at 40, huh? That's what you're going to do? I'm like, oh, yeah. But now I'll talk to my dad. In fact, that's where I was before coming home to do this. I talked to him on the phone a week or two ago, and he was like, at the end of the weekly when you were talking about this and this, and I'm like, whoa, wait, you watch? Yeah, I watch them. I like them. And then it freaks me out again now that they do understand and is following along. It's like, oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah, no, definitely. You men with beards. I can't compete with that beard. I get too annoyed when I start getting the odd hair shooting out. And I'm like, forget it. That's it. We're trimming it back into a goatee. So
I trimmed it back this year. Before I started this, I was just facing a machine for 20 years. I never cared much about keeping everything in check.
Yeah.
And so when I started doing this and then seeing myself while editing, I'm thinking, I trimmed it back. Then I go back a few years ago, or year or so ago, when I had it shorter. I was like, oh man, that looks weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I try to keep going, but I lopped it all again. I'm like,
Mhm.
the weather's starting to get to that spring tease where most of the snow's gone in my area, but we're still going to get the ice storm probably still, and we'll probably still see snow in May because there's no such thing as global warming, and that's when you're supposed to have snow is May. But yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping that they're starting to open a few more things up a little bit more in my area. Like you can finally go back to the mall. My son and I went out. I was like, oh, you know what? Let's just go look for some stuff. I already hit Toys R Us the other day, and I found the repaint Scarlet and the repaint Roadblock, which I said I wasn't going to get, which I bought anyway. So
of course, I haven't found Roadblock.
Let's go check EB Games. So we decided to shoot to one that it's a honey hole. It's a great location. We go pull into the plaza. We get out the car, mask up the whole bit, and I'm like, where'd it go? They shut it down. They closed,
Really?
And it was the only one in that city, and I was like, okay. Because my local, they shut down completely because they were in a mall, and it was a very expensive renting mall. So they just said, we don't need 2 mall locations in a brick and mortar store. So all 3 of you guys roughly made the same money, but let's look at the rent cost. So, you guys are way up here. So guess what? See you later. So all the staff that I had trained to automatically put my pre-orders in without me phoning the store or any of that, all that went away. And I was like, oh, now I got to start all over again.
Yep.
So because it's too hard to go, like, how do you find for hunting for you in your area? Like, is it less and less, or
it's less and less. I don't know if everything's crazy anyway right now. Stuff having problem getting into the country, things not getting shipped when they need to ship. Plus, I've just gotten, over the past few years, I've just gotten to where I just pre-order online and wait. It's just easier. Of course, then I have to try to get the FedEx guy to come up my driveway to actually deliver my stuff. But whichever way I go, it's a battle. But I have 5 Walmarts. I'm 45 minutes from Walmart headquarters. So I don't know if that means anything, but when it comes to exclusives there, it's usually not tough.
Yeah.
But again, pegs have been empty for a while now.
Yeah, I can't believe I went to the Walmart. I could walk across the street to my closest one, and what did I find? 5 Jar Jar Binks, brand new. Yep. Those just hit the shelf in Walmart Canada. So I was like, I had Jar Jar late December, so I don't need another one. Thank you very much. But that was it. And then the House of X wave, Marvel Legends, most of that wave was on the shelf, which I was very surprised. Mind you, it was about 6 Wolverines, and he doesn't come with a Build-A-Figure piece, so I can understand why he's still sitting there. And then Transformers, absolutely nothing. More of the animated Bumblebee style.
Transformers has been pretty good actually lately. Not so much Marvel Legends, definitely not Star Wars.
No.
I have seen Jar Jars at one Walmart, but Transformers have been easy to get, especially the studio series.
I had a heck of a time. I just that Grimlock, I was super I was on my break from work, and I was like, I'll go check one out. And then I went and I looked down. I'm like, oh, here we go again. But because I sighed and I looked down, I was like, ooh, wait a minute, what's that buried in the? And I mean, it had a chunk ripped out of the top of the box, but I was like, who cares? He's being freed anyway. And then I grabbed them, and I knew it as soon as I opened up the box. I was like, "Oh, I'm hooked. I need these 86." I remember going and seeing it in the movie theater and sitting amongst all the grandparents and the parents with young kids who gasped the minute that Spike dropped said shit. And
yeah,
like, a cartoon swore, and my buddy and I were sitting there going, "Oh, this rocks even more now." So like, bring it on.
Yeah, open. Damn it, open.
Oh,
Stack, why are you cussing?
Yes. That's hit and miss in Australia. Let me see. Oh, I saw one about somebody
going all the way back to the Fortnite stuff. I have everything Jazz wears. Just throwing that out there because
yeah. I've been select. I think the only one, Beef Boss, the Brat, and then I picked up a couple of the Slushy Soldiers because I figured they would be good minions for my 6-inch version myself. Yeah. So why not? So
yeah,
I passed on the Nutcracker. I remember seeing the Nutcracker, and I was like, oh, and now he's just so expensive. I'm like, I'm not going to try to go back to add him in. So
because that was Walmart exclusive too, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Profit 924. I have Kit waiting for me at the post office. I finally got in on that, and Midas should ship at the end of this month. I caught a pre-order on Amazon for it.
Nice.
So that'll be all done, depending on what Hasbro does next.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, Bear. I know Kato got you hooked on the Transformer stuff. So that's
you'll hit another lull, and then you'll think, oh, maybe I need an Ironhide to go with these guys, or when they do, well, they got to do Blaster at some point, right?
You would think, because
that's the big obvious one missing, I think.
Yeah, I would almost say maybe Perceptor as well.
Yeah,
but I think the biggest thing I have an issue sometimes with, and I get it, it's a cartoon or a comic book. So in a cartoon and a comic book, you can, so you're this, and then you turn into a microscope or so, like whatever. Like the size ratio works in that but it, like now you're gonna have a ghetto blaster about this big and a microscope that's comparable and stuff. I get it. They can't believe me. That would be one hell of a toy line if they could actually make it shrink or go bigger. But I still just the detail, and I got the Cyclonus, just the regular. And that's just
good. So good. Perfect colors, perfect shape. Oh man, yeah.
So that means they need a better Galvatron. I didn't care much for the Galvatron from the, what was it, like the Headmastery one. So the last trilogy that came out, I was like, yeah, he's okay, but I
think that's rumored for soon in Transformers.
What Rodimus Prime? I think they're saying that might be another one.
It's supposed to be a big box, expensive kind of. So we'll see. I'm good with Hot Rod if it comes down to it.
Yep. No,
you mentioned the transformations for Blaster and Perceptor. They are everyday objects. They're not vehicles. So maybe that's the holdup, that there is a size difference. For me, just put out the robot and then give me a small little microscope to go with it, or a blaster or a radio. But people don't like that.
Yeah, that's true. So I know that red line's out. So what Redline? Thoughts on Redline? As far as being a guy who transform?
I got them. I don't mind Transformers not transforming. I know there's people who hate that concept. They're Transformers. They should transform. My Jean Grey doesn't read my mind. My Wolverine doesn't actually pop out claws. Cyclops doesn't shoot out things. None of my Star Wars figures are using the Force. Lightsabers don't actually burn through. So for me, this is just toy representations of what I like,
Yeah,
no. Yeah, but I think they burned me on the Bumblebee. Him being the same size as the rest, I can't.
That was a little. I think this second wave of the Redline stuff definitely did not see as much shelf life as the first round, because I saw them once and I was because I bought the first three and I sent them off to my buddy Mike, who's the big Transformers guy, and he's like, again, whatever, like they're fun. But then I saw the second ones, I was like, oh really? Yeah, Bumblebee shouldn't be the same size as Megatron and Optimus Prime, and they kind
of changed the aesthetic. They added some detail to it. The first wave was clean, cartoon looking, and then these they put little flourishes on it.
Yes. Yep. You watch all night too. Yeah. Oh, really, lady? Like, it's, believe me, there are definitely guys that I can put on and not necessarily have to watch and just to listen, and it's just like, oh yeah, that's smooth jazz right there. And I will definitely say you have smooth jazz. So I love listening to you. I love the drawl, I guess, if some people like to call it that a little bit. So
that I took away for a long time at first and then let it come back, just because, or talking normal, going back. Because when I first went to San Diego, to the big city in 2005, my first time out of Arkansas, I got to where I couldn't understand myself because of how everybody else was talking and nobody understanding what I was saying.
Right,
It was crazy. So that's when I started kind of. But yeah, I've had people send pictures of babies sleeping with the Fwoosh video playing and dogs barking or sitting and watching. It's weird that, to think of. Oh yeah, spinning those late night records. Oh yeah.
You could have been on WKRP in Cincinnati for sure, right?
I'd be Les Nessman.
Well, that's on. See, as soon as I think that, the only episode I can ever think about is them throwing the turkeys out of that.
Oh man! And my go-to is whenever he's reporting on golf, and he's Chai Rodriguez.
Oh my God! Holy Jesus! I haven't heard that in years.
Yeah. that sticks him. If I think of WKRP, that's what pops out.
Oh damn! You're making my eyes water.
and then Herb. Was it Herb or was it? Oh no! It was Johnny trying to correct him.
Oh, Johnny Fever. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Oh my God. Man, that is good. That is.
If I wasn't watching cartoons, it was all sitcoms back in 70s, 80s.
Well, considering we had 2 or 3 channels, and if you only had one TV, you had to wait till your dad was done going, okay, I'm done watching the news.
Yep.
You could have the last 20 minutes or whatever time, or nothing adulting Saturday morning, so you can have that. So
that's right. Yeah. Andy Griffith and Sanford and Son, and that's what I grew up on.
Yeah. No, definitely. I can remember going home for lunch when I was a kid and watching, or going to my buddy's house or whatever, and we would watch the Flintstones, 12:30, I think, and then we would catch most of an episode of Batman 66. And then it would be like, oh crap, we got to book it off and get back to school again, and then go back home or what have you. So
we actually had a satellite, which was weird back in. You had to actually crank it into position to watch the channels. In the mornings, it was we'd watch Three Stooges, and then was it in the afternoons or mornings? Mornings was Bozo out of Chicago.
Okay,
they show 15 minutes of a Transformers cartoon, then watch the grand prize game. And then at some point was USA's Cartoon Express with Inch High Private Eye and Super Chicken and a bunch of old stuff.
Super Chicken. Oh my God.
George of the Jungle, the cartoon, the original one.
Yeah.
Tom
Slick, I think, was another one.
Yeah. Hong Kong Phooey, which you're
gonna be pulling me down. I'm gonna be Googling all this crap for a few days again now. So
have you ever wondered whatever happened to me?
Damn.
Yeah.
Lucky kids getting the GI Joes for tossing a ball into a cup. Yes. MacGyver.
Oh yeah. And you'd always think, oh man, I can do that. These kids bouncing it out of the 3rd or 4th one. But I guarantee you that now that my adult brain goes, oh yeah, ping pong ball in a metal bucket, that's not going in.
No,
bouncing right out.
Okay, here we go. Here's another one. So, do you pick up any of the 3 3/4 inch figures, or do you stay stick?
Man, when I got back in, when I started in my adult life in '95 with the 3 3/4 inch, I was all in, carded. I had everything from 95 to 2002 and loose stuff and customizing stuff. It was all Star Wars. But as soon as I went, it was Spider-Man Classics, that first wave in 2002. I picked up, I thought, oh man, I read comic books when I was a kid, when I was a kid up until the early 90s and when I graduated high school. And so I picked those up. And as soon as I laid hands upon 6 inch, which sounds weird, but as soon as I did that, I never went back. I haven't bought anything 3 3/4 inch except, I think Brett's in the chat, but Double Dealer, he did it for Hasbro. He did some kind of Cobra Guy sniper with and I only bought that because he sculpted that. And then I just got the 3 3/4 inch Snake Eyes, and that's been it for the past 20 years.
Right. Now, did you Was there ever a time, like, was there a gap that, or were you always like, oh, like always kind of, I don't know, figure aware? I don't know if that's quite.
Oh, even as a kid or
Did you
teenager?
stop? Like, like, I don't know, you got to a point where like, oh, those are for kids. I'll put away the childish bits and I got to go and put my suit and carry my briefcase and go, get a real job and don't think about playtime or whatever. Like, did you take like a 5 or like was there a gap of not collecting?
It was let's see. Well, I never had a I'm going to be this when I grow up. I never had a plan. Hell, I graduated high school not knowing what. I guess I'll just do whatever I find.
Yep.
And but when I was a kid, it was playing with the toys, watching the things, listening to the radio drama of Star Wars. I found, and I don't know why I remember that now, finding that on the radio at the time. But then up through Ninja Turtles and later 80s, Batman 89, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1990, I was still buying toys. And that was junior high, high school.
Right.
Even back then, I was putting them up on shelves on the wall. My mom, which I probably got from my mom because she's a big ceramic birds, display them all, and got to have all of them, Barbies. But when I graduated in 93, it was, well, I guess I got to go adult. Do stuff.
Yeah.
And I did that until, well, for a whole 2 years. and then Star Wars came back.
Right.
So that pulled me back in. And ever since then, it's been, Star Wars. I went to Spider-Man Classics, which went into Marvel Legends. And then Marvel Legends stopped right as DC Universe Classics from Mattel was kicking or getting in. Yeah. So I went to there and Masters of the Universe Classics somewhere in there. And then right as that ended, Marvel Legends came back or somewhere around there. That's how it works in my head. But then Star Wars Black Series and all these toy lines now, it's just
now. Okay,
so then 2 years of my life has not been toys.
Yeah. So naturally, that brings me in. So I had one of my subscribers had said to me, he's like, you should ask about sustainability. Did you ever think 40? Because it sounds like basically you and I are roughly the same age. So would you have thought 40 years later that there would, well, I grab my figure, but it's the wrong representation. But the fact, again, like I said, for myself, Star Wars, Transformers, G.I. Joe, and Masters of the Universe, and 40 years later, I'm buying Star Wars, G.I. Joe, Masters of the Universe. Like it's insane that these lines have gotten new life breathed into them, or the legs on them are just still going probably stronger than they ever have. And what breaking point may be. So,
and even they went away at times, at points, until, well, they came back, and they keep going back to that 80s well.
Yeah.
And who knew that we were right in the like perfect target?
Yeah.
Right there, from 70 or late 70s, 80s. And then it kind of just keeps going back to that. I would have never guessed. But in fact, when Star Wars came back in 95, I was like, oh, this is amazing. Who would have thunk? I'm going to get these toys while I can, because what's going to happen afterwards? Probably nothing.
Yeah. Yep.
And then here I am, still buying Star Wars toys.
Absolutely. Hi, Maria. How are you? There you go. No, I always found like that. Again, we brought it up in like one of my last streams. I'm like, I can't believe that I'm looking and I'm feeling like it. And it's taking, some of that stuff is taking me back to feeling like I was 7, 8, 9 years old, instead of, looking at maybe some of the newer Star Wars and going, yeah, that kind of says Star Wars, but and I think it's because, again, it's the bad guys, the troopers are always a lot more visually interesting. Same with the Cobra versus G.I. Joe. The Cobra guy's got a whole lot of crap going on, where the G.I. is like, yeah, all right, so you got camouflage pants and a knife, all right, but this guy's got like a monkey paw, like a snake head on his belt and whatever, and he can change color in the sun, like. Wow, it just absolutely incredible. And I kind of wish, I was looking at some of the prices on, we would be paying about $2 for a G.I. Joe figure, I think, when they came out originally. And now you're looking at, for the States, $20 to $23 or $24 a figure, $30 to $35 a figure. Yeah, you're getting a little bit more plastic in there, but I mean,
right. But again, the price of everything else back then too, gas and I wasn't buying a lot back then.
No.
I remember what I was paying for gas when I got out of high school was about 93 cents. Well, it was about 75 cents, and then it jumped because I was delivering pizza. A lot of gas.
I was driving a diesel, so I was almost like a tank of gas a month for me because I could my old beat up Jetta. I could go, I could get like 13 or 1400 kilometers on about a $5 tank of diesel fuel. So a lot of little extra cash there for either going to concerts or picking up new, the odd bits here and there. Because and I do find too, with being back into being a collector, it's had me go down roads of things that I remember having as a kid and going, I'd really like to see if I could get a piece or two of that back. Like right now I'm looking for, and I've found them, but I just don't want to pay the price for them right now. But do you remember the movie Megaforce from the 80s with Barry Bostwick by chance?
Oh, no. Maybe I missed that one, huh?
Yeah, it's a Hal Needham movie. It's interesting. It's got some spots in it. I can't think of the other guy's name that was in it, but the big action scene was right at the end when all of a sudden all these multicolored smoke comes out of all the vehicles as they're trying to escape the bad guys or whatever. But they had dune buggies and motorcycles that shot rockets and lasers and this whole, man, you should Google search it and you'll see a little bit of it and go, wow, that green screen work was abysmal back then. But the Hot Wheels came out with a line of cars, and so they did the tank and the high tech one and a few others. And I remember being able to find those at the little convenience store that was in my neighborhood that carried like a small little rack of toys. Not a lot. You wouldn't find figures there, but you would find you'd get your cars and some other stuff, those little styrofoam put together airplanes and what have you. And I remember having the things and then disappeared. I want to, but they're like $100, $100, and I'm like, I can't justify $100 for a Hot Wheels right now.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
And a lot of people talk about, going back and getting the original stuff if it's so nostalgic, but I don't know. There's just, I mess with vintage stuff. Other people, when I'm at shows or I look, but I don't know. I like the engineering on the new stuff. Plus, back when I was a kid, the 3 3/4 inch seemed big. And now that I'm an adult and bigger, I like to scale up. I scaled up, the figure scaled up. So,
Yes, that was, if I can find it. Mike said that too. He's like, he goes,
really?
We got bigger, our hands got bigger.
Yeah.
And so many people are going to consider this to be a very dirty subject, but you got bigger hands, so you need something bigger in your hands. So
that's right. I like wrapping my fingers around a 6-inch figure. Yeah. No, but even the carded stuff, the vintage stuff, it's very nostalgic, but I'm holding it and I'm just like a kid going, oh, look at this. This is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I do enjoy, like, when it was the 50th anniversary for Empire and seeing them put the Black Series on the card back, and that part always kind of pulls at the heartstrings a little bit, where that means a little bit more than like having something in the box like this, because there is something, especially if they're going back to the well and they're using original images to go, oh, you remember seeing this on the shelf when you were 8 or 10? Well, guess what? Now it's in a bigger size on a card. And I do have so many hesitations to want to go and just rip it open. But most of the time there's only been a couple of figures that I haven't touched. And I'm the crazy Canadian guy that actually cut open the Kenner colored Boba Fett and ended up on Usual Like Television's thing. Yeah. So he's up there. he's up there.
I didn't even open that one.
I'm gonna do it. So I cut him open, and because Fett is definitely one of my, Fett and Vader are my top two for the Star Wars universe. They always have been. There's just, I don't know if it's just something about until the end of Jedi. Spoilers if nobody's seen the end of Jedi, but you see what Vader looks like. So depending on what version you watch, but yes.
Yeah. Huh.
But
I,
let's
man,
see.
I got a custom of that Kenner inspired Fett just so I wouldn't have to open, so I could keep it on the card.
Yeah,
And I haven't opened a lot of those vintage ones. The first wave of the Star Wars 40th had upgrades for figures we already had, but mostly since then it's figures. Oh well, Lando in the Empire was a photo reel.
Yeah. I think that Dagobah Luke, that was they could have given us a Lobot instead of giving us Dagobah Luke with the Yoda and all the extras, or just Dagobah Luke by himself. Because who's gonna buy? I bought both, but
yeah. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I bought it too, and I bought an extra because it was an upgrade for the original one, and then I bought the Dagobah Luke and Yoda pack because it was another upgrade.
Well, and I felt that he was lacking, so I had to buy another Bespin Luke so I could steal the belt and put the belt on the Dagobah Luke. So
I think too that people are taking the legs off that Luke and putting it on the other Luke in order to upgrade the articulation for that one, or somewhere. And so I bought extras of both too. But Walmart had the Yoda 2-pack on clearance for like $17 or something. So
yeah, Amazon Canada finally dropped the price to I think like $30. It's a great pack. It's definitely one of my favorites. I love the fact that they got Yoda smaller.
Yeah,
but I wish they would do the droids and
R2
kits all the time. So I'm like, I may try. I got the Yoda model kit I got from a neighbor down the street. I think I paid $5 or $10 for the Yoda one, and I haven't got around to starting it yet. But
the Yoda kit or the R2 kit?
The Yoda kit.
Yeah, which is just a little statue, but it looks good.
It's got two versions of them or something, I think. Yeah. Or whatever. And I figured, hey, for $10, if it happens rainy day or a snow day or something like that, that I could finally start doing something other than either looking at my shelves and going, man, I need more risers, or I need a display, or I need this, or maybe I should dust because it's been a year. I don't know, but
that's the only reason. I think somebody asked earlier about me posting the Star Wars collection video. I only did that because I had to pull a bunch down and dust it. So I did the video real quick, and they asked when I was going to do the Marvel one, and that's when I pull it down and have to dust it at some point, but I haven't yet. So.
Oh, Dan's in the house too.
Woo. What's happening, Dan?
Wow,
man, it's been almost a year since I saw that guy.
We're getting a lineup here, man. Holy crap! I'm perspiring.
But did you only get the one Kenner, or did you get an extra to keep carded?
I bought an extra. So
did you?
Yeah.
I wonder if Dan. I can't remember if Dan did or not. I couldn't get a hold of a second one without aftermarket process, so I never.
The custom. I've got a knockoff. I do have a knockoff Fett. I couldn't get another. It's so TK. I'm going to highlight this guy right here. So TK6287, aka Brian. He's a member of the 501 out San Jose way, and he is very responsible for most of my convention collection has come gifted from him to me. So so he did the Boba Fett, and he said the card had seen better days, and I still have it because I just was very meticulous and just cut enough to pull the tray out. But but yeah, he did that one, and then of course I've got, you can kind of make up my one hot toy right there. I got Cody, and that was from Brian and Mike as a Christmas gift this past year. So that's another thing that I'm kind of like, I don't want to see any more, but there's so many fantastic looking ones out there. But I said I would stick more true to the 6-inch scale. That's a little bit more affordable, even though they have payment plans and stuff like that, because that could be a dangerous thing. So
I've stayed away from Star Wars Hot Toys because it's slippery slope, big black hole. I don't want to fall in. Cody, and again, Cody is probably my favorite trooper out of the whole batch. So I would like to get an episode 3 Obi-Wan, but I already know he's major bank for an episode 3 Obi-Wan right now. So I'm like, I'm okay with Cody because at least I can swap out his hologram a few different ways or whatever. But that Bo-Katan that just got shown the other day, I was like, Yeah, no. If anything, if it came down to it, and somebody was holding a gun to me and said, "You have to buy one hot toy," I'd probably get the Beskar Mando. That's what Cincy Nerd has talked me into, and a couple other people with the child or Grogu.
Yes.
If I had to, if I was forced to. Look, like Dan said, he only bought the one and opened it, but kept the blister.
There we go. Yes. Oh, yeah, because Dan and his so Dan inspired so I have not quite the Fett collection that he has, but I decided I needed to help another Star Wars character out just because she just took it on the chin, and that's Jyn So I've got a Jyn Erso collection. So anytime I find her, I just happen to buy her, and I just put her away with the. So I'm up to, I think, about close to 20, I think now. So I just
all the same figure.
Absolutely the same figure, the same repack that we saw in multiple waves over and over again. I love the figure. The face, that's not great, but if you look at pretty much the entire Rogue One lineup, we weren't there with the face with the upgrading face stuff yet, and to see if maybe we'll see that this year, because I know it's very heavily rumored that they're going to get their plastic surgery, and we're going to all have to rebuy them all over again so we can see what they should be looking like. But I think the Jyn figure on a whole is a good figure. There are far worse figures in the line, I think. So I just have to save her. I'll pay $5, $10, $50, whatever. Some lady was selling a bunch. I'm like, I'll just take them all, and I'll do something with them eventually. If I can get a single shelf, I'll put them all out on display. My daughter's got one, so I just, it's maybe not the best figure to have maybe saved, but I just, there are definitely worse ones out there. So
I was like that with Marvel Legends Zorn. And Dog Samson, probably not the greatest figures in the Marvel Legends line ever, but for some reason, I don't know what it was. I'd see a Dog Samson, I'd grab it. Yeah,
that's one of the ongoing jokes on my channel is I'm not a Legends guy. I don't usually buy Marvel Legends. That's what I started collecting first. I was all in on MCU stuff. And then the more I started getting into the Black Series, I was like, okay, one's got to go. What was more, I was more passionate about Star Wars because I was there when Star Wars started. So Marvel's got to go. So I kept a few pieces. Captain America's always been probably my favorite Marvel property guy. So I've got Worthy Cap. I've got the big red Hulk. I did the Venom Pool Build-A-Figure just because that thing was so ridiculous looking. I'm like, I have to have that. And then the odd bits here and there, like a lot of those 2-packs, EB Games blew them out last month. So I picked up like the Hela Scourge 2-pack.
Oh, yeah.
For $15. So less than the cost of one Marvel Legend. I got two. The Grandmaster Korg, that was a $15 set. And the third, whatever the third one was, Ghost and Luis. All those went up for $15 each. And I was like, well, I don't care for the Luis, but I like the Ghost figure. So I'll keep Ghost. The kids can have the other one. So it worked out really well if I can find good deals like that. But I've got literally about 12 Marvel Legends. And I'm like, I don't need any more. I would like to find even maybe if it was Toy Biz or something, maybe if they've done a U.S. Agent figure, because that was when I read a lot of Captain America comic books, was when Rogers stopped and then they went into the next guy and then they went to the black and the red costume. I was like, oh, that is so good looking. So I'd love to get representation of U.S. Agent, and maybe we'll see one now that Falcon and Winter Soldier is going to be starting up.
Yeah,
I still like an older comic version myself, but
the Captain figure that U.S. Agent that they did is on that Bucky Cap body, so it's small and it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that redone.
But dinner's on, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Mike, for sure. So hello to everyone except for. I missed the live stream yesterday, so there was something apparently that I think that kind of
beef
happened. So
there's beef.
There might be beef. I think it's joking beef, but that's I know with Mike, Dan's been his. He would message me and go, "Oh my God, Dan Larson," and I'm like, "Really? Oh my God, you're so lucky." So, and I'm like, "Yeah, I got Robo." So I'm like, "Holy jumping, man!" So, oh, there we go. See, no fighting, boys, or I'll have to kick one. Well, Mike's leaving, so I don't have to kick anybody.
you go to your room.
Yeah. Go have your supper, and you think about what you did, and then you can come out and apologize later. So, yeah, say hi to Lily. Let's see. If we were to buy new versions of figure with better faces and dioramas, that's a thing too. I would. Did you get the? You got the re-released Rebels, right? With the updated, all the ones.
Oh
with the updated?
yeah, definitely.
Now, is that something that you would part with the originals, or keep the originals and the updates?
I keep everything. I don't know what it is. I like having those old versions. One, maybe I come up with a custom idea or something, or I want to make another Twilight pilot, or paint Sabine into a different Mandalorian of some kind. That. Plus, from a review standpoint, comparisons, even if I brought the old one out, I'd still bring the old one out to kind of compare the whole family of whatever.
Yeah,
that was my excuse.
Yeah, I sold mine off. I was like, they're gonna update it. I don't need the old, but I also complained saying that I didn't think the Kanan and the Hera really needed an upgrade. I get it, they made it to make it look real, but it's cartoon, so I didn't understand.
But you're also displaying them. I like being able to display them all together.
Yeah,
but the original Kanan was that old school, that older paint G.I. Joe eyes. Yes. Hera wasn't bad.
No, not at all. And
she
even
was
the Thrawn, like the Thrawn, I did sell off. I did get rid of my original Thrawn, but the only way I could justify selling him off or parting him out was because I still have that figure in the convention exclusive. So I still have the old version, but I also have the updated archive version. So I was like, that's okay. And Cody, I bought the upgraded Cody, like the new Cody, the archive one, because my Cody is pretty wobbly. So I let him retire. So I put him back in his box, and I put him in the box of boxes. And I'm like, you've served your collection well. It's time to let somebody else stand there and not move for a while or what have you. So I mean, it's definitely been. I'm still 50-50 on the whole archive thing, because I think it is great for newer collectors that weren't able to get the orange box, the blue box figures or whatever. Right. My Boba Fett, my Bosk, my IG-88, my Maul, all those are all archived. I never had the originals for any of those figures because I wasn't collecting back then. And even to see some of the prices now, I'm like, I'd still be hard pressed to want to go and get that original Anakin or whatever, because yes, they re-clean the face up a little bit or what have you, but it's a tough thing to let pieces go, because then I did let a couple pieces and I was like, damn it, and I need to get them back again. Like, can I have too many Kylo Rens? Maybe, but I could always just box them and put them away and not technically let them go from the collection.
Yeah, Kylo Ren's another one of those characters. Was like, figure after figure after figure, and I got it because it's slight upgrade, slight change, slight thing. Yeah. But TK6287 said, what was it? The original Sabine? Yeah, was not very good. Eyes were weird. New one is really good. I keep the old one with the helmet on. The new one has the helmet off. And you talking about Cody was the same thing. Old one has his helmet on. New one has his helmet off. That way it's two different looks.
Yeah, and I thought, and after I got rid of my original Sabine, I was like, oh crap, yeah, that would have been a good idea, because I hate how tight that helmet fits on her head, and I don't want to lose any of the paint or any of the applications. So now I just got her sitting there, gun up, holding the helmet in the other. So I'm like, already mental note, look, when and if toy shows are ever a thing again, I'll see if I can find a replacement so I can still put her up on the shelf with the helmet on, because I think it's a great look. I love the paint speckle and everything else that she's got going on that figure for sure. So yes, I know not all my Boba Fett's are archived because I have the thousands, but I mean, as far as original boxes, Brian, I don't have. So what would Favorite figure for Black Series for you?
Oh man, picking a favorite kid.
Oh,
Favorite.
everybody has that favorite kid that they don't admit to.
My favorite color. Oh man, it's hard to pick day to day, you know. Can I pick the Mafex Boba Fett, or did you say Black Series only?
Oh, hey, no, Mafex,
Oh,
we'll go Mafex. That's fine too.
Yeah.
That's a solid one.
Man, I mean, it's gonna. I don't know, that new deluxe version coming may give it a run for its money, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's a. I can't wait for that one for sure. I like the. I think what's going my first right now, except for after I did the review and I saw some of my pictures, is the Asajj Ventress figure.
I don't. Oh, you just rubbing that in my face? I don't have Asajj Ventress. What are you doing?
Just a little bit, yeah. One of my subscribers found him early and sent him up to me, so
Yeah.
I was one of the first Canadians to have her. But
Yeah, I'm ready.
The skirt is I can't figure out the way the shine works. It's just bizarre, but considering it there is some reuse from Dark Ray, all the legs, and I think the forearms up, and I think the one hand, because the other one doesn't have that little ring that got. But to see it put on a completely different figure that's not traffic coned by a plastic robe, she is great, and the articulation and the head but my paint, some of the detail on her markings on her head are a smidge off, so I will get another one to whatever, but I might actually use that for a custom, and then I might actually try and do a custom with that one. But she is, I can't wait for the rest. I really want to see that Bo-Katan for sure. So
I was hoping Dark Ray under the traffic cone would be very mobile. So yeah, I'm happy. I have them on the way. I'm not proud of how I got them, but I couldn't wait any longer.
You went to the E of Bay?
No, maybe the Bay of E. Yeah, I mean, I didn't pay too much over after shipping, with free shipping and stuff. So it wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be.
No. And how about Black Series? Which figure do you think might be in the most need of an upgrade, a retool, a redesign? Doesn't have to be the most whatever. If you got one or two that you think that, you know what, I really wish they could have done something better with
Farm Boy Luke.
Oh, yeah.
Do they all have the cloth shirt so far that we've seen? They have, haven't they?
Yeah. Where is he? He's up there.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. That one's not good.
Oh, no. Yeah. Right there. I should have said that right off the bat. Joseph Pierce, R2D2. And I think we kind of hinted at that earlier, huh?
Yes.
They've gotten their money out of that mold. Just give us a bigger, better, more accurate one. And then they'll make all that money again and repaint them. Give us all the R2 units. Just
holy crap, 95 friggin' no. So I just saw the viewer count. So I was like, ooh, so that's wow. Okay, thank you everybody so far. That's fantastic. No, 71 minutes in, only another 3. No. Robo is very kind to be able to hang out with us. He does have work to do, so I'm just trying to get as much Robo time in before he does need to actually do some stuff. So it's not going to be a 5-hour stream. I don't know if I have 5 hours to do it by myself today, because that takes a lot of. My voice hasn't started to crack yet, so that's always a good sign.
Okay,
so.
What's the longest you've streamed? Is
5 hours. Yeah,
5 hours?
5 hours, and that was after I had another YouTuber on, because I again paying back and paying it forward to some guys that were very great. To there's a group of some English blokes that they get together called the Pally Boys, and usual Mike Television guests on there every once in a while. They live stream 2, 3, 4 times a week, and there's like a good 4, 5, 6 of them all together. So they've had me on a few times, and they really helped, I guess, expand my market to some other people that would not have known about me. And that was enough to push me over to finally monetize. Because
No,
again, all I ever wanted was the community posting. I'm like, I don't care about the little bits of peanuts because I only get 200 to 400 views per whatever I put out. And because the market's so soft right now, and because we don't see a lot of stuff up here, so unless I get the stuff pre-ordered, and I've got a couple of solid guys that I can get stuff through to make things a little bit easier. But if I don't have anything out, I'm like, oh, okay, well, we'll still do the live streams, but the content part's not there. But yeah, these guys have just been fantastic. So I'll have smaller channels guest with me to try to help spread the word a little bit. Yes, there we go. Not all you guys, but yes, there are a few of you guys in the house. Absolutely. So, and it's great because then I can talk with the Brits. I can talk about like Red Dwarf and some of the British sci-fi comedy shows and stuff like that, that a lot of people that I have like real friends that are like, what the hell is that? Like, I don't know what it's like. Oh, you're missing out. It's a little dated now, but like I showed on my thing, like I pre-ordered this. This is the newest Red Dwarf episodic thing to come out. I ordered this on Amazon last June, and this just showed up this week.
Really?
Yeah. For a DVD. Like I couldn't even find the Blu-ray because they're like, oh, we don't know when it's getting. So I have it digitally already, but I physically love to, like digital doesn't necessarily mean you're always going to have it. So I have an issue with buying digital product. So, but yes, it's a good thing. What have we got? Oh, thanks, Dan. The words, they're not there, but yes. Oh, please. Thank you, Toy Chase, for sure. Anybody got any questions? Because I've gone through part of my list or whichever, but we'll just keep going along. So, any, I don't know if we have to just specifically stick with Star Wars, but I know a lot of my, that's all it is. And I love talking Star Wars anyways, but is there any characters that you think that we should have already had by now besides Lobot? I'll put that out there because I know Lobot's going to come up in the chat. So.
Lobot does seem like especially with the 40th anniversary of Empire Strikes Back just passing.
Yeah.
He should have been on a vintage card. Should have been.
Absolutely. That's what I kind of figured, maybe not have done this one by himself, and then Lobot could have.
Or do that and take Luke out of the vintage thing. Which I guess he's pretty iconic for a 40th anniversary line, but Lobot.
There we go. So Lobot there, Jesus, Peter's probably, there we go.
I could probably name quite a few others too. I mean,
there you go, Peter.
That probably goes back to the who would you like to see redone would be IG-88 in a proper size. And then they can do IG-11 again, and see money to be made.
Oh no, for sure. I still want to see a New Hope Han Solo
redone,
completely redone. He kind of makes me sad just looking at him right now. I would say for sure,
especially compared to Bespin.
Oh, that's night and day. Like I love that Bespin Han is incredible. Probably my favorite Han Solo figure, period, I think. I hope they don't redo him in Trooper disguise. I don't need another one to go with my Justin Bieber Trooper.
Those are the only two I skipped ever that I can think of right off the top. But those two with their wonky masks and the weirdness, I was just like, nah, I don't need those. No,
I thought if they were going to maybe redo them, it would be an awesome convention thing. Do Chewie in binders, throw the mouse droid in there, and then have the two of them and have them done in the new mold. I know Mark Hamill's face is an enigma all in itself.
In plastic form, yeah.
Oh, Jesus. But maybe I don't know. Try to find something that works decently. But I think doing that as a convention pack would be really, I would have no problem doing that one. But as a single release, I don't think I could go that way.
Don't shorten Luke just at the torso. That just looks odd, which I understand is more mold and more sculpt, but yeah, it's his crotch is at the same level as Han, and then
Yes, I never thought about that. Yeah, actually, no, looking at, yep, I'm just seeing that right now.
and he's it looks like older Toy Biz Marvel Legends where with the hot
Yeah.
crotch.
Oh, God, yeah. And then Cantina Aliens and Jabba's entourage. I don't understand. We know Hasbro does creatures really, really well. I don't think we really complain about any alien that they put out. Their humanizing stuff has gotten better, because I still, and as much as the sequels are, I still would like a proper, decent looking Poe Dameron and Finn.
From the last one.
Yes.
Yeah, and Finn from the last one.
Yeah, because the Ian McShane version of Poe Dameron just does not not cut it for me at all. That pilot Poe, again, he's one of the ones I leave the helmet on. So I always like, you're there, you're in the back. I'd like to see General Hux. He could, I really think he could, if you wanted to update some of the newer figures. Yeah, his is horrible. Like, it looks nothing like the actor at all.
I don't know if they're going to come back and do, maybe in more than a few years from now, they may come back and do that. But if Hasbro's probably looking at, we need to do Mandalorian, we're going to do some original trilogy stuff, and then prequels is, anniversaries coming up.
And then with all the announcement stuff. So I think somebody had put up, about Bad Batch. What are your thoughts on the Bad Batch?
I've watched those up. I've watched some of that. I need to catch up on Clone Wars altogether. I haven't watched a lot of it, but I have watched season 7 parts of it, and I'm excited about Bad Batch. That's right up my alley. That's a team of specialists.
Mm-hmm.
That's in clone armor. Gimme.
Yeah, I was the same. I got through all of the last season just very recently, and then an old employee of mine from years back, I had put up some extras figures that I had as doubles or whatever, and I had an extra season 1, episode 1 Mandalorian, and I'm like, I'm just gonna sell them. I got 3 versions of them. I don't need 4, whatever. So he actually touched base with me. I was like, really? Holy crap, man! I haven't heard you in a while. So we hooked up, and he's like, I will send you a list of the order of what episodes you really need to watch. And then if you don't want to watch all 7 seasons, you don't have to. And I was like, sold. I am down for something like that. So I'm only about halfway through still, and I'd like to go back and rewatch all of Rebels, because it didn't really suck me in the first season. I was like, it's fine. I don't know if it's going to last, but seeing how the characters finish, I was like, whoa, there's a lot of stuff I missed there. So I'm going to have to go back and rewatch all of it again.
Right. Because I think, I watched all of Rebels, and it took me a bit to get into it, to learn these characters, because I didn't know Ahsoka's path, or, why Rex was off and doing things. But I always look at Rebels as, I see the people groping about the force powers that came up in the sequels. Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, Rebels had time travel. So that's another reason I'm pretty good with here, and I can pick and choose. And
Oh, we got who is your Simon? Okay, what was your favorite toy show or convention? Are you talking?
San Diego's pretty good, but I also like New York Toy Fair is pretty. It's 2 completely different feels, and I know guys that do not like going to Toy Fair because of how corporate stuff.
Okay,
there's just lots of guys in suits, and I'm backwoods Arkansas. I go up there, and it's just like, ooh, this is weird. But you get right one-on-one with toy people, companies.
Mm-hmm.
You get to know, because then you go to San Diego and you're in the crowd. There's like tons of fans just, and that's fun too. But those are about the biggest toy top shows that have actual companies there,
Yeah. I have never there's never in Canada. I'm about 40 minutes outside of Toronto, and about maybe almost that distance to Niagara Falls. So I'm more like around Hamilton, the Hammer, Steel Town. So we do get Niagara Falls has a pretty fair sized convention. Oh yeah.
There's Hasbro up there at one of the shows, isn't they? Or aren't they?
Hasbro shows up at our Fan Expo, which was a 2-day convention, which has gone to I think it's Thursday to Sunday now. So it could be a 4-day. I think it's a 4-day now. And so that one's insane. Like it just takes over so much of Toronto because when that event goes on, baseball is going on, and we have the Toronto Blue Jays, regardless of how good or bad they are, and whatever. So the Jays are playing usually. We have our Canadian National Exhibition, so the big fair, the outdoor. It takes up a huge chunk of Toronto. That's going on at the same time. So if you don't want to go through that lovely drive of going to Toronto and then trying to find overpaid parking, and you want to take the train in, you get the guys that are dressed up in full cosplay, the guys that are wearing their baseball jerseys, the other people that are griping that are like, oh my God, I'm taking my 16 kids to the fair, and it's just going to be what? And then the other people, because they also have concerts at there. So like not last year, 2 years ago, I saw New Order played at the festival. So I was like, and of course, then you get all the old 80s retro music listening people. So it's just a whole group of mixture of people. But I started going right from the first year that Fan Expo started, and it's just gotten to the point now, and I don't know if it's the fact that I just don't like walking around like this most of the time. Walking. And I know San Diego, it was definitely going to be something like, I would love to go. There's guys that want me to be able to go down to like do a celebration or something. And I'm like, one of these days, hopefully I'd like to experience one of the really big shows. Yeah, for sure.
At least once. Celebration's cool too. Celebration's awesome because it's so focused. Everybody's there for one thing. And that's a cool feeling. Yeah. Absolutely. So there's definitely like Brian is really trying. He's like, you got. I'm like, oh well. Again, we'll see. Again, I have 2 kids. I have a wife. I have a job. So there are things that I gotta, to see if it'll work out. And then debating on. Well, I mean, this is the second year now that it's not a thing because of COVID and everything else that's going on right now. Which is, it's just heartbreaking to see when those announcements come out. But it's for the. I guess it's for the best for the time being anyway. So, I mean, we're still finding toys. We got online. So I just say we just have online shows like this. So, I mean, I love hanging out with people and stuff, but there's also something to be said about getting all your toy news, watching the panels and everything at home in your pajamas. And I don't have to go to hang out at a hotel, walk everywhere to get food, and which is cool. I mean,
and getting the exclusives too. You don't have to go and spend, hours in line to see if you can even get something.
Yeah. Now I can just log in for Hasbro, order, which I thought was going to be a nightmare last year, and it ended up fairly pleasant just to get your stuff and wait.
Yeah, I got lucky. I had a couple of guys that were like, "Oh, we'll try for you," and I'm like, "Okay, good," because I didn't want to spend $50 American to have the premium, and I'm like, you don't really see any extra, especially being Canadian. It's like, it's like $75.
Yeah.
The possibility of getting something. I'm like, I got a better shot at going and giving a homeless guy $5 and maybe asking him to kick me in the junk in the alley or something. But I'm like, I don't know. But so a couple of pieces some friends got for me. And then when they decided that the Heroes of Endor, that they were going to do like a pre-order, which is like, oh, that's great that at least more people are going to get these things and they're going to produce based on how many they need to sell to people. But then out of nowhere, EB Games just kind of went, oh, by the way, boom. And I had my Heroes of Endor set in my hand before a lot of the guys that got them off of the virtual show. And I was like, I'll take that I'll take the win for once. That's for sure. So.
And I've heard that before, that outside the United States, that EB Games, comic shops, they can order the Hasbro exclusive stuff. But for a long time, people didn't understand that just because you were going to San Diego doesn't mean you were getting the exclusives.
No.
I'd get emails or messages just like, hey, can you pick me one up too? I'm like, I'll be lucky to get one myself. But the last year with that premium, the Pulse, whatever,
Yeah.
there were times that you could go because you had the membership. That was worth it to me right there. Was
Yes.
I can just jump in line and buy my stuff before everybody else gets in there. That was cool.
No, oh no, absolutely. I thought it was great. So I always get the problem. I always think I point
point on the others. Oh,
right there. Absolutely, class A. Believe me, guys. And I mean, I'll blow smoke when it whatever, and I'll fangirl out as much as the next person. Seriously, like to have somebody like Robo say, "Sure, I got some time for you." A little guy with 1,000 subscribers, big channel with over 100,000 subscribers.
well,
Just shows you what kind of a community we have. That we're all down to, very down to earth. Like I could go, I'd sit and have a coffee with Robo down in the woods for sure. Like, like I think this is fantastic. Like I said, I've been looking like for the last ever since when you were able to get back. And then I was like, man, it's been about a month and I know he's busy and I don't want to be like that guy and just say, hey, remember you and I'm like, oh, damn it. So again, these guys kind of poke me. Oh, it's not going to hurt if you just give them I'm like, all right.
You got to hit me up 2 or 3 times because messages and I get lost. I get over on Instagram. There's Facebook. There's people have my phone number. They text me and stuff. And and YouTube messages and comments and why didn't you read this? And I'm like, and I never thought I'd have that problem either. When I first started, I was like, I'm replying to everything, all the comments here and there, and then it just got away. I mean, it just there's no possible way to keep up with everybody.
No, and I mean, and I would assume like so when you're doing your recording and everything, is it just you, or do you have another? Is 100% you doing?
Oh yeah. 100% me. You're talking about what, shooting, editing,
all all of it.
Yeah.
So
I come back. I shoot, but I've gotten good over the years about while I'm shooting, I know what's going to be involved when it goes to edits. So if I say something or if I do something, I'm like, no, that's not going to work. I kick back real quick, redo it. Because the weekly, I'll have a 45 minutes, hour of footage, and then cut it down to 20 minutes because I'll be saying something or I'll look at because I have bullet points and I'm going through them and I'm talking and I'm like, oh no, I should have said that. And this will work it better. And then I can make this joke and it'll tie down and come back. And so it becomes a big, so Friday's my big wake up, start the weekly, and then I'll be editing for 4 hours
because it's your whole bread and butter. It's your whole thing. Yeah, there are definitely days, and again, like I said, with me just being a one take type of guy, regardless if I get about to the 13-minute mark, and then all of a sudden I just kind of just hit a wall, and I'll be like, damn, I got to start all over again. And then I'll,
see, that's
because I just don't, honestly, again, I felt like I just got thrown in and was like, okay, well, this is how you do things. Okay. iMovie, what is that? And how do I do this? And this is, and whatever. And like, again, with my logo and my little intro to the channel, that just was, again, it was from another toy collector. I had some Overwatch Nendroids, and I'm like, I'm not getting into this line. I want to clear them out so I can put something else into my lineup. And so this guy's like, listen, I don't have a lot of cash right now, but I do graphic design and this and that. He goes, do you need anything like that? And I was like, ooh, well, I've got a little itty bitty teeny tiny YouTube channel. I could always use like a logo or something. So he's like, done. He banged it out in about 3 days, sent them off to me, and then I sent them the figures out. And then every once in a while he touches base with me. He's like, if you got any more figures, I can do some more stuff for you. And I'm like, I don't know what, besides maybe you can change my eye color in my cartoon to blue instead of brown because I have blue eyes, but whatever, it makes it a limited edition chase on my stickers or something for the time being. But, I do want to get better with that stuff. I'd like to kind of make it a little bit more crisp and clean and not have so much of the the Canadian, the ums and the ahs come out, because I do try to write down some bullet points and try to touch on that stuff. And sometimes I think it comes off very smart, and then I don't think anybody else picks up on it. And then other times when I make a flub, and then everybody jumps on the flub, and I'm like,
yeah. Oh yeah, they're always, and I'm not saying that as they, but I think in the last weekly, and I don't know why I do it. It's in my head. It's a pterodon. That's how I hear it in my head, but it's a pteranodon.
Pteranodon, yes.
And even when I type it out for the bullet points, I write pterodon. And so I guess I was just swept up in the la, 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 and I said pterodon, and that's what everyone focused right on. Bam! Yeah. You said pterodon. I was like, yeah, and I said a lot of other stuff too. What about that?
Oh no, exactly. Yeah. You know,
and at first I would get. That was another reason I didn't want to do YouTube. I was very sensitive to what people would say. Yeah. And it took some years for me to finally go, oh, you know what? In fact, it was Dan that gave me some advice at a toy fair one year. And I was like, you know what? That's brilliant. So I try to take the positive, just let the negative roll off. Just, and honestly, I don't get a lot of negative stuff. I mostly because I don't reply to it or I don't egg it on. Yes. But I also try to stay pretty positive as a whole. So I like to think that people feed off that, and positive gives positive. At least that's what I hope.
No, absolutely. I like if I get like one thumbs down, I'm just like, who was that gave me that thumbs down? Why did I get a thumbs down? What's going on? Like, that video didn't get a thumbs down. Why did this one? Oh my God.
And when I first started getting thumbs downs, I was like, what did I do wrong? What do I need to change? And you can't do it. And now I get Bat Force Grump. I know. I didn't even realize Revolution was today. I knew it, but I didn't realize it was tonight. But it being pay-per-view, I'll just catch the highlights tomorrow.
There we go.
Yeah.
See if have you ever done an outtakes video before?
I sometimes leave them in the middle of it.
Yes. Yep.
Because have I ever actually done it at the end of a video or anything? Because if it's something that makes me laugh when I'm going back through editing, I'll leave it right in the middle as kind of a hop, and then back into the news thing. Yep. It's just, I don't know. It's just human. I'm just human.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I went through that. I was doing, I don't even remember what it was. Thrawn. Oh, I think it was Thrawn. I was doing the on the archive, and I don't know what it was. I just could not get through my, hey everybody, this is what and I must have done about I swear to over 40 takes. I was just like, and this way and that way, and then I something completely different, and then I ended up going like, do you smell what the Rock, like, do you smell what Thrawn is cooking? And I'm like, that is completely nothing that I would ever do in my entire life. But I was so frustrated by that point. I'm just like, oh, who cares? And then I'm like, well, instead of just wiping all that footage, maybe I'll just put some choice pieces together and just let people have it. Because normally I would just be like, I am so embarrassed. I'll walk around beat red. So I'm like, maybe I don't want, but I'm like, whatever. Like, if you can't laugh at yourself, then and whatever else. But
because that's another thing I had to learn. There's been videos where I'm like, I left something in before and scheduled it, and then just it ate at me until it actually came out. And most of the time, 99% of the time, I feel like, I'm going to be embarrassed, or people are going to jump all over that. It's going to be bad. Why did I leave that in there? And most of the time, that's the thing people react to the most. That's the connection. And I'm like, oh, well, and that's what started me down the path of just leaving silly stuff or sound effects or editing, or it's just like, oh, well, the more embarrassing I can get, the more human it comes across.
Absolutely. It's that way. You're not like, I'm not a robot or a digital thing.
Yeah. So, it's just you putting the more personal stuff out there.
Yeah. Yep. And I like to drop sometimes later on. So that way, I can tell if people are watching, how much they're watching, because if they don't go, oh, really? I missed what happened? Your pants fell down when you were doing. Oh, you didn't watch the whole video, did you? So, but Jay, if Robo can't post, I have Robo's PO. So.
Oh, and it's also in any of my videos. It's in the description.
That's right. Yeah, in the description. So I can post, and then you can go check out any of those as well. So
yeah, and remembering it off the top of, I've only had it for 2 or 3 years, and I can't ever remember what the actual PO box number is.
I need to do. I have everything come to the house, and my wife's just like, "Is that really a good idea?" I'm like, "Well, how much? Again, how much is too much? Just like that, you're going to go out of pocket." To try to even earn enough back. Like, I mean, if I make just enough to cover a PO box every single month, I'd be okay with that. Like, that's fine. Like, again, I have a pension and benefits and stuff that I need because my kids are still, like, one's almost 15, the other's almost 10, but we got a ways to go or whatever. And my wife will still make sure I'm an adult to some degree, but yeah, it's I think eventually that'll be the next thing. Will be actually sucking it up and paying for a PO box. I think will probably be my next thing. So
yeah, PO box that I could just leave out there, because was I doing video? I think I was shooting videos when the Kickstarter for our ninjas finally went through, and I was shipping all those out from here. I have a buddy with a warehouse, and we were working on that. And people had gotten their stuff, and there was somebody that was unhappy. And well, I mean, eyes crooked, all this.
Right.
But instead of just going, hey, can I get a replacement or all this? It was more like, yeah, I know where you live and your whole family. I can come get it myself if you don't want to do. And I was like, oh, no, P.O. box. I'm done with all this. Nobody. Internet. Again, 99% happy and love it, but man, that that little percentage. So yeah, I went PO box. It's still in the same town, same area, but and there's lots of guns between me and the PO box. So that's I'm not talking about me, but I have a police shooting range on the property.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, hey, still you can just say, oh, you have never seen my gun collection. Here's okay. Yes. What do you enjoy more, doing the news videos or doing the review videos? Or doing your play day videos?
Okay, play days. It's up there.
Yeah.
Because customizing used to be a lot about, especially late 90s, early 2000s. It was a lot of, well, they're not going to give it to us. We're going to make it, But then, Hasbro got better and better about giving. I'd make something, they'd put something out, So I stopped for a long time. But now, with the Playday stuff, where it's just enhancements or things digging deep that I know they're not going to make, yeah, I have fun there. But still, it comes down the news videos. I get to be me, or get to go crazy talking about toys that I may never own or that's me doing what I've done, standing at gas stations or at friends' houses, or not knowing I'd ever be in front of the internet doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I get to let loose a little.
Oh, here we go. Black Series, Haslab. You ever had thoughts?
The skiff. I'd like to see just I know we'll never get the sail barge in Black Series, but the skiff is kind of that in-between size. I don't know if they'll ever go back and do a TIE Fighter sized Black Series regular release. Yeah. Although I think it would have sold more if it was an original trilogy version.
Oh, yep.
But the skiff seems kind of that in between, not a whole lot of plastic, but a bit of plastic. It's more size than it is weight. That would be a problem for retail unless it came in halves or something.
Yeah. I thought ATST might not be too.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good too. pop the legs off, or you got to put them together. They
Yeah,
snap.
yeah. I mean, I do love the TIE Fighter. But I think I love it because I think I got it new for $20, so that made it a lot better. But like that snow speeder
That's
is
good too. I was just looking for that. Oh, it's over there too.
is so close to being just dynamite. I got a few little quirks about it, but I think just in general, I think for them to finally go, yeah, the TIE Fighter didn't really hook a lot of people. So I don't know if we're going to do another full-size ship, but I'm hoping that the Snow Speeder sold at least to their expectation or better. So then they say, yes, you know what? Oh, hey, that one sold great. So yeah, we'll give you another vehicle in the future.
It is it's very horizontal though. Takes up shelf wise the snow speeder, but and I never think about how much bigger an X-wing is than a snow speeder, width and length.
Yeah,
pretty big. Somebody just posted A-wing, and that's about perfect. Put in a box ship size.
Yeah. I could go with that. Not maybe my favorite ship, but I mean, if we had one scale, I wouldn't say no. That's for sure. So, because I know myself, if I were, I think if it's one of those things. I passed, and it's one of those. I passed on the McFarlane Spawn, which I was never a Spawn guy, but Todd is some kind of friggin' crazy, that guy. So I was like, you know what? Probably should have been one I should have jumped on, even if it was just the base model and just put it aside or something like that. But I told myself I don't want to miss out again. Like I'm super happy I'm not so deep into Transformers that I had to get that giant bloody that's come, because it would have been, my wife would have been, if that's coming in here, you're going where it came from. And I'll be like, okay, so I'm going to live in my car from the rest of my life. Like, it's just not going to be a thing. But if I miss out on a Star, like, I know that would probably be the biggest regret. But it would have to also be something that somehow, maybe like some people said, hang them from the ceiling. I thought about doing that with the TIE Fighter, because I just have the TIE Fighter and the Snow Speeder on the ground behind me, because I'm like, I don't have a deep enough shelf or a low enough shelf, because being in the basement, the ceilings are a lot lower down here.
Right.
So it's just like, that's where they're going to go. The cat uses them to rub. Whenever she's got an itch, she just rubs on the bloody wings all the time. I'm like, that's where it's going to stay from now until my end of days, or when the plastic decides it's going to figure out a way to rot. So
mine's sitting on top of a Tupperware shelf thing with the Snow Speeder shoved under it, nowhere near the Star Wars display. So, actually, the Snow Speeder's sitting on top of it. That's amazing. So I realize I did that.
There we go. B-wing. Okay.
B-wing. And I didn't think about the X-wing would probably be a good Haslab too. Wings pop off like the vintage model or something, and
I think with an X-wing as well. I've seen people take that generic X-wing, the whatever I think Toys R Us. I know Toys R Us was selling them, and then they've retro and they've cut out the cockpit and been far more creative than I think I could have probably ever done or whatever. But I know they've been using that, but I still think it was really weird. I understand it's the sequel trilogy and we're trying to pull the younger fans back into it and stuff like that. So we better give them up. But I think if they would have done Vader's TIE Fighter or the original TIE Fighter, and I would have loved them to do in the original TIE Fighter in the white back in the day as the original TIE Fighter toy, just a little bit of nod.
Or they could have done a movie accurate one, and then for the 40th anniversary, do the Kenner version, like all the other Kenner inspired colors this lately. That would have been awesome.
How do you feel about those three new ones?
Pre-ordered.
Yeah, well, I have them. Like, are you actually looking forward? I like to see the Kenobi. That one I'd like to get in hand to see with the plastic and the whole bit. I think the Jawa I think's lazy a little bit. And
if they had well, I don't know. I don't think the vinyl cape thing like Kenobi would have worked on the Jawa.
Yeah.
And the original wasn't that the short pack one before it went to a cloth robe?
Yeah.
So I think it was just colors. The Greedo one's cool. The Greedo one I kind of want two of.
Yeah.
One to open, one to leave. Because the vintage carded stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need the Kenobi loose, I don't think, for the display.
Yeah.
Maybe. Unless they put it back up. Maybe get a second one.
No, yeah, that's true. And I got my Zuckus and my 4 LOM there because I took Boba Fett out. I was like, well, Boba Fett's out, so he needs some other Kenner colored guys to hang out with him. So
I bought a second one of those to keep on the card. That's still sitting over there in the box that it shipped in. And the Wampa I left in too from San Diego.
Yeah, my Wampa's still there as much as I would like to pull him out, but I think just a paint difference. So I was like, no, yeah. I still don't get why they gave us the Wampa, but why wouldn't they have done the Tauntaun again? I mean, we got Han Solo re-released. They gave us the Luke Skywalker again. We got the Tauntaun upgrade or the Wampa, but I would have killed for another Tauntaun.
And then another one, or make it with a swappable tut. Was it the horn that Luke's missing part of one? Oh, it's missing the tip, so you can have 2 Tauntauns for both of them.
Yeah, that would have been. I would have been okay with that for sure.
But I don't know. I don't know. The Black Series line, it's kind of weird.
It is. I do love to see though. I still appreciate looking at that first Rey figure that came with the BB-8.
With the the first photoreal one, or
the very first
before
Rey.
that.
Yeah, the episode 7 Rey. Very, just to see how porcelain doll looking she was, and how bad the articulation was. That hard plastic loopy thing on her one side, and just I think with mine, even moving on the ankles, part of the plastic would bulge out of the joint. So to see that, and then to see where they finished up, and not counting the Dark Rey, but the episode 9 Rey, like I love to see the progression from first figure to kind of final figure, and to see the upgrades that Hasbro's taken from Marvel Legends or the Power Ranger line or the G.I. Joe line now, and like putting the butterfly joints, and then they get us, but then they go back to the well again, like the Jump Trooper. I love that Jump Trooper. I love that yellow piece on there, and I know it's a cheap way for Hasbro to put product out, just going, all we got to do is give them a new box. That's all. And hey, we'll save some money because we won't give it as much color. Here you go. I understand that they do need a few of those out there once in a while, but I'd love to see that Jump Trooper on that new Trooper body. That was my number 1 figure of the year, was the Stormtrooper. And it's amazing. I wish start just ripping that mold off, give me that 100 every day. So,
and I don't know. Whenever I start thinking as a product manager, which I have no experience with that. I only know from talking to them at shows, but in my brain, I'm like, oh, they were using that new mold for that Remnant Trooper at Target at the same time they were trying to produce this Jump Trooper for this line. So they had to use the old mold in order to produce it at the same time. That's not me making an excuse. That's just how I think about it when I think, damn, that new Trooper should have had that new body because it was awesome. But I don't know. And I think the exclusives, reusing stuff like that, one, going to GameStop, is extra money for them to continue doing mostly new sculpts in the main line.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I know people compare it to McFarlane. McFarlane has all new sculpts all the time in all his lines. Well, McFarlane's probably tossing a lot of money at factories and to get the line going, to keep the line going. And that's a much smaller operation, is McFarlane Toys compared to Hasbro overall.
Definitely. I mean, we're starting to see that he's putting out color variants or whatever. He's using a little bit, but that man, I don't know what that guy's got through his blood, or if he can maybe sell some of it to people, because wow, that dude just cannot stop. I got a few of the new DC figures. I thought, oh, okay, they're fine. I'm like, I'm not going to go deep. I was always a Batman guy. That was always my thing. I like to show my one piece off here. So this is what got me back into collecting, was my wife finding this at a church bazaar for $20, and it's never been out of the box. So
Nice.
So I'm like, ooh. So Batman animated was near and dear to my heart, and to see McFarlane pick it up, I was like, okay, McFarlane, oh man, the articulation can be hit and miss with him. Let's just see. So I did get a couple, and I'm like, I'm not going. But then when they showed off that stupid Bat Cycle, and so
Death Metal. Yeah.
I got the Batman, so he's right there, waiting for the Bat Cycle to show up. I've got to get him still, and then Kingdom Come Superman. I was fascinated with Russia and the old hammer and sickle and back in the old regime. I used to read tons of history books. I tried to learn some of the language. So there's just something about it, and I'm like, I don't care for Superman really as a character on whole, but I had to buy that one too, because I'm like, I just love the emblem. I love the toned down, muted colors of he's not bright blue, bright red.
You're talking about Red Sun.
Yeah. Oh, the Red Sun. Sorry.
Gotcha.
Yes, Red Sun.
I was thinking, did they make a Kingdom Come? I don't remember. But then, I remember.
Kingdom Come was really good too. But yeah, the Red Sun. So the Red Sun Superman, I'm like, I don't need him, but yeah, he's still in there now. So, and I'm like, there's a few others now that I'm starting to see that I'm like, damn you, Todd, for that.
I was getting some at first, but I couldn't keep up. And I realized, man, I just don't have a DC display. I don't have any place to put them. I've got too much Star Wars and too much Marvel.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine with yours, there is one more that I would like to pick up, and he's a favorite of mine for DC, and that's The Question.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I know they've done I don't know much about the DC figures. I've got the Justice League Unlimited, the itty bitty tiny teeny one. I'd love another. I know they have made one or two versions of him in a 6-inch form, but he's very spendy now to try to find one. And I would like to get a Question for sure, because he very Batman-y and whatever, so that would be. So I don't know if McFarlane would ever put a Question out. I have no idea, but
depends on if he shows up any kind of media or something.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
I also have a mostly complete DC Universe Classics collection in tubs. And you're talking about Question. I was like, they did make a Question. I do have a Question figure, because at first I thought, I don't have a Question. But if McFarlane made a Catman, I'd be all over that. That'd be my next.
Ooh.
Just very. I can't pass up a Catman.
No, that's a good one. So now, I would say for sure. So Star Wars is your number one, for sure.
Yeah.
And then Marvel too. So if you had to get rid of, so I would imagine Star Wars would go with you regardless. But is there anything? Trying to think of the easiest way to phrase this. Okay, so let's go with like Plunderlings.
Yeah.
Again, you were definitely, that's the only way I ever heard of a Plunderling was due to the weekly and so on and so forth or whatever. And unfortunately, it wasn't financially, I missed out. And I'm and then seeing that they're starting to pop up a little bit, they're still, unfortunately, they're not staying online for very long for anybody that wants to buy them. And the prices are definitely, I'm like, whoa. And it being an American price as well, I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to get my hands on even just one, because I would love just one to put in to say yes for sure. But I would imagine you've got pieces from multiple avenues of different properties. Do you find it difficult to go, nope, it's got to be Star Wars, it's got to be Marvel? Okay, maybe I can squeeze a little. Like I know what you were saying with the Masters of the Universe, that that the line that you were collecting, it's done, and that you're not into the Walmart brand ones or whatever. But but yeah, do you hit to that line where you're like, oh man, that looks, nope, I got to stay away.
Most of the time, because I'll try anything once, toy line wise. That's because, especially from a different company, from a new company, like the Felix Toys Joaquin Phoenix Joker, that I thought, well, it doesn't seem like any of the main toy companies are going to give us this. I'll try it from this third-party company that I've never ordered anything from,
Right.
I've never heard of before, just to get a Joaquin Phoenix Joker figure. One, it's interesting to me to see how a company like that does their figures, how much it's different from the main lines, or if they may do something better or different. But when it comes to, like, I kind of like Dragon Ball Z from what I've seen.
Yes, okay.
But I don't buy any of the figures.
Yep.
Just because I've bought some of the model kits because I enjoy putting action figure model kits together. And I thought, oh, this is a cheap, easy way to have a few Dragon Ball Z figures on the shelf. But when it comes to especially import prices, no, I better not. I can't do that. And when Bandai started making a bunch of the SH Figure Arts, Infinity War, in-game Marvel top figures, I thought Marvel Legends is doing good, and it's good.
Yeah,
I'm good with that. And so I skipped those two. It's hard because, like you're talking about Transformers, there's a lull.
Yes,
and I'm not buying anything right now. Should I buy something? I better buy something because if I go to a store and I don't find anything, that's when I start. Oh, I better go check the NECA section or look over here. But the older I've gotten, the better I've gotten about not buying stuff just to buy stuff. Because there was also a time early in the channel where I was like, oh, I got to have something to review. I better go buy something. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
But there wasn't the amount of product we're seeing now back then either. So I could stay. I also changed my schedule up. When was that? A year or two ago, to only do 2 reviews a week.
Yeah.
And that way I didn't have to go out and just find something to review.
Right.
I also threw the play days in there, and I started doing Marvel Legends and Black Series in waves. I do all the figures together.
Well, yeah, and that makes so much more sense.
It's a nightmare to review all at the same time.
You go through 6 or 7 and then put the Build-A-Figure together and then try to do that. Believe me, I love the extra Robo time, like without a doubt. But I could see it from being on the opposite side of things, going, holy Christ! You think how many friggin' hours of crap he's got to go through and then cut all that and put that in and pictures of this, and I'm just like, no, not at all. So.
I couldn't even imagine doing it in one shot.
Oh,
that's a live stream type situation. Which I've thought about, which I may do with all the Fortnite stuff. I still have carded, and my Turtles and some of the older Star Wars stuff. Just start a live stream and okay, here we go.
Yeah. And I don't get nearly as much, or have as if right now I don't have a pile of anything. And I kept telling myself, I'm like, you know what? I think I'm gonna, if I get mail or if I know I'm getting mail, that I'll just wait and I'll do my mail on a live stream. But then man, I'm not live streaming for 2 more days. I can't have a package sitting there and not know what it is. I need to open it now. So
I moved my mail pile. But there's also a fun thing about opening mail for everybody. Oh, it's a surprise for everybody.
Yeah, and that's it. Like I've got this one lovely lady, Linda from Australia, and she did this custom flame trooper for me. Lit him on fire, and nice. I'm like, and I love the melted tank. Like, this guy was inches away from not being here anymore, but so she put in a whole bunch of Australian goodies, like snacks and stuff. I was like, oh, because I try to intermittent fast. I've lost a lot of weight over the last few years, so I'm like, I try not to go with a lot of the sweet, but it was like taffy stuff, and so I'm like, I'm gonna do it in a video. So I sat there and I basically gave my thoughts on Australian sweets, and I would say 90% of them are damn delicious, and I'm glad they're over there because I can't readily get them over here right now. But But yeah, it's still weird to have people send stuff in, like, and I've only had the channel again. This is going into my 3rd year now. So it just, I don't know, it's bizarre. But then again, I was on the other side because Mike, who started me on the thing, I came across, I was in kind of a bad place for a while, and his channel did some stuff for, really helped out. And I was like, okay, you know what? These guys probably get some sort of money from YouTube, because again, I didn't know anything about the platform. But I'm like, they put all this time and effort in. God knows what an hourly rate that would turn into. A lot of us would probably be like banging our heads on a wall, like, why am I doing this for a living? But I'm like, I want to show my appreciation because I'm getting entertainment out of it. It would be the same as if I went to a movie or I went to a Comic-Con or something like that. That's how I'd like to. So I pestered him for months going, have you got an address that I'd like to send, and he's like, really? So he finally got a PO box to shut up this weird Canadian guy. And so I would just periodically, put a bunch of stuff together and just send them some stuff down. And people were like, why would you? I'm like, that's how I'm saying thank you. Besides leaving a comment, which they may or may not be able to read, debating on how big their channels are, they probably try to go, well, if I get the top 25, that might be as best as I can do right now or whatever. But maybe I'll get the kid to sit there and hit the thumbs up button. So like all 1,000 comments, everybody's like, ooh, he noticed me, whatever. But
yeah,
I don't know. It's still just a weird feeling for people to do it my way now.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, I just sit here and talk about, I like this, or hey, look, somebody made me into an action. Like,
oh man, receiving figures of you is kind of, I've had that a couple times, or artwork online. Somebody's drawn me and I'm like, whoa, this is insane. This is crazy. Because it's just little me talking about toys on the internet. But at the same time, a lot of people send me stuff for promotion. I'm usually, they have a web page or an Etsy or an eBay. Yes. And that's even better if I can help them, further their business or sell some figures or sell some artwork.
Oh, definitely.
That's always cool too.
No, without a doubt. So, I wanted to say now, My Hero Academia. Where did that? Is that
McFarlane?
Okay.
I was at Toy Fair. Was it year before last? What year was that? Last year they were set up in the middle. Year before that they had a closed booth. So yeah, it was 2019. But he had the prototype for Midoriya. I was like, oh, that's a cool looking figure. I don't know a lot about anime, but it's My Hero Academia. So I talked about it on a weekly, and people were like, oh, love that series, And I thought, oh, well, maybe there's something to it. And Todd was just doing the super articulated stuff. He was just getting into it. Yeah. And so I thought, oh, well, I'd like to review that because it's interesting to see where, after 20 years, Todd going with articulation. I think he was already doing the Fortnite figures. But
okay.
I grabbed those, and because of that, I started watching the cartoon, and I don't know. It's a fun thing. It's like X-Men Kids, but in a crazy. Have you watched it?
I honestly, I've seen 1 or 2 episodes because you've talked about it, and I'm like, again, Papa Gord don't know. I have no idea. So I'm like, I'll watch some stuff. So I have started to watch a little bit of it, and I'm just like, maybe I need to be on something to enjoy because I'm just like, but
season 1, it's really hard to get into. It's like people talk about Clone Wars. Season 1, it's really hard to get into. You have to get through the crying and the whining and what's going on here and who's this character. But once it starts kicking in, season 2, and it's the whole, overcoming the enemy and the willpower and the sheer. You're like, oh yeah, kick his ass, go. So you really get into it somehow.
Excellent.
It's crazy.
I'm fairly caught up, I think, on everything. I don't watch a lot of, I guess, current TV anymore now. I don't know if maybe it's way my job. Again, I used to be my actual career for a while. I was a chef and a baker for Christ, 25, almost 30 years, a long time. And it took finally, after having 2 kids, to realize I'd kind of like to be home a little bit more with them. And being in the food industry, your weekends are usually Monday, Tuesday, and my kids were already of school age. So Monday, Tuesday, nobody would be home. And I'd be like, okay, what, so now I've been now with the school board for going into my 6th year now, and being home weekends. And if there's like a holiday, any of that stuff, I was just like, this is much, much better. But then it's just like, because my schedule was so bad, I missed a lot of actual television. I'm like, whatever. Right. It's so great because there's so many. I think the only thing I'm watching that's literally week to week is Snowpiercer on Netflix right now. And other than that, I just wait for it all and then just let it drop. But I'm always looking for, and I've had a lot of these guys suggest a lot of shows. So I still haven't done Doom Patrol and a couple of the other ones yet. But
Titans.
Yeah,
I watched the first episode of Doom Patrol a week or 2 ago, and I'm in. But I'm also finishing up. We were already watching. I don't know if this is happening to you, but I'm getting to that age where I was flipping through movies last night, trying to find something new to watch, something I haven't seen, and I don't want to. For some reason, I know if I watch it, I'm going to forget it right after. Let's just watch something I already know. Something I already know I'm going to like.
Yeah.
And I used to, my dad always talking about, oh, movies aren't like they used to be. And they're much better back then. Well, my time frames moved up, but I might as well watch Avengers again because I already know I like it.
I've just started the MCU right from. So I just got through Captain America, the first Avenger again, and I'm like,
that's my favorite.
Yeah, it's so good. I do remember that crappy Captain America film from the 80s, and I remember the advertisement, and I remember the commercial that came up because all you saw was a shield go across the screen, and it just froze there. And I was like, oh, and then it never made it to the theater. And then when it finally sort of made it onto videotape, kids, there used to be a different platform out there before your digital medias and 3D implants in your brain and stuff like that. But and seeing it and going, how am I going to unwatch that now? Like that took many, many years to get that image out of my brain. So, and I'm super happy. I can't wait to find out what Chris Evans is going to come back and do since they've signed him again. I guess his regular movie career didn't go so well. So he's like, give me some more money.
Plus, they probably throwing a ton of money at him to make an appearance. From what I hear, it's a period piece, maybe back with Wolverine popping up or something. I don't know. That's just speculation and rumor, but that would be a cool way to introduce Wolverine back, because they went back recently and said, oh, Captain America did go back in our timeline to live out with, and I was like, oh no, that should have been a different timeline. But if he did it in this one, he had to have had adventures at some point.
Well, I would pay through the nose to see some of that, like to see, undercover. Oh,
yeah. But I don't know if that was always planned, because there was always the guy carrying Peggy's casket that wasn't seen, and they were like, "Oh, that was Steve." No, we planned that all along. Or Peter's the kid in Iron Man that he saved. It's like, what? There's no way you planned all this out.
God, no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you think it? Yeah, that's exactly why we did.
Yeah. Yep. If that's what you think, then that's what happened. That sounds way better than what we came up with.
Oh my God, damn! I'm gonna be really kind of disappointed if it's not gonna be anything like.
And that's the thing that just happened with WandaVision too. So much speculation, so much build up, and then she turns out to be kind of the half villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't. I need to go back. I want to start and watch the whole thing again because it took me to, I think, the second last episode to finally go, all right, I'm kind of enjoying this. I don't understand it a whole lot still, and I think I'm kind of a sort of smart guy when it comes to comic book movie stuff, but maybe not. And my son was just like, oh, he was just snapping them up. I'm like,
oh yeah,
did we watch the same thing? He's like, did you see the cuts? I'm like, it's Marvel. Of course I watched all the damn 40 minutes of credits to see that 30-second bit. So
yeah.
But yeah, it was really good. I will watch it all the way through. I can't wait for Falcon and Winter Soldier. I think I was more excited for that than WandaVision, but I used to read West Coast Avengers, so I kind of was seeing if they were how they were gonna, or if we were gonna see
so you knew the Agatha thing, and you kind of expected that, and the White Vision, and
So I thought they were gonna tie maybe with Wanda doing her thing. I thought that might have been able to tie into somehow creating the X gene or something like that, but
because I mean how they again, just like Peter and the casket bearer and stuff, they can do whatever they want. I mean, they can go back and say, oh, Pietro already had the mutant gene, that's why the Infinity Stone activated it, was because of this, or her witch power was actually a mutant gene that was activated by the stone or something. They could do, they can come back and say whatever they want. They could probably shove Mephisto in behind the scenes somewhere in a later episode, because I think the whole Scarlet Witch thing is going to last through this whole phase.
I think so. Yeah, and if she's supposed to be in the Doctor Strange, right? So those are supposed to connect as well. I mean, it's cool that they're going to go dark. I mean, you really, if you look at the last couple, it was, you throw Spider-Man in there with the bright blues and the reds, and Iron Man with the shiny stuff, and Chris, Captain America or whatever. So it was definitely a lot brighter. So it would be interesting. I'm still be dying to see how Deadpool.
Oh yeah.
Is blended into that. Haven't
they teased him to be Stan Lee now? He's going to make a cameo in places in every movie, pop in and just la 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 la, and then out, until his movie pops in.
That's genius. You need a Stan Lee stand-in for sure. So
just to have a character to connect the whole universe or everything.
Dang.
Which I mean, again, speculation and
it could be.
I don't really go for spoilers and all that. I try not to know too much going in, but man, that would be cool.
Yeah, I always had to kind of shake my. I mean, I think when Iron Man came out, he might have been 5-ish. So this was his Star Wars.
Yeah.
So he likes, because I took him when Lucas still owned Star Wars, when they decided that they were going to try to milk even more money out of our pockets and put it into the things, when they decided that, we're going to 3D everything. Okay, so they got the Phantom Menace in the book, so I took my son to see that, and he was kind of like, yeah, okay, that laser sword, because he had never seen the original trilogy. So I'm like, well, that might seem very dated to a 5-6-year-old's eyes. Yeah. So maybe we get something that's got a little bit more flash to it, like that. But he appreciates. He loves watching The Mandalorian, and he was just like, oh, okay, this is awesome. He liked the Clone Wars, Bad Batches. He can't wait for that cartoon to start up and stuff. So I'm still able to kind of at least hold on to him a little bit longer, because now I'm involving my 9-year-old daughter, that she was the one who went toy hunting with me on the weekend, because his female friend was over for a while and they were playing Switch together. So I think that's all they did was play Switch. But so Riley came out with me, and she's just like, okay, what are we looking for? You got to tell us. I'm like, damn, okay, are we looking for G.I. Joes? I'm like, well, we can look, but we're probably not going to find any. But okay, I'm looking for G.I. Joes, and then you're going to go to Star Wars, and then we'll meet over to the Marvel. I'm like, oh, bless you, my little girl. Like, and she'll play. She's got her Marvel guys and whatever. If I can pick up some cheap, fodder, or the under the table bins when there were toy shows still or whatever, like, oh
Right.
yeah, I can pick something out of there or whatever. But yeah, it's at least there's still that bonding thing that at least Marvel's giving this generation what we got as we only got 3 movies, and they're up to 20 plus TV series and all this other stuff. So I mean, for what we got for our 3, and then we were like, yeah, we're gonna get more, and then we got told we weren't gonna get more, and you'll just see me ruin it the more and more the digital stuff comes into play, and it's just like, oh, it's so heartbreaking. I had these sent in from one of my subscribers, the project, the 4K 77s. So it's like the legit original.
Oh, gotcha.
Not done on Blu-ray, and then so they've done episodes 4 and 6, and they're working on Empire apparently still right now. So I'm like, I'll hook you up when it comes. I'm like, okay, great. So because I just sit and watch these all the time, and Empire's my favorite. And I'm like, oh man, I can't wait, because I don't have to see McClunky, and I don't have to watch that, and I don't have to see Han Solo stepping on Jabba the Hutt's tail, and it's enough to make you cry. So,
but you know what? Even Empire, even before all this, I would still, I'd zone out in the middle. Never mind.
Yeah.
Jedi, I would zone out in the middle. Yeah. Right there where everything slows down for a minute. I don't know if it was my kid brain at the time, and that's just rolled over into my adult brain or what. But yeah, when he goes back to Dagobah and stuff, it's just kind of like, I'm going to go make a sandwich. I'll be back.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
No, absolutely.
So that was the beginning of my whole take what you love, forget the rest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, do you have toy? It could be toy line, TV, whatever. I'll give you the whole gambit. Is there a secret shame that you have that nobody knows about? Like, is there like a toy line that you're like, yeah, I collect this, but it's kind of on the DL, So.
Not toy line. Everything I got, I pretty much either put it right out there, because you catch flack for Fortnite's a kid's game and it's stupid. It's like, well, they make cool toys. Yeah. I have no shame when it comes to toys. I'll buy anything and everything. But I really also love the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie.
Man, I haven't watched. It was okay. Regular or the director's cut?
I haven't even seen the director's cut.
The director's cut was better.
Was it?
Ooh, you should. That's even. I used to run video. I worked for Blockbuster for a while. I ran my own video store for a while as well. But yeah, they came out with the director's cut. I thought it was a good movie, but it made it a lot darker. So,
man, I've heard about that, but I don't know, when he jumps off that rooftop and hits the street when Bullseye kills the limo driver or stops the limo and stuff, that is so comic book. It hurts, and I think that's what a lot of people were like, "Oh, that's stupid." Well, that's what it looks like in the or at the end when he does the Quesada, the Billy Club with the rope stuff.
Yes,
that's translated right out of. Oh yeah, I am wearing pants. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's thanks, Linda. There we go. Yeah, she tries to catch me every time, and I'm like, one of these days, maybe I'll just put on some skin colored something like that, and just kind of pop up real quick and give her a heart attack. But yes, sorry there, Linda. I know. But yes, Ben Affleck was Daredevil. For those that don't know, that's before he was Batman. So which I'd still love to see more of him as Batman. I thought he was great. Batfleck, I thought was what could have been. But
he's a great Dark Knight Returns top Batman.
Yeah, absolutely. I see that more so than Michael Keaton coming back. I don't know. We'll see what happens if that Flash ever.
Aren't they going to use him in a Batman Beyond capacity of some kind?
I would be okay with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have that part. I wouldn't have a problem with, because I mean, Michael Keaton's not like Dark Knight big anyway. So, and then if you watch Batman Beyond the cartoon, I mean, really, they just kind of, well, they made him like a triangle, downwards triangle, more or less. But he was a lot more frail. So I think, not saying Michael Keaton's a frail actor, but he could, I think, pull that look off better than if you whitened up Ben Affleck's hair and just kind of gave him some digital wrinkles or something like that. But
plus, I feel like, and he'd
6 inch.
He'd allow for somebody else to spotlight. I feel like, it's essentially the non-action Vulture from Spider-Man Far From Home. He'd just be that menacing.
Yeah, that I did.
Background.
Yeah, I felt a little weird.
Yeah.
I wish I don't know, to be working too for. I guess we'll see. I'm curious to see what what's his name? The vampire guy is going to be like playing Batman now. The new Batman film that's good.
Now that you said it out loud,
Edward.
That was his name in Twilight.
That was his character.
Yeah,
Twilight. That's the movie. Okay, well, there we go. We got his actor's name, the character's name in the movie.
Yeah.
If somebody's got it, I know somebody else. Robert Pattinson. There we go. Okay, thanks, Prophet. You got part of it there. So, bonus points for you for your card. But I'm curious to see what that's gonna.
Yeah.
It's
a totally different situation. So, I've been hearing like, the director doesn't get along and all that kind of stuff. I just want to see the movie. I don't care how it was made and everything. And if I'm entertained for 2 hours, I'm good with that too. It's just,
absolutely. I can't wait to be able to go back and do.
I know a lot of people didn't like Luther or whatever. However, we're supposed to. In Superman versus Batman. But I loved how he was just kind of, everyone's plays it different, and I'm good with that. I grew up with Hackman.
And that's what I was going to say. At least it wasn't a land development scheme this time for that.
They did that twice, right?
God. Like Superman, at least twice. And then when they revamped it with what's his face coming in as the Christopher Reeves lookalike for the Superman Returns, and it made the kryptonite landmass, and it was just like he's gonna sell property on this really. Oh, really? How about Brainiac or how about Metallo? Like, Superman does have more than one. I'd take Mr. Mixoplex for God's sakes over Lex Luthor again, or you get whatever his name is that actually voiced him in the animated series, Clancy Brown. Shave his head. He was the Kurgan, and get him to play like be a big Lex Luthor. I'd be down to see him play an old Lex Luthor. That's my thoughts, but yeah. Next James Bond. Yeah.
I don't remember watching that whole movie with.
There we go.
Returns. What's his name? Well, he was a better Ted Kord. Well, he wasn't Ted Kord. What am I talking about? He's
the Atom. Yeah,
the Atom. Yeah.
Brandon Routh.
Routh. My favorite movie with him is probably Scott Pilgrim.
Oh, I forgot he was. I was going to say Zach and Mary Make a Porno. That was where I was going to go. Because he didn't have a huge role. But yeah, Scott Pilgrim. Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah. But yeah, he was better he looked the part so good, but that was no story. There was
nothing. He did make a very good Kingdom Come top Superman in the CW crossover thing. Yes, that was really good. That I paid for all the different services just so I could watch that crossover. So I'm like, I can't miss that. So I am enjoying, I would say, out of the new stuff, Stargirl so far has been not too bad for a CW show or whatever. That was something I never thought we'd see get a serial. Especially with the costumes. Yeah. But and I've heard the Superman and Lois show is good too, huh?
I haven't seen that one yet. I haven't. I think it's PVR'd, so that is there to see. Because I'm just like, oh man, if I get into that, and there's gonna be, and then I'm just gonna be like, there's not enough hours, and then YouTube will suffer, and YouTube can't suffer. But unless maybe I start up a secondary channel, and it'll just be you watching me watching my television shows, and turning once in a while and acknowledging that people are there. I don't know.
That's hard to do. I do that on Wednesdays on Twitch.
Yes.
Watching wrestling. It's hard to keep track of everything going on at the same, because I hate dead air. That's why I go to editing, is because it's my own personal preference, of cutting out the spaces, the dead spaces, or me swallowing or me breathing. I don't know. I have that thing where I can't hear myself. Can't stand to hear myself. Plus, back then, when I first started editing, I was still smoking. Or when I first started doing videos, and I couldn't bear to hear myself all breathing. Put that out. Ow. So, but that was years ago.
I quit smoking before I started this, at least. So but yes, I know exactly how. Yeah, you get that clogging of the of the pipes.
Yeah. And you don't notice it when you're just sitting there, but you record yourself and then listen back. It's like, oh, so I quit.
I do think I do suffer for, again, the longer the streams, and if I forget to bring liquids downstairs with me or whatever, and then I don't like to go, oh, hold on a second, and then bolt up to come back. I'm like, oh, I hate doing that. Like, talk amongst yourselves for a minute, but they can tell the longer I go, then all of a sudden I'll just start to dry out really, really bad. And it's like,
so how long ago was it you quit?
I think I'm just over 4 years now. And that was, I think I smoked I started when I was 18. I finished high school and then I started smoking because I'm an idiot, but I worked in the restaurant business. And that was the only way you ever got a break if you were a smoker. And if you weren't, you were just like, oh, what? So I was working at a truck stop, and I got my buddy hired as my prep cook, and he was a smoker. And we happened to sit one night, and it was my 18th birthday, and we're sitting there, and nobody was in the place. All the work was done. We had nothing to do. And then I thought it was a good idea to go, hey, give me one of your cigarettes.
Yeah.
And I smoked it. I didn't cough. I got the head rush, but the rest of it wasn't there. So I was like, hey, I think I'm going to buy it. And then that was it. So almost 25 years later, I guess. And I was like, damn.
Same thing.
Yeah.
I started dating a girl when I was 19 that smoked. And I thought, oh, in order to have something in common, I'll start smoking too. So I started smoking, and then I quit a couple of times, but you know how that goes.
Yes.
So I smoked until about, 5 years ago, mostly because of this. I quit. If it hadn't have been this, of course, I was working a job. You take break, you take lunch, you try to get the cigarettes down, you get back to work. But when I changed my whole routine during the day and I was listening to myself, I was like, this is dumb. My kids are getting older. I'd like to be around for, whatever happens later. But my wife and I have made a pact. I saw somebody say, do you miss it? You be watching a TV show or a movie and somebody starts smoking and you go, oh, I remember that. But then you snap right back into, oh, no, that's right.
Yeah. No,
my wife and I have made a pact.
Past the smoker, when you walk past them and go, oh, Christ, I smelled like that. Oh,
that's my God. Yeah. That reminds you. Oh no, I don't want to go back to that. But if we make it to 80, we're going to start smoking and drinking again. Ooh. Yeah, 80, 85 maybe.
That seems like I may bring that up to because my wife, she was the same. She was a smoker as well, and of course, when the first kid we found out we were pregnant. Boom, she stopped. I don't think she hassled me so much that time around. I think she was expecting that I was going to quit because she couldn't smoke at the time. Yeah. And I was like, yeah. And I would just smoke at work, and then I'd come home. But then eventually I'm like, oh my God, I got to go the whole weekend without smoke, or my 2 days off because I got to leave my cigarettes in my locker. I'm like, nope. And down to Detroit, go or whatever. And what have you. I'm like, but then whenever, like, I've got some ink work and what have you. And every time I get tattooed, I catch a cold, which I don't know why, but I could just be because, it's shock to the system and whatever. So your immune system drops a little. I don't know. I could just be talking out of my ass, but, oh, there we go. See, speaking of my wife. So, hello, honey. So I didn't think you were actually watching, but yeah, so I got sick. And I don't smoke when I'm sick. So I managed to go a few days and I was like, And then went a few more days and then I went a few weeks and then that was it. I was like, forget it. Now I got into vaping a little bit, but I went 0 nicotine and I picked like a fruit flavor or something. So it was nothing, nothing. I think it was just the whole
physical,
again, my hands move, right? The whole hand to mouth thing, right? So
yeah. Your a muscle memory. You do this for all day for 25 years. You're going to keep doing that.
Yeah.
For a little bit.
Yes, exactly. And then then one day the vaping kind of was like, I didn't want to go down to the shop to get the new coils. I was like, forget it. Or started recharging it all the time, and I was just like, I still have it, and I think I just kind of keep it as more of a reminder. I think now, so. But yeah, if I still smoke, because I think cigarettes are about $15 a pack for 25.
So I don't even look anymore.
This would not.
That was another reason.
Yeah, I'd be buying dollar store toys. Like that would be my collection. Come check out my slightly non-articulated GI Joe figure that I got at Toys at Dollarama right now.
But I'm happy with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So
it was. I quit once early in the year, and then that's when I quit my metal job. And then I went back for some reason. I was on the road a lot, and that initial head rush, you're like, oh, I remember this. This is fantastic, but that goes away really quick.
It does.
Try to recapture that.
Yeah.
But then I quit again that fall and just never did anything. She still vapes every now and then, but
yeah. Well, and then smoking in the vehicle, like when my wife and I were first dating, because again we were both smoking, and then we got new cars, or she got one, and then I ended up upgrading, and I'm like, I'm not smoking in the new vehicle, and then it was fine. So her car would always be the smoking car, and I could make it back and forth to work, not have to worry about it. I'm like, that's fine. And we went, and then there was a couple times that we switched cars, and I remember, and that was still being a smoker, but I busted her because she had smoked in my car that was a non-smoking one, but it had rained, and she ashed out, and I saw the dried ashes down the driver's door, and I was like, you smoked in the well, it was bad. I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, I'm trying to cut out steps sometimes to maybe try to quit, but I can't blame her, because again, she was pregnant twice, she quit twice. The other time she'd quit, or we both start up, and we just never could get on the same page. And then this last time I went, and then I think just around a month or so later, she was just like, okay, you've done it. I think she was probably waiting to see if I was gonna tip the scales back to smoking or not, because there's no sense in her quitting if I gonna go 2 weeks. That was enough for me. So
oh man, and ever since then too, it's been just I haven't been, I can't say I haven't been deathly sick since then, but whew. In fact, coming out of Star Wars Celebration 2019, I could have probably died somewhere between Indianapolis and Salt Lake City, because I had to go to another show 2 days later. So I don't remember that trip. I was just passed out. But other than that, I don't know. I just feel better altogether. Of course, there was a lot of eating after quitting too.
That definitely happened. With my first surgery, it was bad. So like I said, with having both my hips, I was about almost 305, almost 310 at one point, and I dropped down to, I think 228 is where I got down to, because I picked up intermittent fasting. So I cut out coffee. So I haven't had coffee in like three years. I cut pop out. I do have the occasional pop, but not very often anymore. But I think with the coffee, it was the sugar and the cream, because I'd have an extra large coffee with 4 cream and 4 sugar, and the cream was 18%, what Tim Hortons uses. So I think it was the cream and the sugar, because I can't drink it black. I think it's disgusting. So I'm like, no. So we better start taking all this stuff out. And usually my eating window would be between 5 and 9 o'clock. I'd go 4 hours a day that I'd allow myself to eat, and it made such a difference. So between not smoking and getting the fasting and cutting out all the, like, a lot of the garbage out of my system, I know I'll be around a lot longer. And like you said as well, the kids are getting older, and we still like to go camping together and still do stuff together as a family, paddleboard, or even like I just bought a bike right at the end of the summer because I haven't had one in years. But I'm like, well, both hips are fixed now, so I should be okay, because there was a lot of time for many years that were just like, you guys go and do it, because I can't. Like, I'm in too much pain, so it's just like pain pill. So
yeah,
a lot of changes for the better. Absolutely. So
oh yeah, it's weird getting older and getting more responsible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Been buying lots of toys.
Well, hey, it's half dozen of one thing and whatever. So it's, I said, I know with myself, I don't go anywhere. This is all, and especially with the pandemic going on right now, it's not like we have a lot of choices in if we can be out a lot or not. Like I said, our stores just recently opened back open, so you could go to the mall. Because your only place I could go for the longest time was just to the Walmart. So you couldn't go to Toys R Us. Everything else was closed, because unless they sold food in there, you weren't getting anywhere. So of course, when you've got one store to go to, and the lack of stock lately, it's why bother? So, so it's been more time to reorganize and downsize a little bit. I have cleared out a few pieces. Oh, you know what? I did want to show you these 2 figures to see if you've ever heard of them or ever seen them before.
Okay. Ooh, it's a game.
Yes. So I think they're just crazy kooky. I got them for a really good deal. so there is
okay. Yeah, the what is, I don't remember the name of that series, but I remember seeing those. Is that Figma?
Figure Arts.
Is it Figure Arts?
Yes, it's Figure Arts. So Patrol Lamp Man and Cameraman, that was the Chinese advertisement for anti-piracy. Like,
that's right. I remember talking about those on a weekly, but never following up, never seeing them release or anything.
Yeah. I happened to see them on a Facebook marketplace, and I was like, those are just the wackiest things I've ever seen in my life. I think I need to have those. So I went down. The guy was like, I don't even remember where I got them from, but he goes, I think a buddy of mine sent them over from China. And these are all in tons of so these are, I don't know, they're bizarre, like pieces actually move on the camera and stuff like that. But they came with no accessories. I think they got a couple of different hands, but I was like, really, what else can they possibly do? But I wonder if
do they have necks under there, like they're compatible if you wanted to put a human action figure head on there or something?
Actually, yeah, it does look like it. So so if you wanted to suit them up in, like, I'm assuming this is like an old style, almost looks like a British police uniform, type of thing, and then he just got classic business. Well, I guess that's great, right? So
that's spiffy.
Yeah, but I was like, when I was sorting my collection a little bit, I'm like, I got to pull those down and see if Robo's ever heard or seen these things before, because not a lot of people have. So.
Yeah, I remember when they were first solicited, but never kept track.
Oh, cool. Excellent. Well, there we go.
They look cool.
Well, hey, consider again, they don't come with anything, a couple of pointer fingers and a couple of like hand wavy ones. And I mean, really that's it. And even the box art is virtually non-existent on them, but I think it was about $20 Canadian. I think I paid like $40 for the pair. So
oh hell, that's fantastic price for imports.
Yeah, so I was like, that was my first. Like, I've only got one SH figure. I got the regular episode 4 Stormtrooper that a subscriber sent to me, and I'll say if I would have put out the video that I recorded on that figure, I probably might have lost a lot of subscribers or something, because I beat that figure up pretty bad. I couldn't figure out a lot of the intricacies with the pads and the hands. I was like, it doesn't hold I didn't realize that the hands actually had a cutout that you could put the weapon in.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't so I was like, oh, I feel really stupid now. So I was very happy I didn't put that review up for anybody to see, because I did bash that figure quite heavily, because
was the A New Hope Stormtrooper the newer one, or was that the original?
The re-release one. So I think he said it was a re-release or something. So this was one of the guns. So
that looks like the newer, better one, I think.
Yeah,
because the original was small. Was it small or something? It looked weird. Then they came out with the Rogue One, and then they did a redo, and that may be it. It's kind of crotchy. I think so.
Yeah. It looks like he's.
I like that figure.
Now that I've had time with it, and I can see why some reviewers wait a while so they can really get into the figure, not just go, oh, out of package, whatever, because they don't care about the product or the figures or whatever. But I am guilty of a few of them that I've opened up, and I'm just like, I'm think I need to go back and maybe do a re-review at some point in time, I think.
Yeah.
So.
What I hate is getting the new figure and going, oh man, this is the best one, and I love this. This is the best Vader I've gotten so far. And then they release like 3 or 4 more Vaders, and then people go back 2 years later and go, you're dumb. This is not the best Vader. I was like, at the time it was. Look at the date. Look at the time on it. But yeah. I love ripping right into the figure as soon as I get it, and just going, wow.
Yeah, I do definitely like I think it's just after recording, and once in a while I'm like, oh
yeah.
Like with this one, I was like, okay, there's pieces that snap on and off, and this goes like there's more going on with this figure than what a Black Series does and whatever. So I wanted to really pay it its due, and again, me not being smart enough to go, oh, the hands are pre-molded to hold a handle. I honestly was like, they're going to take my card away from me. I'm not going to be allowed to collect action figures anymore because I can't do it. So
what do you like it? You like that one? Do you like the new Black Series one better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I do.
Especially from a play.
The biggest thing is I don't like the break in the. I know it's a design for the ankle and everything like that, but that it kind of breaks up the line for me. But that new Storm, that Black Series, that was my #1 figure for 2020. I love that thing. Except for some of the helmet warpage that we've seen because of them putting that blank face.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm hoping that leads to something. There better be a damn good reason on why you're putting blanks up there. So you're sacrificing the overall shaping. Because I tried to reshape one of the ones, and I couldn't. I made it look like it belonged to the Elephant Man or something. Like it got so much worse than it was at a package. So I will say I think I like the helmet maybe just a smidge better on this one.
Right.
But the overall,
it's a tough call because they were doing that with all the helmeted characters, Armor, Mando, clones.
Yes, I can see the clones because maybe that might mean we'll get unmasked, maybe updates or some of the newer troopers or something would be okay. Thank you, Hasbro, for thinking in advance of something like that. But I'm really surprised that they were like, oh, this is a good idea. Let's just put a glob of glue on and in places, because nobody's going to think to try to rip the helmet back off of that, or so of course most people are going to be, oh, that's coming off right now. So well,
because I guess the Stormtrooper and the clone both have Tamura sculpts underneath, one with hair, one without.
Yes.
I haven't actually pulled one off.
I did one of the clone troopers, and except for again, I got a chunk of glue in the one spot, so it's more or less just going to be a lot of heat and some finesse with probably a small blade just to kind of peel the rest off and give it a polish, I guess, or whatever. But it was one of the better molded helmets, and it didn't feel like there was a lot holding it in place. So I was like, okay, we'll give it a shot. I found 2, so it was a rarity for me to find a second.
Yeah.
And what's it gonna have if it doesn't work out and it's really bad? At least I got custom fodder. So
right.
Yeah.
And I think, well, it's got to have a payoff sometime. I maybe, yeah, I don't know what that could be, though, to make the sockets compatible with regular heads. Because the old Stormtroopers had a big old ball on top. You couldn't fit anything else because of the helmet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
No, that is true. That is true. Well, I mean, Hasbro doesn't really fill us in on a lot of stuff, but that's, you know what, that's okay. But we still keep coming back because honestly, they own our souls, I think, by now. It's amazing to see how many properties they actually own. I've just the one day, like I had collected Power Rangers for a while, and I'm like, I'm done. I got rid of everything except for Mighty Morphin, but I've actually just put them away because they just don't fit right now. But it's like, oh my god, it's like the Power Rangers, Transformers, Star Wars. I'm like, geez, like I mean, any properties at all, like they're there for it. So I mean, I'd love to see if they decide that they're gonna surprise us with some other lines that could come back out, like Centurions or Mask, or
Mask. Yeah, I really, I want Mask figures. I'm cool with that. The whole name was based on them wearing masks, but vehicles were such a huge part of that show and toy line. It's just, I mean, even the later seasons went to racing teams, wasn't it? Venom versus
Mask. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, where the whole plot was based around them racing and not actually fighting. Well, they were fighting, but yeah.
Yeah, like wacky races. So
yeah, which we need good figures of. Man, why don't somebody needs to do a Hanna-Barbera line of old, like Herculoids.
Yep.
In 6-inch and Thundar. And I don't know if that's Hanna-Barbera. I may be mixing all the companies, but I'm thinking back to those old cartoons that we don't have good 6-inch figures. Or that Toynami line that came out 2000s, somewhere in there. Those are so expensive now. But they had all the Herculoids, the beasts, and
yes. Yeah, that would be. There's just so again with the boredom right now, or the looking back and going, oh geez, whatever, like I've got like the Diamond Select Tron figures that have come out that are okay. They're not fantastic. The articulation could be a lot better than they are, but I've been looking at a lot more of the Diamond Select stuff because I passed on the Black Hole stuff, and that was some of the Mego stuff I used to have as a kid. It was having old Bob and Vincent and Maximilian and some of just the regular Century guys and whatever, and to see them come back out and do a Maximilian and a Bob Vincent 2-pack, I was like, and I didn't know they had done a 2-pack for the longest time. I saw the Walgreens, the dumbed down versions. They did just the 2, Max and Vincent, just like they did Tron, Sark, and Flynn. Each got just, here, we'll give you a disc and a stand, and that's it. But if you get the deluxe version, then you're gonna get the effects and some other stuff or what have you. But looking at that stuff, I was just like, oh man, yeah, what totally because I'd love to see them. Oh, we'll do Tron, but we'll bring them back out and we'll do the color schemes that we did for the original Tron figure. So you're going to get the purple one and the blue one and the 2 red guys or whatever, and do the, like, again, you pull on those sentimental strings, and just like, here you go, take what you need, and I'll get another job to pay for the rest or whatever. But I'd love to see, or like even ROM. I think that was going to be something that was going to come back out again, because I remember having the giant ROM figure, and
Isn't that all tied to different licenses or something? Or
I think so, but then I thought somebody had them because they were going to tie the Micronauts and ROM and Mask, I think, and the Visionaries were going to be in there. It was supposed to be some big new
universe.
Yeah. So
because I can't even remember all the license thing was wrong. But that never happened, did it?
It doesn't sound, oh, there we go. Mike Hasbro. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if maybe they just I thought it was a pretty far-fetched concept to try to put all those interconnected.
Man, it'd be a hell of a toy line.
Oh, it would. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know who needs 6-inch super articulated action figures? I'm living on the air in Cincinnati. WKRP.
Would be good.
6-inch Johnny Fever.
Venus Flytrap.
Mm-hmm.
Then you could do the Thanksgiving scene with Les holding his earmuffs and is the whole you know what?
And everybody's sitting in the studio just picturing what is happening at that moment. It's crazy.
Oh my God. I'm gonna have to go and I'm gonna have to YouTube that now after this so I can go back and look at a few more choice stuff. That's back when sitcoms were a whole heck of a lot better.
Oh yeah, I've been YouTubing Night Court a lot lately too.
Oh.
And I'm sure it's on where I can watch it, but I'm usually sitting there anyway on YouTube. Mm-hmm. It's like, once they give me one thing, that whole sidebar, it's like, okay, let's dive into this for 2 hours.
Yeah. I clicked on, I don't know, something came up my feed today about unreleased footage from oh my God, Stan Laurel's funeral.
Oh, really?
I'm a big Laurel and Hardy, and I'm like, where did that come? Like, I haven't thought about Laurel and Hardy in at least a decade. I don't know. Like, we've been microchipped somewhere along the lines, but so I clicked on it. And I'm like, oh, I'd be curious to see who was there. So Dick Van Dyke was there, and a bunch of other really old people I've never heard of, but I was like, okay, and then it's all my feed is now is like it's Laurel and Hardy, it's Abbott and Costello, and I'm like, I do like that stuff, and okay, I guess I'm gonna go and look at some more old Abbott and Costello stuff now. So
I just clicked mine open just to see what it's gonna give me, and the first one is the IT Crowd. I've been watching clips of that. Napoleon Dynamite and Kim's Convenience is the top 3.
Oh, Kim's Convenience. There we go.
I'd never heard of it before until what's his name was on on Mandalorian.
Yep.
And then I deep dove into that. I was like, oh my God,
it's pretty funny. So yeah. Oh yeah. You gotta love some of the Canadian content. So I'm still getting caught up on. My wife got really hooked on Schitt's Creek, and I was just like, but I've been watching it on breaks at work. So, and I'm like, all right, you know what? This is a pretty damn funny show. So,
well, I had a friend forever trying to get me to watch Letterkenny, and I've finally watched it. And then I watched it again directly afterwards because I know it's Canadian, but man, being backwoods Arkansas, it's like, oh, I know that guy. Yeah. No, there was that one, and I liked Letterkenny far better. And if there's any other Canadians in the stream right now, I may get kicked out of the country. But Trailer Park Boys, I was like, I watched some, but never could get into it.
No, I was like, no, that's definitely not one. I've been binge watching lately. It was a Canadian show that the guys from South Park ended up, I think they either bought or they ended up producing or whatever. They brought it more mainstream, but it was Kenny versus Spenny. And it was just two buddies that lived in a house that did all these stupid challenges, like who could put the most weight on in 72 hours or whatever. And of course, you get the one little shitbag who's like trying to cheat all the time or whatnot, or who can lose the most weight. And so he took like I think some soldering wire, and he kind of wove it into his hair, and then he just kind of spray painted it the match or whatever, so it weighed him down more. So then he took this whole just stupid crap like that. But who could be duct taped to a chicken the long, just weird stuff. So
Right.
the last one I just saw was that they were bonded together in 69 position, and who could last the longest. I was like, oh no, God, no. Oh
Yeah, no,
no.
especially after being at home for the past year. It's just
Yes.
No.
Absolutely. Jim Leahy's the best. No, I don't know. Sorry, guys. I still don't. Yeah, it's and don't say anything about Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber, I think he's still in the States. He can stay there. I'm sorry, but that's all I got for you guys. So I can't
You'll always have Ron Reynolds.
Yeah. Oh, you guys.
To be fair. It's just so off the wall. And I had to watch it the second time because it was too quick the first time. I'd miss stuff and then have to come back around.
America broke him, blah, blah, blah. Awesome. All righty, guys. Well, where are we at? Holy Jesus. We went 3 freaking.
See, I told you. Once it starts, it just.
Oh, absolutely. I think I looked over at about the 1.5 hour mark or something, and then I haven't even looked twice, and we're still sitting at almost 70. So man, you guys have as much of a life as we have. So which is still fantastic. You guys were just good time. So maybe we'll be nice and maybe we'll let Robo get to actually work.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I got to get back to that.
And then
yes,
maybe we'll run for about another 15 minutes. I think we'll just get caught up and we'll try to see what's going on with the channel. So since I haven't been putting anything new out in a while, so I've been slacking off in that department. So
yeah,
a little bit. There's with the whole COVID thing, you get the bubbles and all this who you're so my family lives half an hour down the road more or less, but so my mom's had some health issues and we're trying to get answers and the whole bit, and because I'm not in their bubble, I'm trying to stay away from all of that right now, because with me working in a school board and my wife at a school board, they're just like, try not to compromise, and her immune system's lousy right now. So we've been trying to go back and forth. And so of course with work and then with COVID and all of us kind of basically dealing with the same garbage, kind of tired of looking at the same 4 walls. Yes, you can leave the 4 walls for a little while, but we're still not close. I don't feel that we're close to getting things back to where they were prior this time last year, or even say January of 2019 or whatever. So I know it's going to take a lot more, and it's going to be more time. And it sucks that SDCC was canceled again this year. And we'll be waiting for the Canadian announcements to hit any time now. I think Fan Expo will probably definitely not happen as well, which, is.
That's usually later though, isn't it?
End of August, early September. So
yeah.
But the way Canada's been getting the vaccination crap not going, we're so much farther behind, and we're in this kind of the service sector, and they still haven't made any announcements about when teachers or people dealing with your children and stuff are going to be put into the line for getting the stuff done. So it's if it was up to me, I'd rather just stay home and not be involved in any of that stuff still right now. But I'm glad I don't work in the restaurant business anymore, because I feel so bad for everybody that does still work in that business, for sure, because they have probably taken it worse than anybody, and small businesses definitely that don't have a big franchise name behind them where they can go, well, EB Games, GameStop's, we can just snip some of the dead weight and we'll still stay afloat or whatever. But I think, I don't know. That's a whole nother thing. But
when all this started and stuff, my wife's a nurse and I was already working at home. So really everything shutting down was just kind of like, she still had to go to work,
Yeah.
So, and I never left, but with all the cons closing, I did go to a lot of conventions and stuff, but not going to those really locked in my schedule on here.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I love the schedule. So even when it opens back up, I don't know if I'll be going to that many shows anyway.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. It's we'll have to see. I think Salt Lake planning for their show to come back in August. They're already announcing guests. Yeah, but who knows? Maybe get closer to the time they'll start shutting down too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's yeah. I mean, I miss the movies. I miss going to the movies. I do miss toy shows for sure. I do miss the conventions. We were gonna do last year either Niagara Falls or Toronto. We were gonna do one or the other. I can't remember which. We had to pick and choose, and I don't remember. It feels like forever now because I just don't remember the guest lineup. But there was enough pull both ways that was like, oh, we can't do both, but
yeah,
it's gonna be one or the other. And I think we might have been going and doing Niagara Falls. I think there were more Star Wars guys that were going to be there that year. So, but just to kind of see it go, it's like, all right. But it's definitely, I think it's the movies. That's right now. That's the biggest thing is you can, unless I have a big giant wall, but I don't know if it's just the stale popcorn and
that's it. That's the experience. Because we haven't been to the movies in a long time. So I went and bought a bigger TV, just to kind of get that experience. But yeah, there's something about popcorn out of trash bags that they popped yesterday, it's just, and their butter and their salt that you can't buy at the store for some reason. How does that work? They could make a killing.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, they do bottle some of that stuff, but I think they purposely just change it just a little bit. So you're like,
they leave the crack out.
Yeah.
Because that was my first thing getting out, especially here. There's not a lot to do where I am, and there never has been back to when I was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
All there was to do was to go to the movies or sit in parking lots. And that was the whole, thing. So
yeah,
you'd go to the movies at 7 and stay until after the midnight movie was done. So, and if you showed up 15 minutes late, you got in for free because they'd be just like, go in. I'd be like,
ooh, nice.
I mean, what? That's a surprise. Okay.
Yeah, I know our drive-ins are. I think my wife said that the drive-ins are opening or have just opened this past weekend up here, and I'm like, who the hell goes to the drive-in when there's snow on the ground still? It doesn't feel right. So there's a season for that.
And I think I may have a drive-in somewhere around here, but I've never been to an actual drive-in. Even back then, I remember driving past it all the time, but I never stopped. Back then I drove a Volkswagen Bug. It didn't really hold up to sitting.
Yeah, that's true. I had a 73 Super Beetle for a little while, and I do remember the seats were
mine was 74, and you didn't want to sit in that thing. Well, I lived in it for a little while, but as you do when you're first getting out on your own.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I missed a lot of cartoons in the 90s was because I didn't have a TV. I never saw the X-Men.
Okay, yeah.
Or
you
popped up the Batman animated series a minute ago. I've never seen a lot of that. So 90s were weird. The 90s were.
Yeah, I think I remember. Maybe I don't remember. Try not to remember very much. I think maybe I don't remember.
There was a lot of drinking in places there too. So
I was always very late to the game because I think because restaurants, that's all it ever was, and all my buddies and stuff got smart and got out of that game a lot sooner than I did. So, and then they figured out Monday to Friday, and I'm like, what the hell is Monday to Friday? Like, what?
Yeah.
Or 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. I'm like, what is this curse words you're spewing at me?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know what that is. And I still don't really. I mean, I got the Monday to Friday finally after 30 years, but the 9 to 5, I still haven't got that, and I think I'm a few years away from that still. But I don't mind that schedule. I don't mind 3 to 11:30 because then I still have the time that I can come home, settle down a little bit, or if I've got some editing, because I find that's an insult to guys like you to say what I do is editing.
wow.
I had to put pictures and music on my video, but
Right.
but I have time to do that and get caught up on a couple of whatever I've got on my watch list, and that's kind of it. And then during the day, when there's actually really school, then again everybody leaves, so I only see the family for literally half an hour in the morning, and then not till the weekend. So I still get a lot of downtime to start to be able to put into this, but then like I said, just getting mom and dad straightened around and some other stuff figured out, it's just kind of it's put a small pin in things, because it translates into the product you put out.
Yeah.
If you're not feeling it, but you're still like, oh, they expect that I better do it anyway. So yeah, this guy does this, and
I don't know, man. I feel like that sometimes. Some days, especially Mondays. Mondays, I have to catch up on website stuff, and then I get to shooting. Well, that's why I'm shooting tonight, because of Mondays.
Right. Yeah.
The way I used to do it was I'd get to the shooting part and I'd be like, oh man, I should just skip today. It's been busy and I don't really feel like it. But boy, as soon as I hit record on that camera and hit that toy, it's like, okay, I'm happy. Let's do this. So I guess that's another positive for doing this crazy thing.
Oh,
the 90s,
yeah.
Extreme.
No, exactly. I mean, it does. I don't know. I know some people would laugh when you say, you take it's a pride thing. I can easily sit sometimes if I've got nothing to put out and I've gone back and been able to be a good person a little bit and respond to a few people or whatever, and get some hearts and some thumbs up or whatever. But there are just some times that I can put on a podcast, or maybe because I love rewatching a bunch of stuff on YouTube. So maybe I put something on there that I've already watched 10, 15 times, but I still want to listen to it. I can still sit here and take tremendous pride in what's here and go, all right, okay. So if I'm having a crappy day, I can still come down and go, oh, that was made for me. And somebody sent that to me. And again, a simple drawing, or a caricature made of just any of that stuff, just a single thought in somebody's head.
It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. So, here we go. We'll leave here one more for you.
You doing model kits still? Man, since Bandai stopped, well, I'm assuming they stopped doing their Star Wars figures model kit line, because they haven't put anything out in a while. I think they put out that Kylo Ren at the end of 2019 for was that Rise of Skywalker?
Mm-hmm.
That was a new version, and then the BB-8 droid pack was mostly reuse, and then I think they did an R2 and somebody, or C-3PO. I haven't done much since then. I did the Toy Story ones that weren't that great, and then what did they just solicit? Oh, My Hero Academia model kits. So I pre-ordered Midoriya to see what's going on there.
Oh, there you go. So so there's modeling. I'm gonna try to do that Yoda model at some point. I'm not putting a pin in it yet, but we'll try. I did a Lego build once just for something to try something different. So a few people enjoyed that with all the clicking of plastic. So I don't think I'll try to do a build video. So I'll just do it.
I've never done the actual build part on video.
Yeah.
And people say, well, I show like snags or things to watch out for, and then I go into the figure review. But people said you should record the whole build and then speed it up, and do that as a separate video. And I thought, yeah, but man, I'm terrible about putting stuff together and forgetting a piece, and then have to take it back apart and then put it back together again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jesus, Mike. Well, you're
Never
busy.
got around it. That's a cool kit. At the time, that was better than the Black Series figure. Had more articulation and stuff. But again, that deluxe coming. A lot of people are ripping that up now for
doing the dad boba. Yeah. That's right too. Yeah, that's why I'm lacking. I need something like that representation so I can put Jabba aside for a little while and put him up there. So that'd be really good. But yeah, no, excellent. Well, I know I could go a lot longer. I know these guys would go a lot longer as well too. So, but I am actually out of water now, and I can feel my throat starting to go. So it has been almost 3.5 hours, and really, I could pick your brain all day long. And I know, guys, I know you would easily sit and hang out the entire day, and I would assume really Robo would maybe like to hang out longer. But
I dig live streaming. I dig talking. Just
no, for sure.
Shooting the breeze.
Again, Robo's live. He's watching wrestling a few days a week and talking at you and stuff. So so I've been watching. I'm not a wrestling guy at all, not since like Roddy Piper days or whatever. But not to say that I don't appreciate it, but I'm of the 80s rock and wrestlers, so
we end up talking about toys most of the time.
and that's all it turns out to be. You hear a little bit of slam or whatever, and that's about it. But but yeah, no, Robo needs to come back. Well, I will have Robo back in a heartbeat. So we'll plan down the road or whatever. We get some reviews under our belts again and see if some big toy something happens.
Exactly. Black Series got to explode at some point, right? Because what I hear is that there are some figures right on the verge of releasing right now that haven't even been shown or solicited yet, but they're produced and about to come out. That's one of the more infuriating things right now is we can't order the whole case when just 2 figures are shown. 2 figures later, and their schedule is really being weird lately. So,
and considering they dumped like 100 releases on us last year. I'm hoping it's not going to be that many this year. I still would like a good amount, but it does feel very light for being 3 months into the year. Sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. Slow down, speed up. Just give me some toys.
Yeah, for sure. You made me night. Well, David, thanks. David's my other 3D print guy, so he was the one. Yeah, he did my throne and my Salacious Crumb. And so again, David, thank you, sir. I didn't grab anything down to show off, but you can kind of see it's right there. He's right there. So it looks good. I love it. I can't wait to do something with it. So, but the legendary, I wouldn't say I'm legendary. So I'm slightly known in small circles. I will say that much. So. But that is awesome. So again, everybody, just thanks to Robo for hanging. For sure, I appreciate it. It made my month and made my year, anyways, for sure. So
it's always fun to hang out.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, thanks so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It was fantastic. So we'll have him in again, guys. I'll stick around for a few more minutes, but we'll drop Robo out so he can go produce some stuff so we can watch something. So
I go to work.
Yeah. You got a job to do. So so we have something to watch coming up. So excellent. Right. Thanks again, sir.
Thank you. I'll talk to everyone later.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks, Robo. Kick. Robo, boom. All right. Ooh. Hey guys, how are you? I hope I did that right. So thanks everybody. Holy crap. Yeah, wow. I thought maybe we might have got maybe an hour or just over an hour. I know Robo likes to talk toys and stuff, and man, I'm very speechless. So thanks, Shane. Thank you. Yeah, I hope I was able to tag enough of you. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm honestly 10,000 subs makes me. If I had 10,000, I would say thanks for the legendary status. That would be that would be crazy if I had 10,000. But I love my 1,000 because then I get to interact. Chat drives a live action, doesn't it? So many can't, like Dan Larson, Mike, Cato, AM. It's like, I don't know if usual Mike. I don't know if he made it in or not. Like, what the friggin'? Again, Mike, if you're still in here, dude, that's. I know it was just a name and whatever, and I know I've made it my own and what have you, but considering this is something I was never like, wow, I am. Oh no, that's legendary one. You know what? Again, I love doing this, guys. I'm hoping to get some stuff happening soon. News hasn't been super great. We haven't really had any news. So yeah, I know. I have to get the videos coming for sure. Well, a bunch of the Pally boys were in. I saw some names pop by Brandon. So yeah, there was a lot of who's who. Absolutely, but and again, if it wasn't for Mike's channel, seriously, that this would not, and this would not. I'd still be a non-smoker, but this, yeah, 92 thumbs up. Jesus, I know we were so close to, I think, hitting triple digits in the stream. And again, I know who I had, so I knew that was gonna. No, Mike, I'm not gonna stop it, you know. So I feel like a shit because we haven't really talked a whole lot. Did it? I don't know if it topped. I seriously, I zoned right the hell out. So I don't know if we did or not. At all. Maybe we did, but let's see. People are posting Cobra Island. New finds in Toys R Us. Yeah, there is a bit. Well, I knew she knew I was stressing. She knew I was stressed out about it. For sure. But, and you know what? Again, I'm not. Number wise, I got 2 new subscribers. 3. I got 3 new subscribers out of that. Which, you know what? That's cool if they stay or whatever. But let's see. Let's go into see where we hit. Holy Jesus, Murphy. I can't. Phew, like 485 views on this already. So thanks, honey. Oh, you're gonna make me. Yeah, the Cobra Island stuff is starting to hit Toys R Us. I've seen Gung Ho, Roadblock. I did see 2 Beachheads last week or the week before, something like that. I haven't seen any of the new stuff. Or I've never seen Baroness or the Deluxe Trooper. I don't know if that means if Firefly or the Viper is starting to show up. I don't have to worry about it, thank God, because I have regular Cobra Trooper should be here this week, thanks to Shane, for sure. So. Sorry, not sorry, I guess. Maybe I say the same thing about Mike for sure. Mike needs a Viper. Okay, so that's out there. Okay. Curbside pickup at Ontario Toys R Us has been popular. Yeah, I did one with them at the beginning, I think. So forgot I had that down here. So I guess we can go a little bit longer. Now my throat won't be so dry. But let me go back up a little bit here, see what I missed. Mike mentioned that was nice that this guy was a figure. Oh, thanks. Thank you. It's again, it was always my way of saying thank you for the entertainment. So, I mean, movie stars and crap and sports people get, stuff for whatever, and we sit there and watch that stuff for whatever. So my whole thing is why, if everybody would have taken off their pants, well, I think Linda, oh, interesting. Yeah, I think I need to figure something out, and I'm really paranoid about. I don't know if I should just buy little plop or click lights or something. That way I can put them on and off whenever. I don't know. I think. Well, David, the draw's not here. I appreciate that we're still almost 60 people watching, which is fantastic. I don't know if I got anything to show. So studio series, I got oh, here I can click that off. If you can see, I got Blur and Jazz, and it's just my smoke screen and Hound back there just kind of filling space. Sean, you did not really get lost. You did not miss the stream. Well, you got to thumbs it up anyway, but you get just over almost 3.5 hours of Robo. Goodness. So yes, Amir. Exactly. Thank you. That's all. Yep. Damn Transformers. But no, that was yeah, I am Jesus. But it's all thanks to you guys. That's all. It's honestly, really. I know. Again, Fwoosh is, up there, but like I said, Uncle Mike and Dan from Toy Galaxy, just the palette, just Jesus. that's all I gotta say. I think I might. I don't want to watch myself, but I miss maybe a stream that I'll watch just so I can see all the comments, I think, for that 3 hours that I wasn't able to do. So let's see. Perfect. Yeah. No, Mikey's pretty technical. So because it was essential, obviously, we're collectors. I had pre-ordered before I'm gonna start getting smart about my ordering now. I don't know why I did, but I ordered Zartan and the Cobra Trooper through Walmart. I don't know why, but I did. They took the payment, but then the payment, I don't know if they take it as a placeholder, but then the money went back into my account and still absolutely nothing. But people are finding them physically in the store, but they don't have any to fulfill the orders. Now, I got Zartan, which you guys saw me show off. Oh, what a absolutely great figure. And I got that through Toys R Us online. But Shane managed to find a bunch of Cobra Troopers. So he sent me one. So it's your cheers. Oh, I am so bummed. I was starting to watch it, but then Andre and I were watching some stuff last night, so I actually missed. I just saw when you were doing the gun, showing off some of the Gundam. Yeah, I think you were talking different Gundam terminology. You had me lost with the Gundam stuff. So but yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what the whole thing's all about. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch. A crazy looking bot. Yeah. Well, they just I just so yeah, so Toy Stone Man. So the website revamped, looking good. So yes, yeah. So go check them out. So not sponsored, but I'm just telling you because you guys, I think a few of you have ordered. So there you go. There you go, right from the horse's mouth. So then I just called them out. I figured as much, but that's still funny though. But like just similar. No, and that makes sense. And honestly, I still watch all of Uncle Mike's stuff. So there was a bit of a time that I just kept putting all of Mike's stuff into a save for later because I felt like I was really, doing my version of Mike, and I was like, and believe me, there's a lot of the time I still think like that. So yeah, he was here for just a little while. So yeah, you know what? I'm not, whatever. So you can do. Ooh. I think my wife went to bed now, so I don't think she saw that. So that's okay. But yeah. I don't think I started walking around. Yes, you found 4 Cobra Troopers. Oh, really? Are we only one? We're one away from 100? Really? That's insane. That is crazy. But Fwoosh Weekly, absolutely, man. We got 100. Jesus, that's crazy. That's super freaking nuts. I got to scroll way down. Oh man, over 500 views on that. So 100, man, that's awesome. No, you guys are friggin' amazing. 101. He stopped in. Everybody stopped in for a few. Like, holy jumping Jesus. So yeah, Stumbler Stumbler, he would have. This isn't his thing. He says he likes to. What do you call it? He likes to hang with the smaller channels, not the big. That's what he said to me. So, now hey, all I'm gonna say is, once YouTube does its thing with this, and I'll check the statistics and what have you to see peak count, how many people, blah blah blah. It'll give me all that stuff. I've been able to figure that much out anyway. But considering he didn't, I don't recall him mentioning in any. I don't know. Then again, I'm not sure. Did Stumbler sneak in? Oh, okay. I knew he wasn't going to stay through the whole thing. He had told me way early. So, but I don't know where it's going with that anymore. Did he do an Instagram promo? I don't know. But okay, no, that was good. Okay, awesome. Sorry, I'm trying to read. But yeah, no, I don't know if he put any plug into it. If he did, great. If not, I'm stoked that the word spread through through my community, through you guys, and then through other I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I'm assuming was redone from someone else. Well, I know Barry had posted, he had put it out on his stories or whatever. So he did, eh? Okay. Shows you. I'll have to somehow, I don't know, if people see that stuff. Did he? Shit, I follow him and there was nothing there. It was so stupid. Let me just mute that. Oh, so he copied. Oh, yeah, Barry. Yeah, so Barry posted and Robo. Okay, sweet. Oh, well, that's awesome. I didn't realize that. So, well, so excellent. So, well, Barry, thank you very much, Barry. I don't know if Barry's still in here, but okay. That's crazy stuff, man. Holy shit. Well, even better. So, but yeah, I slept lousy last night, and then all morning or late morning, I'm like, okay, well, I guess I should put the word out into some of the collector groups and stuff like that or whatever. So I'm glad I did put it out there, because again, I don't know necessarily, because I don't know. So, but still, if we didn't hit 100 people, like some of you guys were saying 98, 99 or whatever, that's a bar, and that's awesome. And I'm glad that hopefully I was able to highlight enough people. I know I missed questions, definitely, for sure, but Clink, if you're still in, it made and just to get sappy a little bit, but it definitely made my weekend. I guess I don't know. Somehow I'm gonna get some stuff out to you guys. Things didn't go well with my mom's appointment because it got canceled on Friday, like I was telling you guys. So they lost a bunch of her blood work. So she had to get more blood taken, and it's going to be another few weeks. So as if it sucks enough that you don't know what the major whatever is or what you can do about things. And then, Dagupa, awesome. But so now we're playing the waiting game again, and it's going to be day to day, which is going to feel like a month or a year every single day. Like, it's just, it just needs to be done. But I don't know if it was a combination of the booze, because I don't drink a whole lot, but between the Fireball whiskey and the cider over this whole weekend, and the weed a little bit, I think something broke badly. So, I mean, I could probably win an Oscar, because I could probably cry on the drop of a hat right now, which I'm not going to do. But I needed this today. I was nervous about it all day, but I'm Dagupa, that's okay, dude, man, that's still awesome. So yeah, Bear, I don't, like I said, man, oh shit. Yeah, there's the man. There he is. There we go. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought I smelled something a little bit too. So so yeah, so we don't know what's going on, which means I guess I'm not breaking, or so, I don't know. Like I said, live streams, I'm still gonna keep up. I don't know, maybe you guys, I'll put a poll. I'm gonna put a poll up. And we said Stumbler too many times. I think you're right, Linda. I think so. I'm going to put a poll up in the community tab, and maybe I'll pick a few different things, and maybe we can talk about it. So, Dagupa, thank you, sir. Awesome to see you again. No, I honestly, I was very close Friday. I think Friday I was close to messaging him and just saying, Robo, can we put it off? for a few weeks or whatever. But I was like, no, it's something we needed. So, good God. But no, so yeah, so I wasn't gonna let it go at all. No, it did. Like I said, you know what? I scribbled down just a few little things because I didn't want it just to feel like we were at a movie premiere and I was the person sent from the news office to interview or whatever. Like I didn't want it just to be me, whatever. I think just going back and forth and finding out a little bit more. Like again, I was curious about coming out and working in front, being in front of the camera. Because honestly, I thought about not ever being in front of the camera, and well, that it never came to play. So, but brutal. Well, I would have felt really bad if it would have. All I need on a live stream is like. Actually, a civil conversation for once. Yeah, you're right. Oh, damn, Brandon. Damn, dude. I need a real life plastic spaceman. That might be going over my head. No, I need on a legend like plastic spaceman. If you're hinting, we can set one up and have you come on next. If you're hinting at you being a plastic spaceman, so absolutely, I would like to know more about 501 and what have you, so we can get something. We can get something put in the books for sure. Absolutely. But no, I appreciate again, guys. I appreciate. I wish there was some. Besides, again, those couple of dudes, I bought Battle Cat again. I don't know if I said that, so I got it. Okay, woohoo! But yeah, I'm going to, I'm gonna put a poll up, and I'm gonna pick a few. I don't know. I'll pick a few things, and then, yeah. Oh no, absolutely. Brian said he would. So, so we will get him on. I wanted to get through this before I started booking my next group or what have you. So there you go. Always felt Arrow should be Goldfuss, and she took over the team. Yeah, that's true. That is true. It's rough. It is. I get it. Had it not be so dry, I don't know if I would have gone. I don't know if I would have gone with the 86. I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know if I would have gone into the 86 stuff. But I'm glad I did, at least just for that. Definitely. I do probably need to find a Skeletor. I want to get a Skeletor, but I'd rather have the original one, but if I can get the one with the battle thing, at least with the original Skeletor looking head, just to go with He-Man. I don't think I need Panther or Panthro or Panther. I don't need that because they're just running out of room. But getting that battle He-Man and being able to put the first head on there, oh man. Some Black Series don't start showing. I know it's Spice Girl Barbie dolls. There you go. I had the Ginger Spice. I'm not gonna lie, she was my favorite. So, But yeah, so yeah, I'll put up a poll of like, I don't know, 3-4 figures. And we'll go from there. And maybe I'll either do like a review. Maybe I'll pick an old figure that might be due for a re-review or a reviewing, or something like that. Or it could be something completely random. I could pick, I don't know, like I don't know. I'll pick something anyway. So, yeah, and I think that's Stumbler. You're not supposed to tell people about the Scary Spice. She was probably the easiest of the Spice Girls. I would have thought Ginger was probably probably the second, probably. God's and Spice World. Oh, holy good Christ Almighty! I remember having that on and having to play that at the video store all the time. It was like, oh, good Lord Almighty! Done with the He-Man. Yeah, no, and I think I don't. I just want a bad guy. I could go across the street and get Merman right now, but that's not really the one that I want to have as the villain is Merman. So I will get. I did see at one of the Toys R Us because now you can get them everywhere, but damn it, I read Stumbler. Oh, you broke my thing. But I found the Prince Adam with the Sky Sled. I was tempted, but I was like, I don't need a Prince Adam figure. So which would mean I would go at more. I would want more because it's a more vehicular. But then I'm seeing people are finding Castle Grayskull. I don't have room for it. I'm just telling myself no room. But Skeletor for sure. So that's about all the room I think I can kind of wedge him in between Tron and the Transformers. Or else I might move Tron to the, I don't know. We'll see. Ooh, Samantha Fox. Samantha Fox was okay. She was, I don't know why we're getting into, yeah, down with all the Spice Girls. There's not any of them that weren't, I mean, yeah, the odd one had to stick up their ass or whatever, but that's other than that. But it's like the good and the ugly. Oh, I'll put a bag over their head. Jesus, Murphy. This is taking an awfully weird turn. But yeah, so I'll put something up so we can do something. I'll probably still put, hey, there's usual, Mike. How are you, good sir? Hello. Yes, they do, Brandon. Yes, they do. So, but no, that was, I think more than, this is taking more turn because you hopped onto the chat. Well, see, again, we all said Stumbler's name way too many times, and there we go. And we got Hooter McCoolski saying hi to Mike. So it definitely has been a who's who in the stream tonight. So I just picked up the kids from school. Oh, excellent. Right. I like it. Man. That was fantastic. Holy crap. I think it was a lot better than I thought it was even going to go. So oh, yeah, absolutely. So I don't know. I have to shoot for, I don't know, somebody else. Get somebody else. Cincy Nerd. I've never talked to Cincy at all. Not that I talk on the regular with Robo. And I've never even talked to Dan also. So Dan, No, Phil, we'll be around. I'll be around for now. So, but yeah, Dan has got to completely be due to Mike. So I can't see me being on Dan's radar at all. So if I am, holy bugger. But I mean, I know he doesn't subscribe. I don't expect like any of them to subscribe to me because I don't know if they have as much time to watch others, especially being that many subscribers. So I think that's Mike, which, again, thanks. So yeah, if Dan came across, maybe Dan saw Robo's thing, or I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue at all. But I had honestly, Lynn, I had such a hard time looking at him because I couldn't. I couldn't believe he was actually like in. So. But yeah, I think from when I did kind of make a little bit of eye contact with him, I think he looked. I mean, honestly, I think he probably would have bowed out. Like I said, I was not that I was running out of things to talk about, but I just in the back of my head the whole time I'm just thinking, okay, how long? I know he's got stuff to do, and I know he's being super. I don't know. I don't want to assume that he would have stuck around longer. I think maybe he might have gone a little bit longer, but I said in the back of my head the whole time I was wondering how long he was going to be able to do it. So I'm like, the George, really? That I don't envy. Maybe the Ringo. So. If he's the Paul, wouldn't it be John, Paul, George, and then Ringo? Oh, did he? See, I'm gonna have to watch. Oh, come on, Mike. Give me that. You know what? I'm again, and this is me on myself. I'm nobody. I'm just this little thing or whatever. So no, he didn't. No offense at all. No offense at all, my friend. So Brandon, take it easy, my friend. Thanks so much for being here. So but yeah, Mike, really, I was more that way with having you. Even honestly, even Shabby, he is such a bigger than life personality, and he deserves so many more subscribers than he has, and I know they'll come. I know they'll come for sure. A lot of those Pally boys are fantastic guys, but Shabby is definitely got that. He's got that thing. So and again, who am I? I'm some Canadian dude that there we go. Yeah, see, there we go. Let's get some Beach Boys. There was more people in the Beach Boys, I think, right? But yeah, so that's, like I said, I brought it up that night just as a goof. Oh yeah, I'll just ask Robo to be on a stream, and we went and we did it. So and it did happen. So but yeah, it was crazy. It was awesome. So I'm glad I made it. I wasn't going to make any notes, and I was just going to completely wing it, but I'm glad I did scratch down a few things. I did want to ask him how and why he got into YouTubing, and I guess I missed that. So that was my damn chicken scratch, man. So I'm the Evan Adams of YouTube. I don't even know who the hell that even is. So, but Tommy Chum, blah 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 blah. That. All right, let's see. Sorry, guys, I'm just going back up a little bit. See if I missed. I don't know why I'm talking like that, but no, that was tremendous, and I keep saying it. And yeah, that would have been another one too. But I think Robo, maybe that might just be a nickname. Like maybe his name is Rob. I don't know. But yeah, I honestly I wasn't sure. Like I didn't know how personal to get really. You know, it was great to when I was watching some of his stuff again, and I said I went back and started watching at the beginning, and he wasn't Robo that did all the reviews. There was another guy as well. It depended on what color the screen was that you could tell if it was the blue or the green screen. It was Robo. If it was the black screen, it was I can't remember the other guy's name. So so yeah, it's so yeah, but to hear him drop, oh well, my wife is, so it's like okay, good. So I can maybe touch upon how does your wife feel about you know, you're collecting or whatever type of thing. So I didn't want to just assume, or maybe it would have been a source. So yeah, like I said, I knew we were probably going to hover around Star Wars most of the time, but it was still you know, it was great to touch on some other stuff, and now he's brought up new other properties I hadn't thought of in a long time. So that's another rabbit hole. So, and that's what happens when, you know, you get different perspective, but well, there. No, Robo is not the only guy. No, there's different layers, levels, something like that. So the Hanna-Barbera. Yeah, that was pretty good. So hey, Darth Rock. Yes, we are still going. So yeah, Robo. I banished him. I was done with Robo, so I threw him away at the 3 hour and 15-minute-ish mark, and then went on for that. So Fwoosh. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised me at all if Fwoosh was based on a comic book or whatever. So yeah, but yeah, that would be maybe something for next time. We'll have on. Thank yous. Yes, it was everything and more, and a lot of holy jumping whatever. But yeah, that's fantastic. I couldn't have imagined it any better. Well, really, if I could have taken the whole, well, I know I've only got him for so much time, but not realizing that could have been well into the wee hours of the morning, that would have been about the only other thing. But yeah, I like I said, right from the get go, I was like, well, I don't really want to, you know, but maybe. Okay. All right. Well, no, believe me, there's some other guys. I want to have a couple of the other Pally boys join on as well. So Yeah, I think and I don't think Robo's really been all right, Brian, thanks so much for during and then coming back after dinner and taking over again. Awesome. Thank you, sir. And we definitely will talk for sure. Yeah, that would be Brown Lanterns was a thing from the thing from Fwoosh. Oh, nice. But all right, awesome. But yeah, I know he's said too, he's just not have enough time to do as much customizing. So like his play days, looks like he does a little bit of stuff still, but it looks like he gets a lot of stuff sent into him, which is really cool. But it does sound like he'd like to do more again for sure. So, but no, it's believe me, you'd never hear me complain. It'd be really sweet if I got mentioned again or whatever. But it looks like a bunch. Oh Jesus, what the heck is going on? Oh. Sorry, guys. Messages. What is this one for? Okay. Weird. Oh well, whatever. Yeah, junky stuff. So yeah. But boom. All right. Who's going to Brian's gone? All right. So yeah, I will definitely have him come back on again. So now I gotta look at that. Damn that. Okay. All right. All right. I got it. I got her. Oh, oops. Crap. I just deleted something I shouldn't have. Oh, okay. That's okay. All right. There we go. So we know. Damn, I'm gonna tell him where. You can let him know next time. So, yeah, I guess it totally makes sense if he said he started in the bathroom, right? So, no, absolutely. No, that was. Oh, geez. Okay, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I just see that on his Facebook. He did mention that as well too. So, my beautiful thumbnail skills that I learned. That's just horrible. Oh, somebody just joined at the tail end. That's awesome. No, I said that's really cool to get some thought. That's fantastic. But good to learn. Thought in Australia toilets flushes the other way around. Well, it might flush the right way around in Australia, or I don't know. Yeah. Oh, somebody. Ah. Not missing anything else. Boom. All right, sweet. No, that was cool. 102 likes. I'm yeah, it's gonna be a little different now seeing that, but no, that's it. I said it. You know what? For again, the weekend I had and everything else, that it was like the icing on the cake. It was great talks. Lots of little tidbits to find out a few little things. Again, having some stuff in common for sure is fantastic. And also too, not always having to talk about toys, talk about old sitcom stuff we watched, smoking and quitting smoking. So that was yeah, that represents all of our money going down. Yes, exactly. So I think the only one I didn't see. Well, I don't know if he would have made it out. I posted on Josh's page, but on Josh Pence. I don't know if Josh, if he popped into the stream or if he does that. I don't know, but that's okay still though. So, good old WKRP. Good old WKRP. But yeah, no, that I said that's man. Incredible. And so many of you, like I said, I'm gonna have to go back up because all I can get up to right now is what happened wow, at 11:45. That's the latest I can scroll back through right now. So I'm gonna have to sit back and try to ignore myself. I hope I know I rambled a bunch, but he was very polite about it. So I hope I didn't take up too much of the conversation, but I thought he was flying back. I thought he was flying back. But that's okay. But yeah, no, since he might be an interesting one to have. But Amir, I always leave it up. I never delete, so it will show back up for watch time. So, all right, Darth Rock, take it easy. Oh, did they make a little blue pill? Awesome. Yeah. So I have a blast. I leave them up because I know there's a bunch of people that don't see. Oh, nice. What did you order, sir? I'd like to guess, but I don't know. Hopefully it'll arrive. You'll be over 1,000 subscribers. Yeah. I don't know. Did you do Ahsoka? No, not Ahsoka. Bo, did you do Bo-Katan? Did you do a trooper? I still want to order another one. I do want to order another one, but I don't think I'm going to be able to order another one. All right. Fair enough. I'll take it. I can appreciate a good surprise. So we shall see. But yes, I always leave up all the old streams because I know not everybody can make it. So is he in Texas still? Okay. All right. I knew that him and Josh, they were doing something down there, toy hunting or what have you. So, but yeah, I mean, I think Cincy, I don't watch a lot of his stuff. I guess I should watch some. I subscribe to him, and I think I watched some of his top of or the best of. But yeah, Mike, seriously, Jesus, I said I wasn't gonna do. I wasn't going to go super long tonight. I thought maybe I would have dropped off about 10 minutes after Robo, after I let Robo go. But here we are, because there's still 41 people watching. And that would still be, this is high for my channel. And it's just me. So yeah. But yeah, since he gets a crap ton, that gets a little overwhelming. And I think it kind of scares me off a bit when I see people do stuff like that. That I'm like, oh, I got. Oh, here, this is. I found a Queel. I don't need a Queel, but I found him and he was slightly cheaper, so I have him for now. So that was it. So the telethon. Well, and again, anybody who did a super chat or any of that, I didn't want to plug any of that stuff at all. So you guys, I don't like the force, or I don't want to make it feel like it's a forced thing to pay to what, like, it's nothing to do with that. But whoever, that was fantastic. So yeah. The Qui-Gon. Oh, the Qui-Gon. Yeah, there are a lot of those. Look, I'd love to do the Bo-Katan. so bad, but I'm not going to be able to. So yeah, it's a big deal for sure. Oh, what I don't you heard a queef. It's that I don't know how some people can do it. Like they either got major sponsorship or they're making decent money that they can go out and do stuff like that. Because I mean, even if I come home with 3 figures and I know I'm looking at a $100 bill, I don't know. So where are we sitting? 4 hour and 8 minute, and I need to get more water if I'm gonna keep going for a while. If you guys are still wanting to hang out and chat for a bit, let me know. If so, then I will let you talk amongst yourselves, and I will go and get more beverage. So I'll just wait for the first answer, and then if it says yes more, then I'll go. So X-Men. I just want the Tri-Sentinel build a figure, eh? Yeah. Yes, for sure. Okay, give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. Ooh, all right. Go get my drink. Thank you. Break the record. It'll only be like 5 hours and like 10 minutes or something, but we'll see. And I had to get a few fish. Yeah, I haven't snacked in a while. Because Cindy, yep. I forgot. How do you forget to eat? Good God, man. All fun games. Fall asleep, someone will spoon you. Oh, okay. Awesome. Excellent. Yeah, Marvel Legends. I've seen a few. The Wolverine seems to be the peg warmer out of that House of X wave. Brutal. Yeah, that's almost empty. I got new water, so we're okay for a little bit. Yeah, I'd like to see. Oh man, see all the new stuff, but there's not been a whole lot. I've seen that some people have been finding the bat cycle through EB. Don't buy it. Mm. I mean, like this one here. That one there. That one there. You know, not really just 2 per case. Oh, well, okay. So then they've got a few cases in then, because yeah, my Walmart, I think I saw eight Wolverines. So, just for Zartan. Yeah, that's if I could find it cheap, maybe. That would look pretty cool. I'm gonna have to. GI Joe is gonna be. I don't buy Legends. I don't. So I'm hoping to use them as trades, or to put them towards something else. So Wolverine doesn't have a build-a-piece. No, exactly. So I keep saying, and I'm bad for it. I know I'm bad for it. But if those can go, that'll help cover future costs of something. It is funny though. My Walmart finally got the Jar Jar Binks figure in. I don't need him, of course. We've already seen that I have him. But they had him priced at 4 cases. They had him priced at. They didn't have the updated price on the shelf anywhere for a deluxe Star Wars figure. So you could get Jar Jar for $29.99 or $29.97 right now. So if you're in my area, there was 6 of them on the shelf. So yeah, that. Well, Supreme Cobra Commander will go here. So this is just kind of a temporary workspace right now. Got a little table there and some benches and lots of guns are just hanging out. And this will get blended into other things. I may start changing the shelving up top here, and the gaming grates will probably change as well. I think. Probably, I think. That bad guy wave looks really rad. I'm not gonna lie, it looks really good, but I am going to stay away from it. I saw a Dazzler at one of the Toys R Us on the weekend, and I almost because I think she was on sale. But then I'm gonna have to keep going deeper to find more of the 90s. I'm not going any deeper with the X-Men. I'm just staying with Rogue and Gambit, and that's it. So and like I took back what figure? Oh, Wasp, because I had given that to my daughter. I put her back up on the shelf because I've got Ghost up there and I got Giant Man at the other side. But no, I honestly, I'm not. No, I'm just gonna put the boxes away again because I took out when I was doing this bit. I took the boxes out and I was just going to blend the figures back into the other shelving. I'm just again, that's where I had my Lego. My odds and sods of Lego was right there. So I don't know. Either I buy a small floating shelf for over on this other side wall that you guys don't really see ever. You'll see it when I finish the collection update, whenever that will be. But I'm thinking of putting the Lego on there, and then I don't have to worry about that because I just left a couple of Lego pieces spread throughout the shelving. Like you can't. I don't know if you can even see it. Well, way up at the top of that Silent Bob pop, there's my Tron Legos. My Tron Legos, like right up there. Can't really see any of it, but yeah. No, I'm not saying any. I'm not getting rid of anything like selling wise or whatever. It's I just mean the boxes themselves because I did that, and then well, you can see right here too, right? Because I angled this a little bit different, but. The carbonized figures, they're all back in the box. And that's it. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, they're all there. So, but lots of stuff to move around, lots of stuff to still change again. But no, I'm not selling any. Hey, I already feel bad enough about getting rid of the original Rebels figures. Oh, for Christ's sake. Nice. But I do still need to. I need to get some more bits. Well, and then when things come in eventually, all this will have to move. The rest of my Batman and Batman animated DVDs, all throughout. Like Batman Brave and the Bold and all the Batman animated films and Batman Beyond and all. I'm going to have to move all that stuff. So, all right, Amir, take it easy, my friend. Thank you so much. Can't wait till they come in and have a new place on my shelf. But that is awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I can't wait for the next announcement wave. And then I'm getting in straight on pre-orders. So all the way. I don't need the stress anymore. So, but excellent. Thanks for making it out, sir. Yeah. I love the Jet Trooper. Or the Jump Trooper. I do. But if he's just gonna be white, like basically he gets this is there. Look at that, guys. I have the new Jump Trooper already. Are you jealous? Nobody would know. I could do the whole review like this. Yeah, look what I got in the mail. And nobody would have any idea until we do that. Oh, sorry. Did I? Maybe I should. No, I've already ruined it. Yeah, look. New Jump Trooper. But yeah, it is disturbing, or it is upsetting that again, it's a two-way street. Get them if you want. Don't. I have them ordered already, so of course I'm going to get them. Would I love to see this on? It's okay. It's fine. I got a variant. Mine's a variant, and nobody would know. So, but I'd love to have seen this on the new body style. So he knew the original majority of this body was going to get used again and again and again. So yeah, and that's all it is. It's just, but I still like it, and I'll still buy it. I'm not thrilled with that new updated Cal Kestis, that orange. Holy balls, no! But I want the other stuff. Am I thrilled about the price? Absolutely not. But yeah, a new the mold's there. Like, why not use it now? Like, it's not like you need to fund the next mold, like the next Stormtrooper mold, because you just gave us a new one. Do the head. I don't know. But again, it's the cheapest way for them to put stuff out, and then so I don't know. We will see. But I was hoping they were kidding when they said that that's what it was going to probably be. Yes, Mr. Ortega. Yeah, Then this is what we're getting. Minus this, minus probably the little yellow there, and this. Really? Ugh. Hold on a second, folks. Do the head. Whoa, man, you guys are getting dirty. Oh, there we go. Bonk, invite, copy. Paste. There we go. 1 second. You guys might be in for another bit of a treat. Yeah, it's, you know, you get to the point where you're stuck and you just get what there is. Had I started my collecting now and being more educated with my buying, I wouldn't have as much. But we have another guest. So this is what all you stragglers get. So I'm going to bring out this person. I don't know if you've ever heard of this person, so it might be very new to YouTubing, but here we go. So just say hello to this guy.
This is what you get when you order Robo off Fwoosh.com.
There you go. Yes, there you go. Ooh, what's your shirt? What do you got on your shirt?
Oh, it's from this month's Loot Crate, which I opened today. I think it says Evil Queen on it, but it also looks like it says Evil Queer on it. Either way, whatever, it's fine.
Wow, that is something.
You know, when I put these shirts on to film them, I just never take them off. So
I think it's supposed to be a Sex Pistols-y.
Is it? Is that what it's supposed to be? I didn't pick up on that.
God save the Queen, man. So
I did not pick up on that. I'll take it though. I like it. I like purple. Purple is weirdly my favorite color.
No, I'm down. I am down with the purple for sure. It was pink shirt day the other day at work. I actually had to go out and buy one. And apparently it wasn't pink enough because nobody picked up on the fact that I bought a pink shirt.
So, you know, I wish I'd known that. Now I kind of want to go back and add that into the video. So the problem with this video is I have this like fancy ass camera I got from my new job. And like I bought a cable so I could plug it into my extra monitor because using this tiny ass screen, like the first 3 or 4 minutes of the video are all super out of focus because I turned off autofocus because you can hear it like click and adjust. And I don't like that. So I was manually focusing and I sucked at it at the beginning. So like the first 3 or 4 minutes, it's way out of focus. So it's just how it is. It's just gonna be how it is. You can't go back and redo an unboxing. Like it's like a one and done kind of thing.
Yeah. True. That would be just like doing your food boxes, right? You can't just kind of spit it back up and then go back at it again.
Yeah, your initial reactions are like what they are, you know. So once you have those, you can't go back and like I mean, you can try, but it's not the same.
Yes. Oh, there we go. I thought your Mando was going in the living room.
Hi. Okay. It is once I kind of stop playing with it. I have to like experience it. You know?
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, that's oh god, that looks so good.
I just gotta kind of fuck around with it for a while.
Yeah.
The weird things, like, so he has this little knife, and the knife's supposed to go in the boot in here, but like I'm not brave enough to do that because it's very tight, and I don't want to break it. And the instructions say the fob goes in his belt somewhere, but I can't fucking figure that out either. So I don't know.
Damn, instructions for a toy. Oh,
Yeah, you need them. It even says when you open the box, it's like, read the instructions first.
Oh, geez.
But he's good. I like him.
Gee, oh,
It's fine.
He's
fine.
Still, oh my god, you just gave me stress, right?
He's fine.
Oof.
If I break anything, I'll just message Hot Toys again, like I did with the Commander Cody.
But true, very true. That is, yes.
This is the weird one right here because you have like the little Grogu, but like he's a facade.
What?
He looks like a monster from like Castlevania, like floating around.
Yes, that's right.
Or like a Slimer or something.
Oh,
yeah, he's cute though. He's just half a Baby Yoda. But like it looks good. I like it. It's in proportion, which is important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As a Transformers collector, I don't know. Does that make you a true Transformers collector if you have to use the instructions?
For me, I try not to, but I feel like it depends on the Transformer and how much I spent on it. Like the Studio Series 86 ones, I'll bust them open and try to do them without instructions. But like if it's like $100 or so like masterpiece or something, I'm gonna bust out the instructions, or more likely I'll go look up something on YouTube and try to follow along with something they do in person.
Yeah, I haven't tried Grimlock yet. So
Grimlock's fun. He's a lot of fun, and he's super easy.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Then if the Transformers
there's no scary parts about him. Like he's 100% gonna be on a bots and shots in the future.
Ooh, nice. Well, was it Robo was saying that there's different kits that are out there now for the mouth and the sword. I was like, man, don't tell me about stuff like that.
Well, that's how third-party Transformers started. Was like there were companies like Fans Project where they take something Hasbro put out and they'd make like an add-on kit to make it better, and then they just kind of started doing their own thing. Like, it also comes this little. I figured out the Camtono. Like it opens up, which is pretty neat. So you can see the Beskar inside. It lights up.
Ooh.
It's got batteries. The batteries go in the top. But I haven't put them in yet. But yeah, it's pretty cool. So kind of fun little things he comes with.
Man. Nope. I will just live vicariously through. Oh, here we go. Oh, of course it's always entertaining. Like they damage their livers and stuff. For your our entertainment. So yes.
It's a lot of work. So I'm glad people enjoy it.
Can it make ice cream?
I think if you crank it hard enough, yes, that's what a Camtono originally was an ice cream maker.
Yeah. Dang. Map is probably straightforward, unlike Black Arachnia. Yeah, I'm not going down with any of those stuff, so I'm good. Like I said, I've got Hot Rod and Scourge ordered, and Cup is on his way, and
Cup's a fun one. Cup's probably I think Cup and Hot Rod are the two hardest ones of all of them.
Oh, okay, sweet. I'll have to. I can't. I mean, I think the blur is pretty. I haven't transformed any of them yet, but I think just out of looks, the blur is pretty cool. The Jazz, I don't know. The Jazz doesn't wow me. Like it's a good figure. It just doesn't wow me because I think that mold looks pretty similar-ish to some previous ones or whatever. But
Cup or Blur's probably my least favorite. I don't like his I don't like the big sleeves coming off his arms. I think they're kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Carter saw me. He's like, I thought Blur had 2 hands. I'm like, he does. Well, he does. I'm like, he's holding his gun.
Yeah, the little fix. Yeah.
I'm like, he's not a pirate. No, he didn't lose it in the battle of Great War of Cybertron or anything. Like, oh, okay. But yeah, he nearly crapped himself when I came home with Grandma, and I'm like, do you have the money to pay? No. I'm like, then he's all mine, and damn it, I'm not gonna want more of them now. So
yeah, my Grimlock's actually right here, right next to Jetfire.
Yeah. Awesome. Freaking fan, what's up here? Oh, Mike. Mike always still enjoys the Crown.
Oh, of course. I'm never gonna stop enjoying Crown Royal. That's my go-to jam. I haven't had the fancy stuff. Like every year, Lily gets me a fancy bottle of like, $70 or $80 Crown Royal.
I hate to say, as a Canadian, I'm not much of a fan of the Crown. I don't like the mix. Like, so it's either a straight shot, which the Fireball whiskey, and I have been bitten by the Fireball bug a little bit. So
I had a bad experience with Fireball.
I got close this weekend to having a bad experience with it twice, but I managed to pull through. I woke up the next morning, so I guess that was a plus. So
anytime you wake up is a plus. You didn't die. Hooray!
Oh, what are we saying here? We both have what? Perfect. No.
That's a hard no.
No. Maybe you put one of those. No, forget it. No, that's still not anymore. So we need 86 prices. I'd be better with 86 prices.
Yeah, that would be great. But the problem is with 86 prices, would that come 86 like articulation and quality? In that case, like I'd rather pay more for a better toy than pay less for a not better toy. I guess is the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I know there's a lot of nostalgia, and there are people like, oh, I prefer the G1s. I'm not one of those. Like, objectively, if you show me like an 84 or whatever Optimus Prime and like the Earthrise Optimus Prime, like I'm 100% going to choose the Earthrise Optimus Prime every time. He transforms better. He's got way better articulation. He looks like he does in the cartoon, which for me is way more important.
Yep. I mean, I like the box look or whatever. Like seeing those new Headmaster stuff. That's
sure, it's fun. It's nostalgic.
Right, how absolutely oblivious I am to following any stuff like that. I was like, oh, this is really. And then somebody was like, well, those are just reboxed from the last
Titans Return. Yeah, they're Reebox Titans Return figures. Yeah,
I'm like, oh, okay, I'm an idiot. So I'm like, because I was one of those ones. I'm like, ooh, those look really, really good. I don't remember them being that good when I was a kid. And
no, they're not. No,
so like, yeah. And now that the second wave, apparently people are finding that up here already right now. And I was like, well, I don't need them. So Carter he found Hardhead, I think, Chrome. Yeah. I don't know, one of the two. So he found one. He's like, "Oh, I gotta have." I'm like, "All right, you do you." I said, "You're paying for the box, but whatever."
I've still got all of them. I've got them all in a bin in my closet, and like I could pull it out if I ever want to dig it out. But like, I'm not like in a hurry or anything.
Yeah,
like they were fine. They're fine figures, but I think the newer ones are better.
No, absolutely. I don't mix my Crown, not a mixer.
I generally do straight whiskey, even if it's just flavored. Like I just drink straight plain whiskey.
Hey, Sarge, a little later to the party, but go back and rewatch. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm not Robo. I'm so sorry. People joining right now are like expecting Robo. They're like, that's not fucking Robo. I know. I wake up every day knowing that I'm not Robo.
Don't say that. You just do you. You is doing very well. So I like watching you. I
couldn't believe you were still on. I was like, this guy's been going on for like 4 hours.
Like I said, it was, well, this is what happens, right? Then I start getting caught up so I can start reading the stream for once. And then I start falling down that rabbit hole. And then Stumbler comes back, and then everything just goes the pot a little bit, literally. And he starts throwing imaginary Skittles and things at people, and then 5 hours goes by, and then you're like, oh balls, okay, I don't have anything better to do. So it was, I was ready to go at about the 3, like just after I let Robo go, because again, I didn't know how long he was gonna hang.
Yeah, it's like, is he staying on because he's being very polite, or does he actually want to be here? Yeah, I'm always self-conscious about that.
Yeah, so and that's where I was the entire time. Like, yeah, I blanked at some of the timestamps, but then all of a sudden I was kind of like, okay. So now we're talking about being smokers and ex-smokers now, and now we're into some. So okay, hey, he's still talking, and I see him leaning forward, which is usually a good indication. So
still wants to go.
Jesus. All right. So I think he probably would have stayed had I not even said anything, but I just felt bad because when he messaged me to confirm, he was just like, well, Sunday night's the day I start recording. I'm like, okay, well then maybe we might get him for a half. I thought a half an hour, really. An hour max. I didn't think we were gonna go almost 3.5. So
yeah, it was the same kind of thing when Dan was on my live stream. Like, I'm like, I don't know how much of your time I can take, because if it were up to me, we'd talk for forever. It would just be you and me talking for forever.
Yeah. And to see, well, again, you pop in, usual Mike came in. To see that Dan came, I was like,
yeah, you had a party. You had a whole party going on in chat.
Oh my God. I said I'm gonna have to go, but I don't like to rewatch my stuff, but I may have to go back and rewatch it with just watch the comment section to see what I missed, because I was like, holy Jesus, like this is insane. Like, how did, and then I said even afterwards, I'm like, I don't know how Dan came. I said Mike had to have Mike written all over it, because
no, I didn't message him at all. That was all Dan. He probably saw Robo or something, and like he likes to support smaller channels too. Like, Dan's a super cool guy, so
I was like, Jesus.
And for what it's worth, Smirking Bear, Robo's beard is better than mine. Like, I don't have any kind of like ego. Like, I have a decent beard. It's good. I just trimmed it up because for my job, I kind of wanted to rein it in a little bit. But I think Robo's beard is magnificent.
It is. I can't even strive to get to your beard game before I just get annoyed, and I want to even get rid of this some days, because
it's just laziness. You just have to be super lazy about it.
Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I just
stop caring.
I'll pretend I live out in the bush, and
there you
I
go.
don't have access to a razor or a mirror. So
growing a beard's the easiest thing in the world. You just don't do anything.
Yeah, no, that's true. Oh, Sarge, I'm hoping your head is feeling better, and well, yeah, you can go back and watch, because yeah, lots of holy crap happened in the stream, and yeah,
I made a snack. My window's closing in 20 minutes.
God, I am feeling like a real shit on that whole front. I'm just. Until we finally figure out what's going on with my mom and we have a better understanding of how long,
food, dude. Yeah,
so. But
I did the same thing when my brother was in the hospital and dying, and even like after that, like sometimes you just gotta eat. Like, it makes you feel better. Just do it.
Yep. No, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. Like, it's just so hard too to go, man, with the. I don't know. I've lost my train of thought where I was going with that.
It happens. Mine never boarded the station. You know what it was for me? I didn't do it. I stopped doing it when Aaron died. But 3 weeks ago, one of my friends in the UK messaged me, and she's like, "Hey, like, you did the fasting thing. Like, how does that work? How did you start that?" And I kind of laid everything out for her. And I'm like, I should just start doing that again. Like, that, it really worked out well for me. And I had just tried to put on a shirt that was suddenly too tight, and I was like, oh, I probably should start losing weight again.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's just so much. Not to say, well, I mean, it is work. It's definitely work without a shadow of a doubt to completely change all of that aspect of what you were.
Well, it's hard.
Raised to do 3 meals a day, and if I'm hungry, I snack on stuff, and you know, like that. That's just. But I was surprised that how did you find it more difficult to kick your ass to get back into it this time?
The first day was hard, but after that it was super easy. The third day into my new job, my boss sends me a message saying, "Hey, we're gonna meet down in San Diego for lunch. What do you want? What do you want to eat?" And I'm like, I had to tell him like, I'll show up, but like nothing. Like I'll just sit there and have fun. It was really weird.
Well, I think, but also because becoming more of a, I don't know, more than I guess a lot more of the norm.
More people know about it
now, right? Because even my one supervisor at work, I was saying something about, I gotta, you know what, just get through and go and just whatever. And he's like, yeah, he goes, I've been pretty bad with my fasting lately too. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, he goes, actually, I heard you talk about it. I was like, really? He's like, yeah. He's like, he goes, obviously it's worked for you. And I'm like, oh, don't look at me now. Like, don't look at me.
I still feel like you, like I feel like I ballooned back out and you still look super good. So
it's either going somewhere else than maybe, I don't know. But
that actually, I did notice that because I can still wear like 40 jeans where before I was in like 44s and 42s.
Yep.
But like my upper here area is still filling out. So it's like my pants are fine, but like up here is more.
Yeah, it's like being an orange on a toothpick. Yep.
Basically, yes.
Yes. It's so bad because it's the same because I was like, oh, I think I'm going to have to move back up to a size 42 again. I don't know if I kept an extra pair of those laying around.
I got rid of all my fat clothes and I had to go back and buy fat clothes. So during, when lockdown, when I went back to work after like 4 months of not working, I couldn't wear my work shirt anymore. Like I had to go in and like a normal shirt and be like, hey, I'm going to need to order fatter shirts.
Damn. And my work, it's whatever. I mean, we're supposed to have dress code again, but because of all this crap, they're just like, we haven't got it put out there or whatever. So it's like, oh, okay, so the kids will still like me because I wear all my geeky t-shirts anyways.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, this lame old guy giving us crap or whatever. So, but yeah, there's been a few of them and I'm like, ooh, yeah. I don't like that at all. Put the sweatshirt on and and because this is all my sweatshirts are 3 to 4X still.
So they're nice and roomy. Yeah.
Big and baggy. So so then that way if I even scooch down or whatever, then it still kind of poofs out and I feel not so bad about myself.
That's right. That's the secret.
Oh yeah, it was bad. But I mean, like this past weekend, like I said, I think I broke something inside just because I finally just had it between, work's been really lousy lately and with my mom it's just been blah and whatever, and then just going Jesus, and I should put a pin in the channel again a little bit, which I'm not concerned about. That was fine, but then I happened to stop at one spot where I can get my really good cider from. I only make that get that for the treats, but because I could get the blood orange and I could get the blueberry stuff, I was like, yeah, you know what? It feels like that's what kind of a weekend it's going to be. And normally I would have one can and I might maybe pop a couple of shots, eat a gummy, Bob's your uncle.
Right. Having a good night.
I'm a happy guy. But over the week, I did an obscene amount of edibles. I've got, I don't know how big the bottle of, I probably drank about 3/4 of a bottle.
Did everything die?
Ball between Friday and Saturday night. So it was, woohoo! It was a lot. So
especially like a good time for me. I'm a little mad you didn't invite me, to be honest with you.
I didn't think it was going to go like that either. So I was just
planning parties.
Jesus, went downstairs to get another cider, and I'm like, well, while I'm opening that, I should pour a shot, I think, and then I would do it, and then I'd be like, did I have a shot? I don't think I did.
You should do another
one right away. So it's like, oh yeah, that burning, lingering. Oh, okay, yeah. But
that's the problem with shots. Is it sometimes it takes a while to hit you. So same thing with edibles. Like you eat one or two, you're like, oh, those aren't anything. So you eat like one or two more, and then an hour later, you're in for a good time.
yeah. The I know New Year's I thought I had spaced my edibles out perfectly, but I was way early on popping the next bit, and we got to a point we finished playing euchre, and I was just sitting on the chair, and I was just like, "Don't talk to me, don't breathe on me." I'm not sure how I'm feeling right now. I might be sick, but I don't think I am because I think I might be hungry. Like I've never had so many emotions hit all at the same time, and literally, I just half an hour. I just sat there with. I'm like, okay, I think I'm okay now. And then we walked home. So, oh, he pauses like that during fornication. Bottle of Mr. Freeze. Oh, it did freeze up. Yes, it did for a second there, but it happens. But
we got through it together.
Yes, we did. Yes. I love it. Oh, here we go. Well, of course he is.
I'm all right,
dude.
I'm very okay.
But and with oh my god, the latest round of Transformers. All right, have you got all of them?
I'm missing Megatron from the leader Dinobot Megatron. I've got all of them from the Studio Series 86. I don't have anything from Wave 2 of Kingdom yet.
I don't think we've seen Wave 2. I don't think that's even been a thought out here yet. So it's
I'm mostly caught up. I'm not in a rush or hurry or anything.
No.
I got the Amazon randomly sent me the green Zeo Ranger today.
Ooh,
So I mostly just wanted him to get Adam's head for the Black Ranger.
No, that's cool. Yeah, my which is bizarre, but my Walmart, I ran over to go pick up prescriptions this afternoon. I walked over to get my ring, and
I've been doing that.
Yes.
Every day for the last 3 weeks, closing all my rings.
Yes, and the little challenge for Women's Rights Day or something today, or or whatnot. I think
for us it's tomorrow. Is tomorrow?
Is it tomorrow?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, that's okay. I'll still close that tomorrow anyway, so that's fine. But so I walked over, and they had what the hell did I see? So they had 5 Jar Jar Binks on the shelf, but they didn't have the proper price tags anywhere. So if you went over to buy him, he would have been $30. He would have been the price of a regular Black Series.
Oh, dang. I was like, for us, $30 is the normal price.
Yeah. So I was like, man, I don't need one. That's okay. I passed. They had some of the House of X wave, but mostly just the Wolverine. And then out of nowhere,
isn't it so weird that Wolverine is the peg warmer now?
Yeah.
Like last couple of times they've done a Wolverine release, he's been the peg warmer. And you'd think, like, what kind of bizarro world are we living in?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I could easily pick. I don't know. I probably would have gone Cyclops, maybe. I mean, they all look pretty cool.
They look good. I'm out of Marvel Legends. Like, I might get the Lady Deathstrike from the Villains wave just to go with my X-Men collection here.
Yeah, that I almost thought about maybe because Brandon sent me the Rogue, and then I always had a thing for Gambit as well, so I was like, and he was on sale for like $21. So I was like, okay, I'll get Gambit. And then I saw Dazzler on the weekend at Oliver, I'm like, well, that would be 3. No, I don't need any. I'll keep the pair. That's enough. I don't need. And then of course I see the House of X stuff. I'm like, well, these ones I think will be some of the more popular ones. So I'll get them and I'll just save them for trade bait and see if I can. So we'll see. I mean, the Magneto really is fine. That Sentinel, I say out of all of them, I say that this one looks kind of the coolest. With the robot head and then the other head and then the different pieces to swap out for the hand.
Yeah, it definitely looks cool.
So, but then I saw the yellow Space Ranger. And you never get Power Rangers at our Walmart ever. There's no placeholder for them. We don't get G.I. Joe at my Walmart either. So I was just like, where is this random Space Ranger come from? So I actually hit her. I was like, well, maybe another time. And then I kind of tucked her away on another shelf. So I might pick her up maybe in the next day or so.
There you go. Answering some questions in chat. Shane,
Yep.
I am in the red line, but only because Papa Gord got me the first 3. Thank you very much. But I don't think I'm going to collect any more of them. I'm just not. I don't think they're good.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do Rangers. Yeah. I don't collect. I had to limit myself. So far I'm skipping out on the, is it Dino Charge or Dino Thunder? One of those ones. I can't collect everything as much as I want to.
Let's see. Mike is
Yeah. God damn.
Damn, don't even. Here we go.
I'm probably not going to get the Kingdom Ultra Magnus. I have the Siege one, and it's different, but not enough to make me want it.
Well, is it what's the difference?
The cab is more Earth mode, I guess. The face is different. He doesn't have the battle damage scuffing all over him.
Yeah.
His stacks on his shoulders are a little bit bigger and shorter, and his missiles are different.
Oh,
but it's subtle differences. There are differences, but I've got the one. I don't need another one.
Just notice no, really? I don't think we look.
It
could be. Yeah, that could be. Your lighting's a lot better because it really shines off.
Oh man, I've got my lights on full right now. They sync together, which is pretty cool. So if I change one on one, it changes it on the other. And they can do effects. I can make it look like it's lightning, or there's police strobe lights and stuff. Yeah, it's nuts.
Damn. I got 2 pot lights and a ring light over that I can change the softness.
Ooh, look at that.
There, yeah.
I got one on my webcam here I can turn on. This webcam's awful. I have to unplug it because it makes my computer hang up. It was the cheapest $40 webcam I've ever bought.
Yeah, I just used the one built into the Mac. So I do want to eventually, when I get my nephew to come over, I think I want to see if I can branch off and add a second. I don't know if I can do it. Can you do that? Can you add a second monitor to a Mac?
You can. This is the webcam on the Mac here. It's only 720p, and I wanted something 1080. Which is why, yeah, I like this one better. But yeah,
no, that one's good. I don't know what the range on this one is. So
it's a 720p if it's a Mac.
Yeah, so
I know this because I worked for Apple.
Absolutely, isn't it nice that you can kind of I
can just say it now.
You and your dirty little secret. So
yeah.
Everybody get the farmer joke now. Get. Let's see what do we got. I'm looking at the evil. No, I'm not getting in the Marvel Legends. Those are just for trade. So don't even the Venomized cap. I do have the Venomized cap. I've never opened it, and I will probably take it back to the store because it doesn't really interest me. And there's so many of them in the stores that nobody will ever be like, I need to trade for one of those. So I don't get the whole Venomized look. I love the Venomized Deadpool thing, that the Build-A-Figure, but that's just because it's just so ridiculous. So let's see.
Yes, I am a completionist. But just like Papa Gord, I'm a completionist for the figure, not the releases. So when the 40th anniversary line came out for Empire Strikes Back, I didn't buy any of the figures I already had unless they were updates. Because why?
Yeah, I tried to not do that. I really tried, and that didn't go very well. But it's
tough.
But and there's some that I don't feel bad about that I got extras for because I've just bulked up the Mando shell. That's how I justified a few of them, like the TIE fighter pilot. I'm like, well, I saw a TIE fighter pilot in the Mandalorian, so I need one on that shelf as well. It's so bad. And then I guess the Sand People, because I don't have any. That's it. I'm not complete. I don't have a Sand Person anymore.
Oh, do you have the archive one on pre-order then?
Yeah. So I figured
I had 2 on pre-order because I wanted to have three with the different weapons and stuff, but I think I canceled one of the standalone ones. I just figured like I don't need 3 Tusken Raiders. I just don't.
No, I think somebody's helping Paul. I think Paul from Paul's Collectibles or something. I think Paul's going to send me, because I helped Shabby by sending him Shabby my Tusken Raider. I think Paul's going to do me a solid and send me a Tusken Raider. So, hey, you know what?
Circle of Tuskens.
Absolutely. So I can't wait. I'd be curious to see how much difference it's not, but that's one of the, I don't know, stranger ones. I've always come across those figures fairly regular, not like commercial storing now, but any toy shows and stuff like that. I could find Tusken Raiders all over the place, but I guess you make them a little cooler looking by updating them a little bit more and talking with their hands and making grunts, and everybody wants them.
And they go nuts. Yeah,
worth a lot of money now. So yes. What are your thoughts on the Greedo?
I've got them all in order.
Yeah, same here. So
to be honest with you,
I don't feel good about the Jawa.
I think it's a really cool subline with that. Like, it's definitely a repaint cash grab, but it's like so weird that I kind of dig it. Like, so far I've got all the Kenner recolors thanks to TK, to Brian.
Yeah.
But like, I've got the 4LOM and the Zuckus, and I got the is that the only Kenner recolors I've done so far?
Yeah, just the 3 so far, and now we got
then the Jawa, the Obi-Wan, and the Greedo. Like I really want them to do a Ponda Baba just so they can do a Kenner recolor of the Ponda Baba. I'm like,
yeah,
the Walrus Man.
Yeah, I'd be okay for that. I like the Greedo. I like that bloody in your face, annoying, obnoxious green color. Yep. So the Obi-Wan, I just want it in hand to see how they did the plastic on him.
Yeah.
The Jawa, I think that might have been a bit of a cop out. They could have probably easily dropped somebody. Hell, I would have been maybe Darth Vader would have been.
I was just about to say a Darth Vader with that same vinyl cloak would be pretty cool.
Yep. Or they could have done.
There's not really a colored version of a Darth Vader because it's still just black. It just has the vinyl cape.
Yep. Or Tusken. They could have done the sand person.
That's true.
Would have been pretty all right. So, but yeah, no, I'm interested to see. I think I would be more happy with more Kenner colored. Again, Jawa over. It almost feel like more of the laziness of the gaming greats. Now,
for sure.
Jump Trooper is like, it was one thing to go, ooh, here's a slightly translucent Stormtrooper, and that was quite different to the white and blue striped Trooper that we got in the gaming grade. So that was, but that between the Cal Kestis and I like the extra stuff that he's going to come with. I don't think I need him in all orange or whatever color he's going to be.
That was a weird color choice they chose for him. There are much better looking color options for Cal in the game. I don't know why they chose that. I'm super happy he comes with the poncho. Like I'm happy he comes with the holocron and like the boggling or whatever. Like those things are cool. And the lightsaber, like those, I'm glad, but at the same time, like the rocket trooper, like it's the same thing we've already got, but without the shoulder, you know. I like the biker scout. I think that's my favorite gaming greats right now.
Yeah.
I just like the extra webbing and stuff on him. I wish he had the pauldron. That's the only thing I wish he had was the pauldron.
Yeah. So I would say even with me putting the pauldron on mine and giving him the Black Widow is one of her staffs.
That was. I don't know why Hasbro makes these giant batons. Like they're too big. Like the thing with the Purge Trooper, like that pole is way too big. Like who made that?
Yeah, that is really bad. That was really bad. Yeah, I almost threw it the other day when I was starting to move stuff around a little bit, and the stupid Electra thing kept falling off, and I'm like,
so freaking annoying.
You are so goddamn. If it wasn't for the fact they can't find you for more money than what you're worth, I would throw you right now.
It's so frustrating that figure is worth so much money because it's terrible. It's legitimately one of the worst figures in the entire line.
Yeah, I think
I'm overdue for a worst figure video, honestly.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think he would definitely go up, and at least worst accessory, I think for sure. So
Shane has nailed it on the head. It is the pole from the trash compactor. That's exactly what it is. Yeah,
yep, I'll give you. Yeah, I'll give you that. Absolutely, yeah, for sure. No, the paint job on the heavy battle droid, I do like it. I'm not, I think the battle droid's fine.
I think the Jedi Jedi Revan and the battle droid were great inclusions to that line.
Yeah,
Like they're the right amount of repaint and changes to an already existing figure that are tied to a game. Like that's perfect.
yeah. The Jango Fett. Only thing with the Jango Fett I like is the helmet or the head. The head.
Yeah,
because I swapped them out and I put it on the movie version. So
sure.
I'm like, it looks better. I wish I would have bought another one.
Head.
Come on, Stumbler. There you go. You got a segue for you right there. So.
I try to lob out the easy ones.
Yes. Yep.
Clink IG-11 sucks, but that whole mold sucks. Every IG-88 sucks. IG-11 sucks. Hasbro just shit the bed with that whole mold, and they keep reusing it. They need to redo the whole thing.
Yeah. You think there's a new? You sure?
Probably.
I don't know. That's still no. I'd still say it's a pretty crappy. Yeah. As far as new stuff lately, anyways. I mean, all the newer stuff's been fine. So that the Queel and the Gideon again, the face sculpts. I'm a little disappointed still with the face sculpt for
Gideon and Karga both are super disappointing with their face sculpts. It's like they had a really good high going on with their face, and then they rushed it, or I don't know.
Jeez, and it's got nothing to do with that they're gentlemen of color at all. So
no, I hope not.
Which is so bad, bad. But yeah, I mean the Queel's fine. I don't mind the other figures as from here down. Really nice figures. I
don't know why they did Queel without his blarg. They just
yes.
Come on.
Maybe we'll get maybe that'll be, I don't know, man. I'd like to start making predictions on what we think we might get for convention exclusives this year.
So the thing about I noticed who said that Gideon is very small. Shane did. I had to look up his height because I noticed that too. Giancarlo Esposito is 5'8", so I think he is the right height. It's just the actor is really short.
Yeah, you know what? Looking at him, yeah. Again, yeah. I don't know. That's just so bad on the heads. That's so bad. But
yeah, and the Darksaber kind of sucks too.
Yeah, that I would say the one Mr. B customized and made me looked kind of better than the actual Hasbro one, for Christ's sake. So let's see. What do you think about the new Clone Trooper coming in with the unpainted head?
I think that was a weird choice. It caused a lot of problems, and they haven't actually used it yet. So I don't even know what the point is.
No.
Like if they used it, if all the figures had a removable helmet with a painted head, that'd be awesome. But like, why is it there? It's been over a year since they've announced it.
Yep.
There's a lot of warped helmets out there because of it. It just doesn't make sense.
No. Well, even the Armorer, because the Armorer's got a blank. There's a blank head underneath her helmet too. So
I don't know why they're doing that.
No, and it does suck because stock's been hard to find, and if you actually like to hunt these things down, you're almost getting to the point where you don't even have a choice at what you're taking off the shelf because it's probably a one and done. And yeah, unless you were smart and you pre-ordered, but again, you're running the risk of getting a crappy one. Then you can complain to Hasbro and they might replace it, but it's usually with something completely what you didn't buy. So like I said, I had problems with my Snake Eyes, and they sent me Prowler Jazz from War for Cybertron or some damn thing or whatnot, the cybernetic looking car, and I'm like, that's greater value than like what are you guys smoking over there? So
well, they sent me like a $90 figure for my $30 figure that was missing a thing. So I don't know who's in charge with that with Hasbro.
Your armors, helmets, mine seems okay. I don't know about the deluxe one. I think
Both of my armorers are fine.
Let's see. So Ben and Ray 2-pack. Really? That's a random guess that you think that might be a convention exclusive this year? I don't know about that.
Another Ray. I wouldn't mind a Ben Solo, but I just don't think we need another Ray.
No. I don't know what honestly don't know what to expect for. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, that Heroes of Endor set's going to be a tough one to beat. I think. I'd be hard pressed. I don't know. I don't know what I would even possibly throw out there that I would think that we might get for deluxe.
Well, it's going to be something we haven't seen before because the time Heroes of Endor were all new figures. Like they hadn't been even announced in the regular line yet. So
yeah,
it'll be something. It'll be really hard to guess because it's something we haven't seen yet. Maybe it'll be something Bad Batch related since that's the new kind of big thing coming out.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be like a 5-pack or a 4-pack with all the Bad Batch figures in it.
Ooh, that could be. Maybe they do the dad bod Boba Fett sitting on the throne.
That would be cool too. I mean, I'd buy it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to buy it anyway, but yeah.
Yes. Maybe a Palpatine from Rise. I honestly, I don't know how much Hasbro is going to keep going to the episode. I don't know if they're going to keep dipping into the sequel trilogy. They may decide to go backwards and focus on future and upcoming properties. I think before we might see any 7, 8, and 9 anymore.
As much as I like the sequels for what they are, I agree. I think Hasbro needs to lay off the sequels because the same thing happened with the prequels. Like back in 2006 or 7, prequels were like the death. Like nobody cared about the prequels then. Like they were terrible movies that everyone hated on universally. Like Jar Jar was stupid, it was like a whole thing. But now, flash forward 14 years, and everyone friggin' loves the prequels because the Clone Wars is great, and all the kids that grew up watching the prequels are, in their 20s now. Yep. And to them, the prequels are the greatest Star Wars movies ever made. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've talked to somebody, and they're like, "The Revenge of the Sith is my favorite movie." And I'm like, "That dog shit movie, really?" It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Like I actually, Lily and I, we finished Clone Wars and then we went back and rewatched all the prequel movies. Yeah. And Revenge of the Sith is actually it's not bad. And I remember seeing it in theaters and thinking that wasn't bad. But I would never put it as like my favorite Star Wars movie. You know?
No. Oh, good. I wasn't expecting the dog shit.
That's okay. Everyone's allowed to have their opinion. Like if you think that Revenge of the Sith is the best Star Wars movie, you don't let me even come close to swaying your opinion. You like that movie, you knock yourself out. My second favorite Star Wars movie is The Last Jedi. I know everyone hates that movie, but I like it a lot. I think it's a fun movie.
Your second favorite?
Second favorite.
Fuck God, get lost.
Second favorite. It is just Empire Strikes Back, but flipped on its head. Empire Strikes Back is my favorite movie. Why wouldn't Empire Strikes Back clone be my second favorite?
See, we can't get into this now because this will be hours.
We're going to be talking about it for hours.
I know they've called us out before saying that they would like to see a back and forth because I just fucking loathe that movie.
You're more than allowed to. The only thing I take issue with is whenever someone has anything nice to say about the sequels, the people that don't like it feel that need to like express how much they don't like it. Like let people like stuff. Like you don't have to see that someone's liking something and then try to stop them from liking it. You don't have to give your opinion on it. If you don't have anything nice to say, just don't say anything. Like nobody wants to have someone shit on something they like to the point where they don't want to even talk about it anymore. I got to that point with Star Wars because I didn't want to say anything about the sequel trilogy because I knew as soon as I did, people would be like, "Oh, I hate Rose, blah 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 blah, ruin Johnson." Like, I get it, you don't like it, but like, calm down, you know. So I don't think everyone has to like it at all, and I get why people don't like it, but I do. I think it's great.
Yeah, no, I you know what? I enjoyed 7 for what it was, which is, again, it's episode 4, just modernized. So I get that, and I did really like it, and it gave me such hope for what again, what a train wreck I thought it was. I mean, I thought visually, I thought it was probably one of the more stunning out of the 3.
I hands down will argue that Last Jedi is the best visual Star Wars movie. The shots in there are absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. So
the only other movie that comes close is Rogue One.
Yeah. But I just, I don't know. It, yeah, there we go. And Starship Chase was from Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, you know what? Have 12 and one, half dozen of the other, whatever. But it's just, I don't know. And then 9, I can sit there and go, oh, you know what? I'll throw episode 9 on or whatever. And I do get mad at 9 for basically completely sidestepping 8. Like you don't need to see it. And there's almost no reference to it whatsoever.
I agree with that. I like 9 as well, but I that bugs me. It's like a really bad, because obviously they didn't have it planned out, and I do think that was a major problem with the sequels, because they should have had a story like planned out from the beginning, start to end. But it's like when you do an improv and you have like the yes and there was no yes and there was J.J. Abrams did his movie. Rian Johnson took that movie and expounded on it. Like, Rian Johnson didn't put Luke in the middle of nowhere, like he took that idea and he went a place with it. So, but then J.J. Abrams came back and he's like, fuck it. No, yes. And I'm going to do this. Like, okay. Whereas I don't know if you read the Colin Trevorrow script for Duel of the Fates.
No.
So there's a script out there and people have like made comics of it, but it takes those kind of concepts from Last Jedi and even Force Awakens and expounds on them. And I think it would have been a much better movie. Like, there's things in there with Finn and the stormtroopers and like leading an army of like stormtroopers that left the First Order. And like, there's a lot of fun stuff, it sounds like.
Dang. See, I think too with 9, I think I fell down quite a few, because I don't try to stay spoiler free, but at the same time, I try not to basically end up finding out what the entire bloody movie's about before I even get to go and see it. Because I'm like, if that's the case, why fork the cash? But if I find out some stuff, but I think 9, I deep dove in so many different theories and I think by the time I got through all that crap and went to the thing, and then I just kind of sat there and went, that was a way to go. And that was kind of the way I took from it. I was just like,
it's the same kind of thing. Like, people didn't, I don't know if you watched WandaVision.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
There are people that hate the end of WandaVision because it didn't do any of the things that they were expecting, they were theorizing. But like, that's not the show's fault. It's not the show's fault that you were like diving into comics and coming up with all these like fan theories, and none of it happened because that was like, that's not their fault. That's your fault for raising those expectations to a ridiculous amount.
Nope. Without a doubt. So I totally.
I love WandaVision. I thought it was great.
Yeah, I had to go. I've watched it. Like, I did half and then half again, just to kind of refresh, because the first couple episodes, I was, as much as I thought it was very clever with the way they filmed and the sitcom bit and whatever, I was like, okay, but I just didn't feel the hook quite at first. Sure. But then the more episodes that came out, I was like, ooh, okay, all right, this is, and it still didn't quite go where I thought it was going to go, which I enjoyed even more.
Yeah.
So I mean, I kept going, okay, so where's the puppet? Where's the bad guy or whatever? And it's like, ooh, you know what? No, it's not. She was half the, so okay, I get it now. So very smart. Absolutely.
Well, I think a lot of it is they purposely didn't answer all the questions. Like we didn't really like Wanda didn't get any comeuppance. Like she was kind of the bad guy there, and then she just kind of said, "Oh, sorry," and like flew off. So, but I think a lot of those things will happen in movies. Like people wanted the series to kind of wrap it up, but this wasn't like a self-contained story. I think it was like a bridge.
I think so. So. And I think it might have been Robo too was saying that. I think that'll sounds like it may play out through the next whatever the hell the damn thing they call it again. Right?
What the Doctor Strange 2 is gonna definitely
So no, it'll be my personal theory by film over 5 hours. Clink, you're going now? Yes, I know. Well, we've officially broken my streaming record for one session.
Just happy to be here.
Sure. So, which has nothing wrong with that. Oh, here's Tumblr. Goonies or Monster Squad? Oof.
Goonies.
Yeah, I'd say so. Monster Squad. I'd be hard pressed to remember a lot of that film. I've seen it, but
yeah, I mean, same. But like, yeah, Goonies is way more sway.
Yeah, I hope. I don't know. Would you still be hopeful to see a sequel, even 40, 20, 30, however long it's been
for the Goonies?
Yeah,
I'd watch it. That's not something I'm super excited about, but I'll watch it.
Yeah. It's like I didn't realize Punky Brewster was a thing again. Like I'm like, what? So yeah, she's an adult. Well, because it worked for Full House, and I'm like, did it really work for Full House?
I watched the first season of Fuller House, and I watched it mostly because Stephanie Tanner's got some really nice boobs.
Well,
there were two big reasons I watched Fuller House. and like I got over it after the first season. I'm like, I don't need to watch any more of this.
You can just Google them on the internets and but no, that's true. Yes.
Duck Dan, the Dark Crystal series on Netflix was fantastic.
That's still in my must-watch list.
Oh, you should watch it. Yeah. It's good.
I was all set to start that, and then I don't know why it caught my eye, but Snowpiercer caught my eye for some weird reason. So I was like,
I haven't seen the show. I like the movie.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was a movie, wasn't it?
It was a movie first, yes. So there's an interesting fan theory there that the Snowpiercer movie is actually a sequel to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Huh.
Yeah. You just Google that on YouTube. Watch the video. It's not true. It's definitely a fan theory, but it's interesting the parallels between Willy Wonka and the Snowpiercer movie.
I'm okay. Yes, I am. I'm gonna do that for sure. Jesus, Murphy. But I'm gonna have to go back. I didn't. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to go back and watch the movie because I mean the series.
I think it's a great movie.
Yeah. Well, the series is very good so far. So
I'll have to watch that.
Yeah. I didn't realize that it was a weekly thing or whatever. So of course I binged the first season because I think that's where they were pushing because season 2 was coming out, and I was like, "Oh, this would be great." And then I watched the first one. And I'm like, "What?
Where's the rest?"
Oh, I gotta wait now. I'm like, "God damn it, I'm caught up already." So.
Yeah, I didn't watch The Boys purposefully until it was finished, just so we could blow through it.
Yeah, that was good too. I really.
Boys, so good.
Really enjoyed that. So I got to go back and can anybody see what you're saying?
Yes, we see you.
We see ya. So yes, we are still up. Yes.
It's probably about time for me to go, but I wanted to pop in and say hi.
Oh, that's cool. No, we're you know what? We're at 5 hours 22. So yeah, I think this is a good place to probably end it because it is 1:22 in the AM in my neck of the woods. So and I'm out of water again, and I can feel the scratch. So that's a good thing. So we watched. Says somebody is a personal favorite. Doesn't mean I can't. No, and that's okay.
Yeah,
honestly,
I think that's absolutely fine. Yep.
Yeah. Out of the original, well, not original. Out of the prequels, I'm always a number 2 is so. I don't mind 3. 1 was kind of slow, but then again, episode 4 was kind of slow.
Oh,
they got to build the
Episode
story
4,
right.
Star Wars is one of the slowest movies I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's great, it's iconic, but you don't even meet Luke Skywalker until 17 minutes into the movie. Like, it's just a super slow movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. So yeah, it and it's kind of funny on how each of the first, second, and third kind of mirror one another a little bit. So
yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, no, everybody, all 41 people that are still here. Again, you guys have even, my highest, and even at the highest point of me just being out here by myself, we're usually hover around the mid-20s into the 30s, which is awesome. But this is fantastic. I had a blast. It was a definite need after the week I've had so far. So, everybody who is in the chat still, thank you so much. I am going to go back and read some more of the comments that I wasn't able to as I was talking. And and I can't believe it either, but it just goes to show you that our community has a lot of great individuals that don't take themselves
for sure
super serious.
For sure.
So thanks, guys, so much. We will see you guys, I don't know, maybe Wednesday if I decide to do a late night one. Maybe we'll see you then. If not, we'll see. I'll put a post up and you guys can pick whatever you want me to kind of talk about a little bit so we can fill some time before some more new Star Wars figures actually make it into our hands, because I'm feeling it's dry. It's too dry. So good night, nerds. Absolutely. Say bye-bye.